Hello guys, welcome to Proxima What If. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry was rescued by the Department of Mysteries at age 4 and raised as a level 10 Unspeakable. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The boy who vanished. The cupboard was 3 feet wide, 6 feet long, and completely dark. Harry Potter had measured it once, using his hands, spreading his fingers and counting. He'd been 4 years old and trying to understand why he lived in a space smaller than Dudley's toy chest. He still didn't have an answer, but he'd stopped asking questions a long time ago. Questions made Uncle Vernon's face turn purple. Questions made Aunt Petunia's lips disappear into a thin white line. Questions made things worse. Everything made things worse, eventually. He pressed his back against the wall and tried to breathe through his mouth. His nose was broken, he was pretty sure, anyway, because it made a clicking sound when he touched it, and the blood had stopped flowing in that thick, sluggish way that meant something inside had shifted wrong. Uncle Vernon's hand had caught him across the face during dinner. Harry couldn't remember why. There was always a reason, but the reasons blurred together after a while. He'd looked at Dudley wrong. He'd breathed too loud. He'd existed in a way that reminded Uncle Vernon of something he hated. The pain was a living thing, curled up in his chest alongside the hunger and the cold. It had teeth. It had claws. It gnawed at him constantly, and tonight it was worse than usual because Uncle Vernon hadn't stopped with the one hit. He'd kept going until Aunt Petunia had pulled him away, not out of concern for Harry but because the neighbors might hear. Harry touched his ribs and hissed. Definitely broken. At least one, maybe more. He knew what broken ribs felt like by now, the sharp, stabbing protest when he breathed, the grinding sensation when he moved wrong. He'd had them before. They healed eventually. Everything healed eventually, faster than it should, which was another thing he'd learned not to mention. Freak, Uncle Vernon called him. Unnatural. Harry didn't know what that meant, not really, but he knew it was true. Normal boys didn't heal from broken bones in a week. Normal boys didn't make things happen when they were scared or angry. Normal boys didn't end up on the school roof when they were running from Dudley's gang, didn't turn their teacher's hair blue, didn't shrink ugly sweaters until they fit properly. Normal boys had parents who loved them. Harry closed his eyes and tried to find the quiet place inside himself, the one he went to when things got too bad. It was like a room in his mind, small and safe and warm. Nothing could hurt him there. Nothing could touch him. He'd discovered it by accident during one of Uncle Vernon's earlier rages, and he'd been cultivating it ever since, building walls and doors and windows that looked out on places he'd never been. Tonight, though, the quiet place wouldn't come. The pain was too sharp. The fear was too strong. Something felt different about this time, something final, and Harry's 4-year-old mind couldn't process it but his body understood. Uncle Vernon had crossed a line. The look in his eyes when he'd been hitting Harry, there had been something beyond anger there. Something that wanted Harry to stop existing entirely. Harry curled into himself and tried to be smaller. Smaller was safer. Smaller meant less surface area for the pain to find. He pressed his forehead against his knees and wrapped his arms around his shins and made himself into the tightest ball he could manage, and he wished, something cracked. Not in his body. Not in the cupboard. Something deeper than that, something fundamental. Harry felt it in his chest, in his blood, in the marrow of his too thin bones. A pressure that had been building his entire short life suddenly released, and the world shifted. The darkness of the cupboard was absolute, but suddenly Harry could see something anyway. Colors that didn't have names. Shapes that hurt to look at. A vast, impossible space that existed somehow behind the walls, between the shadows, layered on top of reality like pages in a book. He screamed, but no sound came out. He reached for something, anything, that might make it stop, might make sense of what was happening, and his fingers brushed against something other. Not solid. Not liquid. Not any state of matter he could comprehend. It was cold and warm simultaneously, familiar and utterly alien, and when he touched it, it touched him back. The cupboard door exploded outward. Not opened. Not unlocked. Exploded, into splinters and fragments that hung suspended in the air for a long, impossible moment before clattering to the floor of the hallway. Harry tumbled out after them, gasping, still seeing those colors that shouldn't exist, still feeling that connection to the thing between spaces. Uncle Vernon's voice thundered from upstairs. What the bloody hell? Harry ran. He didn't think about it. His legs moved before his mind caught up, carrying him toward the front door even though he had nowhere to go, nowhere safe, no one who would help him. He just knew he had to get away, had to escape before Uncle Vernon came down those stairs and finished what he'd started. He reached the door. Locked. 3 locks, actually, because Uncle Vernon was paranoid about his kind, and Harry had never been sure what kind that meant, but he understood now that it didn't matter. He could feel the locks like they were part of his own body, and he pushed, they opened. All 3, simultaneously, mechanisms clicking in perfect synchronization. Harry yanked the door wide and stumbled into the night, into the cold November air, into a world that felt different now, layered with meanings he couldn't read. He made it 3 steps down the garden path before his legs gave out, before the pain in his ribs and the wrongness in his head combined to drag him down to the frost-hard ground. He lay there, staring up at the stars, and watched the sky begin to tear. 12 minutes earlier and 300 miles away, Unspeakable Aurora Vance was having a perfectly ordinary evening. Ordinary by department standards, anyway. She'd spent the afternoon examining a dimensional fold that had appeared in a Welsh sheep pasture, turned out to be natural, a pressure release from overlapping ley lines, nothing sinister, and now she was back in the time room, running calibrations on instruments that had been invented before the Roman Empire and still didn't have proper instruction manuals. The Department of Mysteries existed in a space that shouldn't be possible. 12 levels deep beneath the Ministry of Magic, its corridors looped and folded and occasionally intersected with places that had never been part of Earth at all. Aurora had worked here for 7 years and still got lost sometimes, still found new rooms that she was fairly certain hadn't existed the day before. She loved it. The strangeness, the secrets, the sense of operating at the very edge of magical understanding. Most wizards cast spells and accepted their effects without ever asking why. The department asked why. The department asked why so aggressively that they'd occasionally broken reality trying to find out. The alarm was soft at first, a gentle chime that indicated an anomaly somewhere in Britain. They got dozens of those a day. Accidental magic, experimental spells gone wrong, artifacts activating unexpectedly. Most were routine. Then the alarm changed. Aurora looked up from her calibrations as the chime became a shriek, as warning lights she'd never seen activated began to flash in patterns that made her eyes hurt. The instruments in front of her went haywire, needles spinning, crystals shattering, temporal sensors detecting events that hadn't happened yet. What? She started, but she didn't get to finish. The door to the time room slammed open, and Croker was there. In 7 years, Aurora had never seen Croker run. She wasn't entirely certain Croker could run. The director of the Department of Mysteries was ancient in a way that transcended age, gender ambiguous by choice and possibly by nature, wrapped in robes that seemed to be made of condensed shadow. They moved through the department like a force of nature, inevitable and unhurried. They were running now. Vance. Dimensional Response Team. Now. Croker's voice cracked like a whip, and Aurora found herself moving before she consciously decided to. What's happening? Something impossible. Croker's hood had fallen back slightly, and Aurora caught a glimpse of features that she still couldn't quite describe even after 7 years of trying. Someone just tore a hole through the barrier. Aurora's blood went cold. A breach? Where? Who? Not through the veil. Through everything. The dimensional fabric itself. In, Croker checked something she couldn't see, some piece of information written on the air or in their own mind. In Surrey. Little Whinging. A residential neighborhood. They were moving through the department at a speed that shouldn't have been possible, corridors rearranging themselves to facilitate their passage. Aurora's mind raced. A dimensional breach that wasn't the veil, that was supposed to be impossible. The veil was the only weak point, the only place where the barriers between realities had been deliberately thinned. Everywhere else, they were absolute. Or they had been. Sir, Director, who could do this? What kind of ritual would? That's what we're going to find out. Croker stopped at a door that Aurora had never noticed before, which meant it had probably been created specifically for this moment, pulled from the department's endless reserves of potential spaces. Response team is assembling. Talbot and Chen are already through. You're my second. If this is an invasion, I need someone who can fight. Aurora drew her wand automatically, checking its balance, preparing herself for combat. And if it's not an invasion? Croker opened the door. Beyond it was not a corridor but a portal, a swirling vortex of colors that Aurora recognized from her work in the Dimensional Research Division. The department had ways of traveling that didn't require conventional apparition. They were faster. They were also considerably more disorienting. Then we need to understand what it is before anyone else does. Croker stepped through without hesitation. Before the Ministry. Before Dumbledore. Before whatever just punched a hole in reality decides to do it again. Aurora followed. The transition between locations was instantaneous and eternal. Aurora felt herself compressed and expanded, pulled through spaces that existed only as mathematical abstractions, translated into pure information and then reassembled on the other side. She emerged into a suburban street in the deepest part of night. Nice houses. Neat lawns. The kind of aggressively normal neighborhood that prided itself on conformity. Aurora had grown up near places like this, before her magic had manifested and her world had expanded. She remembered the suffocating sameness, the way such places insisted that nothing unusual had ever happened or would ever happen within their bounds. Something very unusual had happened here. The sky above number 4 Privet Drive was wrong. Not torn exactly, but layered. Aurora could see stars through the gaps, but they weren't the right stars. They were too bright, too numerous, arranged in constellations that had never existed in any human sky. Talbot and Chen were already on site, their wands drawn, defensive wards half constructed around the property. Chen was muttering something into a recording crystal, documenting everything with the obsessive precision that made them invaluable in the research division. Talbot was scanning for magical signatures, his face growing more confused with each passing second. Report, Croker demanded. This doesn't make sense. Talbot held up his detection device, a complicated thing made of silver and crystal that was supposed to identify magical signatures with perfect accuracy. The breach originated from inside the house, but the energy pattern, I've never seen anything like it. It's not a ritual. It's not an artifact. It's wild magic, Chen said quietly. Completely unstructured. Whoever did this wasn't casting a spell. They were. I don't know. Wishing. Screaming. Aurora felt her stomach drop. A child. You're describing accidental magic. I'm describing something that shouldn't be possible. No child could. Where are they? Croker cut in. The caster. Where are they now? Chen pointed toward the garden path. There. But Director, there, Aurora was already moving. She'd been trained to handle disaster sites, to maintain clinical detachment in the face of horror. She'd seen things in her 7 years that would have driven most witches mad. None of that prepared her for what she found. A boy. Tiny, 4 years old, maybe younger, it was hard to tell with the malnutrition. He lay on his back in the frozen grass, staring up at the impossible sky with eyes that had seen too much. His face was a mask of blood, nose clearly broken, one eye swelling shut. His clothes were rags, not poor, but deliberately degraded, hems ripped, colors faded, everything 3 sizes too large, like someone had dressed him in scraps. He was awake. That was the worst part. He was awake and looking at her, and his eyes weren't showing fear or confusion or even pain. They showed nothing. A flat, terrible emptiness that Aurora recognized from war survivors and torture victims. 4 years old. "Oh, Merlin," she breathed. "Oh, you poor child." She knelt beside him, scanning for injuries with her wand, and the list kept growing. The broken nose. The swelling eye. 3 cracked ribs, 1 fully broken. A hairline fracture in his left arm, mostly healed, meaning it was at least a week old. Bruises in various stages of healing, patterns that suggested repeated impact from adult hands. This wasn't a single incident. This was systematic. Prolonged. Years of abuse, written in scars and improperly healed bones. The muggles inside. Aurora heard her own voice, distant and cold. "The ones who live here. Memory modification team is en route," Croker said. They'd arrived beside her silently, looking down at the child with an expression Aurora couldn't read. "We'll deal with them. Deal with them." Aurora's wand hand was shaking. "Director, this child, someone has been torturing this child. For years. We need to understand what he is first." Croker's voice was gentle but immovable. "This child just performed magic that our best researchers spend centuries trying to achieve. He tore the dimensional barrier with his emotions. Do you understand what that means?" Aurora understood. She just didn't want to accept it. The boy's eyes tracked to Croker. For a moment, something flickered in that terrible emptiness, not fear exactly, but attention. Recognition of threat. A survival instinct honed sharper than any 4-year-old should be. "We're not going to hurt you," Aurora said softly. "I promise." "Can you tell me your name?" Silence. Then, barely above a whisper, "Don't have one." Aurora's heart cracked. "Everyone has a name," she said, keeping her voice steady through sheer force of will. "Boy." The child's voice was flat, reciting. "Freak. It. Sometimes. Harry. But only when she's pretending to be nice to the neighbors. Harry." The name triggered something in Aurora's memory, some fragment of historical briefing that suddenly felt extremely relevant. She looked up at Croker, saw the same realization dawning in their hidden features. "Director. You don't think I do." Croker knelt slowly, bringing themselves to the child's level. When they spoke, their voice was softer than Aurora had ever heard it. "Harry. Harry Potter. The son of James and Lily Potter, placed in the care of his maternal relatives after his parents' murder. Supposed to be safe. Supposed to be protected." The impossible sky above them flickered. "Dumbledore swore the Blood Wards would keep him safe," Croker continued, and there was anger beneath the softness now, carefully controlled. "The protection of family. The sanctuary of home. Lies, apparently. All of it. The boy who lived." Aurora looked down at the broken child before her, the symbol of hope for an entire generation of witches and wizards, and she wanted to burn the house behind them to the ground. They did this to the boy who lived. This changes things. Croker straightened. "Talbot. Chen. New orders. Total information blackout. No one outside the department knows we were here." "Director?" Chen sounded uncertain. "Shouldn't we contact Dumbledore? The Ministry? This is exactly what we're going to make sure no one else finds out about." Croker's voice had gone cold. "Not yet. Not until we understand what we're dealing with." "What do you mean?" Aurora asked. "This child performed impossible magic. He broke laws of reality that we thought were inviolable. Whatever was done to him, the killing curse, the blood magic, this environment, it's created something unprecedented. Croaker looked down at Harry, who was still watching them with those empty, ancient eyes. Dumbledore will want to control him. The Ministry will want to study him. Others will want to use him, or destroy him. And you? Aurora's voice was sharp. I want to understand him. Teach him. Help him become whatever he's meant to be. Croaker met her gaze steadily. And more importantly, I want to give him a choice. Something tells me he hasn't had many of those. Harry's fingers twitched. He wasn't looking at Croaker anymore, he was looking at the sky, at the tears and reality that were slowly beginning to heal themselves. His cracked lips moved, forming words almost too quiet to hear. Pretty, he whispered. The colors. They're pretty. Aurora made her decision in that moment. Not based on strategy or department protocol or the implications for magical history. Based on a 4-year-old child who had been broken so thoroughly that impossible colors in an impossible sky were the first beautiful thing he could remember seeing. I'm coming with you, she said to Croaker. Wherever you're taking him. I'm coming. I assumed you would. Croaker produced a vial from somewhere within their robes, medical potion, strong enough to knock out an adult dragon. He needs healing we can't provide here. He needs safety. And eventually, he'll need explanations. They knelt again, offering the vial to Harry. This will help you sleep. When you wake up, you'll be somewhere safe. You won't have to come back here. Ever. Harry looked at the vial, then at Croaker, then at Aurora. Promise? His voice cracked on the word, like he wasn't sure it meant anything. I promise, Croaker said. We both promise, Aurora added. Harry took the vial. His hands were shaking so badly that Aurora had to help him bring it to his lips. He drank it all, grimacing at the taste, and within seconds his eyes began to flutter. Pretty colors, he murmured again, and then he was asleep. Aurora gathered him into her arms, careful of his injuries, feeling how light he was, how fragile. She looked up at the sky and watched as the last tears in reality sealed themselves shut, leaving only ordinary stars in an ordinary November night. The boy who lived, she said quietly. Not anymore. Croaker turned toward the door of number 4, where the memory modification team had arrived to deal with the muggles inside. From tonight, Harry Potter is dead. The wizarding world will mourn. Dumbledore will investigate. And meanwhile, we're going to teach him how to survive. What about, Aurora gestured at the sky, at the evidence of what Harry had done. Containable. We'll blame it on aftershocks from the ritual that destroyed Voldemort. Residual dark magic interacting with Harry's core. No one will look too closely because no one will want to believe a 4-year-old could do this. Could a 4-year-old do this? Croaker was silent for a long moment. Then, he didn't just break the barrier, Vance. He walked through it. For an instant, he existed between dimensions, a place that should have torn his consciousness apart. He survived. More than survived, he saw things there. Things that left marks. Aurora looked down at Harry's sleeping face. So young. So damaged. So impossibly, terrifyingly powerful. What do we do now? We take him home. Croaker produced a small crystal sphere, one of the department's private transport anchors. And we begin the very long process of teaching him what he is. Aurora pressed the sphere with her free hand. The world dissolved into mathematics, into abstraction, into the strange between spaces that connected the department to everywhere and nowhere. As they traveled, Harry murmured something in his sleep. A word that might have been, colors. A word that might have been, safe. A word that might have been, please. 7 years later, Harry Potter woke to the sound of his clock making distressed noises. The clock was an artifact from the Temporal Research Division, supposedly capable of tracking local time across 17 different dimensions simultaneously. Harry had been trying to fix its tendency to announce the time in dead languages, but so far he'd only succeeded in adding Proto-Germanic to its repertoire. Es ist 7 Uhren, the clock declared proudly. Erwich, Junger Zauberer. I've been awake for an hour, Harry told it, not opening his eyes. And your conjugation is wrong. The clock made a sound that might have been mechanical embarrassment, then settled into a sulky silence. Harry smiled and rolled out of bed, his feet hitting the worn stone floor of his quarters with familiar comfort. His room existed in a space that shouldn't be possible, but then again, so did most of the department. It was small by objective standards, but the walls had been treated with spatial expansion charms so subtle and complex that Harry still didn't fully understand them. The effect was a room that felt larger than it was, that seemed to breathe with its occupant, that shifted just slightly depending on his mood. The ceiling currently showed a view of the Carina Nebula, piped in through monitoring spells the department had placed on observational satellites decades ago. Harry preferred astronomical displays to the standard options, windows that looked out on pleasant countryside, or soothing abstract patterns. There was something honest about space. It didn't pretend to be anything other than vast and beautiful and utterly indifferent. He dressed quickly, pulling on the simple gray robes that marked him as department personnel. No rank insignia, Unspeakables didn't advertise their positions to each other, much less the outside world. But anyone who'd been in the department for more than a month knew what the lack of insignia meant. Only level 10 operatives were permitted such anonymity. Harry was 11 years old, and he was the youngest level 10 in the department's 3,000-year history. He didn't think about it much anymore. It had seemed important once, when he was 8 and Croker had handed him the clearance crystal with an expression that might have been pride. Now it was just a fact about his life, like his height or his appetite for puzzles. The corridors outside his quarters shifted as he walked through them, not dramatically, just small adjustments to accommodate his passage. The department was technically alive, in a sense that had caused 7 different containment teams to argue for decades without resolution. It remembered its inhabitants. It learned their preferences. It wasn't quite sentient, but it was definitely aware. Harry trailed his fingers along the wall as he walked, feeling the familiar thrum of ancient magic beneath the stone. Good morning, he thought at it. The wall pulsed warm against his palm. The Temporal Research Division was waking up as he passed, researchers emerging from their quarters, temporal monitoring equipment humming to life, the peculiar smell of compressed time filling the air. Harry nodded to the ones he knew, received nods in return. No one treated him as a child here. They'd learned better. The cafeteria, though that wasn't really the right word for a room that served food from 6 different historical periods and occasionally tomorrow, was already occupied when Harry arrived. Aurora Vance sat at their usual table, nursing a cup of coffee that steamed in colors that weren't entirely natural. You're late, she said, not looking up from her reading. The clock was speaking Proto-Germanic again. You broke that clock trying to fix it, didn't you? I prefer to think I enhanced its linguistic capabilities. Aurora's lips twitched. At 31, she was everything Harry had needed when he was small and broken, fierce and competent and utterly unwilling to treat him as fragile. She'd taught him to fight with his hands and his wand. She'd sat with him through the nightmares that had plagued his first years in the department. She'd never lied to him, not once, even when the truth was terrible. Harry took the seat across from her and reached for the bread basket. His appetite had finally normalized around age 9, after years of his body struggling to understand that food would always be available. He still ate more than most people his size, making up for lost time. Sleep well? Aurora asked. The veil was active again last night. I could feel it from my quarters. Aurora's expression flickered, concern quickly masked. The researchers say it's natural fluctuation. The researchers are wrong. Harry buttered his bread with precise, controlled movements. Something's pushing against the barrier. Something intelligent. Have you told Croker? I filed a report yesterday. They're reviewing the data. Harry paused. They're worried. They won't say so, but I can tell. Aurora set down her coffee cup and met his eyes directly. This was something Harry had always appreciated about her. She looked at him like he was a person, not a project or a puzzle. You'd tell me if it was something serious. If you were sensing something specific. Of course. And you're sure it's just fluctuation? Harry considered the question carefully. The truth was, he didn't know. He'd been sensitive to the veil since he was 5 years old and Croker had first taken him to the death chamber. Something about it resonated with whatever was different inside him, the thing that let him see between dimensions, that had torn reality when he was 4. He could feel the veil's moods, its rhythms, its strange dreams. Lately, those dreams had been getting darker. I don't know what it is, he admitted. But I don't think it's natural. I think something's changing. Before Aurora could respond, a familiar weight settled onto Harry's shoulder. He turned his head to find a small gray owl regarding him with solemn golden eyes. Erebus, Harry said. I didn't know you'd come down here. The owl hooted softly and extended one leg. A small scroll was attached, sealed with the director's mark. Harry took it, fed Erebus a bit of bacon from his plate, and cracked the seal. The message was brief: Briefing Room 7. 1 hour. Something has happened that requires your particular attention. See work? Aurora asked. Croker. Something important, apparently. Something always is, around here. Aurora drained the last of her impossible coffee and rose. I've got a training session with the new recruits. Apparently one of them can almost fight without falling over. It's very exciting. Try not to break too many bones. No promises. She left with a casual wave over her shoulder. Harry watched her go, feeling that familiar warmth in his chest, not romantic, but something deeper. Family. That was what Aurora was to him, what Croker was, what a dozen other unspeakables had become over the years. The family he'd been denied for 4 years, finally found in the strangest place imaginable. He finished his breakfast in comfortable silence, then made his way toward Briefing Room 7. The corridors seemed different this morning, more watchful, somehow. The department was vast and complex enough that Harry couldn't claim to know all its moods, but he'd grown attuned to its subtleties. Right now, it felt like something was holding its breath. Briefing Room 7 was deep in the administrative sector, reserved for sensitive external operations. The door recognized Harry's magical signature and opened before he touched it. Croker stood at the room's central display, a massive table that could project images, memories, or simulations depending on the need. Their robes today were darker than usual, absorbing light in ways that made it hard to look at them directly. Harry. Come in. Close the door. The door sealed behind him with a click that felt final. You said something happened, Harry said, taking his position across the table from Croker. Something requiring my particular attention. 3 people are dead. Croker waved a hand, and the display activated, showing images of crime scenes that made Harry's stomach tighten despite his training. 3 witches and wizards, killed over the past month, all in different parts of Britain. The DMLE is treating them as unrelated incidents. But they're not. They are not. Croker manipulated the display, zooming in on the bodies. Look at the magical signature. Tell me what you see. Harry studied the images, letting his enhanced senses reach through the display to touch the residual magic captured by department recording devices. It was a skill he'd developed over years of practice, the ability to read magical signatures like others read text. What he saw made his blood run cold. Dimensional displacement. His voice came out flat, controlled. Someone pushed parts of their existence into another reality. They didn't just die, they were erased from this dimension. Very good. And what does that tell you? That the killer has knowledge that should be impossible to acquire. Harry looked up from the display, meeting Croker's hidden gaze. This technique is level 10 classified. There are maybe 6 people alive who know how it works, and 4 of them are currently in this building. 5, Croker corrected. The 6th was believed dead. A researcher from our archives named Alaric Stone, who achieved level 10 clearance in the late 1400s and was supposedly killed during the Goblin Rebellion of 1612. Supposedly. Bodies were found. Magical signature was confirmed. We had no reason to doubt the conclusion. Croker's voice was carefully neutral. Until now. Harry absorbed this information, turning it over in his mind. You're saying an unspeakable from 400 years ago is alive and killing people. Why? What's the connection between the victims? That's what I want you to find out. Croker pushed a folder across the table, physical documents, which meant they contained information too sensitive for magical storage. You're being deployed to the field. Cover identity is ready. The DMLE will be told you're a specialist from the Department of International Magical Cooperation, assisting with their investigation. Harry opened the folder and scanned its contents. Victim profiles. Crime scene analyses. A carefully constructed identity that would allow him to move through regular wizarding society without raising suspicions. Why me? He asked. Aurora has more field experience. Talbot's better at investigation. Neither of them can do what you can do. Croker leaned forward, and for a moment, Harry glimpsed something in their expression, something that might have been concern. These killings aren't random, Harry. They're connected to something larger. The veil activity you reported, the dimensional fluctuations we've been tracking, it's all part of a pattern we don't yet understand. And you think I'm the key to understanding it? I think whatever is happening is connected to you specifically. To what you are. To what you can perceive that others cannot. Harry closed the folder. What aren't you telling me? A long silence. Then Croker sighed, a human sound, one Harry had rarely heard from them. There's a name. It appeared in the memory of the 3rd victim, extracted post-mortem by one of our specialists. A name that's classified so far above your clearance that I shouldn't even be saying it out loud. But you're going to anyway. Yes. Because I believe you need to know. Croker's hands clasped behind their back, a gesture Harry recognized as extreme discomfort. The name is, The Architect. Capital A. A title, not a name. And according to records that predate this department's founding, the Architect was the Unspeakable who created the Death Veil. Harry felt the floor shift beneath his feet. Not physically, metaphorically, metaphysically. Something fundamental in his understanding of reality had just cracked. That's impossible. The veil predates any human civilization. You told me that yourself when I was 6. I told you what I believed. What we all believed. Croker turned away, looking at something Harry couldn't see. The records I've found since, buried deep, deliberately hidden, tell a different story. The veil wasn't discovered. It was constructed. 3,000 years ago, by a mage whose name has been erased from every official history. Why would they build it? And why would they hide that they built it? The first question is easier. The veil was built as a door, a way to access the space between dimensions. The mage who built it was obsessed with understanding what lay beyond normal reality. They wanted to explore it. Document it. Perhaps even live in it. And the second question? Croker turned back. In the shadows of their hood, Harry could have sworn he saw something like fear. The Architect didn't hide their work. They were hidden. Imprisoned. Forced through their own creation into the space between worlds, where they were supposed to remain for eternity. A pause. But eternity is a long time, Harry. And the barriers that contain them are beginning to weaken. The room felt colder suddenly. The light seemed dimmer. Harry was acutely aware of the veil's presence, somewhere far below them, pulsing with its strange not-quite life. You think the killings are connected to this? To the architect. I think the killer spoke the architect's name before erasing himself from existence. I think the victims were all connected to a specific historical event that none of us fully understood. And I think, Croker's voice dropped. I think whatever is pushing against the veil isn't just random fluctuation. I think it's a message. Saying what? Croker met his eyes, and for the first time in 7 years, Harry saw genuine uncertainty in that ancient gaze. I don't know. That's why you're going to find out. The death chamber was the department's greatest secret and its oldest mystery. Harry stood at the entrance, looking down at the sunken amphitheater where the veil waited. Even from here, he could feel its presence, that strange pull, that whisper at the edge of hearing, that sense of something vast and patient watching from the other side. The chamber was empty at this hour. Harry had timed his visit deliberately, wanting solitude for what he was about to do. His weekly readings were normally conducted with a team of researchers present, sensors active, safety protocols engaged. Tonight, he wanted to be alone. The stone stairs were ancient and uneven, worn by countless feet over 3 millennia. Harry descended slowly, feeling the temperature drop with each step, feeling the air grow thick with that peculiar pressure that always surrounded the veil. The archway itself was deceptively simple, rough-hewn stone, ancient beyond measure, supporting a curtain that shifted constantly even without wind. The curtain was black, or possibly every color at once, or possibly something that human eyes couldn't properly process. Harry had spent years learning to look at it without flinching. Tonight, it was more active than he'd ever seen it. The fabric rippled and billowed, shapes forming and dissolving in its folds. Harry could almost see faces there, not human faces, but something older, something that wore faces like masks over geometries that shouldn't exist. He stepped closer. The whispers intensified. They weren't words exactly, not in any language he knew, but they carried meaning nonetheless. Fragments of thought, emotions without context, memories that might have belonged to anyone or no one. You're trying to tell me something, Harry said quietly. What is it? The veil pulsed. For a moment, just a moment, Harry's perspective shifted. He saw the chamber from the other side, saw himself standing small and human before the archway, saw the threads of reality that connected this place to everywhere else. The barriers between dimensions were visible as walls of light, solid and eternal, except they weren't. Not anymore. In 100 places, 1,000, the walls were thinning. Cracks were forming. Pressure was building on the other side, pushing against the seals that had held for millennia. And in the darkness beyond the walls, something was looking back. Harry saw it. The architect, it had to be, nothing else made sense. A figure that was human-shaped but wrong, proportions that shifted when you tried to focus on them, eyes that contained depths no human skull could accommodate. It was ancient and terrible and beautiful in a way that made Harry's heart race with something that wasn't quite fear. It smiled at him. You, it whispered, and the word wasn't spoken but implanted, directly into his consciousness. You who walked between worlds as a child. You who see what others cannot. You who carry a piece of me inside you. Harry tried to step back, to break the connection, but he couldn't move. The architect's attention pinned him in place like an insect under glass. I've waited so long for this moment. 3,000 years in the spaces between, watching through cracks in reality, learning patience I never possessed in life. And now you're here. My masterpiece. My successor. I don't know what you're talking about. Harry's voice emerged steadier than he felt. I'm not your anything. Laughter. Not unkind, but not human either. Something that had forgotten what kindness meant. The curse that struck you when you were a baby, do you think it was chance? The magic that merged with your core, do you think it was accident? You were designed, child. Prepared. Everything that happened to you, from your parents' death to your rescue by the department, it was all according to plan. Whose plan? Mine. The architect leaned closer, pressing against the barriers that separated them. And now that the barriers are weakening, now that my prison is finally beginning to crack, we can begin the next phase. You and I, together, are going to tear down the walls between worlds. We're going to let the magic flow freely again. We're going to remake reality itself. Harry felt something inside him respond to those words. Something that had been dormant, waiting, hungry for exactly this. The part of him that had walked between dimensions at age 4. The part that saw colors that shouldn't exist and understood things that shouldn't be knowable. The part that was, perhaps, not entirely human. He wrenched himself backward with all the force his mind could generate. The connection shattered. The vision collapsed. Harry found himself on his knees at the bottom of the amphitheater, gasping for breath, blood streaming from his nose. The veil had gone still. Utterly, completely still, for the first time in recorded history. Then it rippled once, gently, almost fondly. Soon, the architect whispered from somewhere far away. Soon, child. Keep looking for the truth. When you find it, you'll come to me willingly. Silence. Harry knelt in the chamber's darkness, trying to process what had just happened. His certainties, so carefully constructed over 7 years, lay in ruins around him. He wasn't just an accident, wasn't just a child who'd been rescued and trained. He was a weapon someone else had built. A key someone else had forged. And the lock that key was meant to open could destroy everything. Behind him, footsteps echoed on stone. Harry turned, wiping blood from his face, and found Aurora standing at the chamber's entrance. Harry. Her voice was sharp with concern. I saw the readings from upstairs. What happened? He looked at her, at the woman who'd saved him, raised him, taught him everything he knew about surviving in a world that wanted to use or destroy him. The woman who deserved the truth, even if the truth was terrible. Something just happened, he said. Something that changes everything. He took a breath, steadied himself, and began to explain. The regular wizarding world hit Harry like a physical force. Diagon Alley was crowded, chaotic, and overwhelmingly alive in a way the department could never be. Witches and wizards pushed past each other, arguing about prices and politics and the weather. Children pressed their faces against shop windows, eyes wide with wonder. Street vendors hawked everything from love potions to prophetic teacups, their voices competing in a cacophony of commerce. Harry stood at the entrance from the leaky cauldron, adjusting to the sensory assault. 7 years in the controlled environment of the department hadn't prepared him for this, the noise, the smells, the sheer press of humanity. His cover identity sat like a second skin. Marcus Webb, junior specialist from the Department of International Magical Cooperation, sent to assist the DMLE with some unusual cases. The documentation was perfect, crafted by experts who'd been forging identities since before the ministry existed. Harry's appearance had been subtly altered, his scar hidden, his features softened, his distinctive eyes muted to an unremarkable brown. He looked ordinary. That was the point. The leaky cauldron had provided his first test. A witch at the bar had flirted with him clumsily, unused to attention from someone his apparent age, the cover aged him to 17. A wizard had tried to sell him a guaranteed investment opportunity involving dragon eggs and the Arabian market. Harry had deflected both with the polite distance that had been drilled into him since childhood, maintaining his cover while revealing nothing of substance. Now, walking through the alley's crowds, he reviewed what he knew about his targets. Victim 1, Archibald Fenton, 83, retired unspeakable who'd worked in the death chamber in the 1920s. Found dead in his home, cause initially listed as heart failure until an autopsy revealed the dimensional displacement signature. Victim 2, Margaret Hornby, 46, researcher for Gringotts curse-breaking division. Specialized in ancient Mesopotamian wards. Killed in her office, made to look like a potions accident. Victim 3, Theodore Vance, Aurora's uncle, though they'd been estranged for decades. A politician who'd sat on the Wisingamot and had connections to old magical families. His death had been public, dramatic, and impossible to hide. 3 deaths. No obvious connection except the method, and the name the killer had spoken before disappearing. The architect. Harry's first destination was the DMLE offices, where he'd present his credentials and begin the official investigation. But first, he wanted to see the alley properly. To understand what he was protecting. He wandered without obvious purpose, taking in details. Flourish and blots displayed books about dragons and dark lords. Quality Quidditch supplies had a crowd of teenagers debating the merits of various brooms. An ancient witch sat outside Ollivander's, feeding scraps to a remarkably intelligent-looking cat. Ordinary. All of it utterly, beautifully ordinary. These people had no idea what lurked beneath their world. They didn't know about the veil, or the architect, or the barriers that kept reality from unraveling. They went about their lives, shopping, arguing, falling in love, completely unaware that someone had been killing people with magic that shouldn't exist. Harry envied them that ignorance. And he would do anything to preserve it. A commotion near Gringotts caught his attention. A group had gathered outside the bank, voices raised in what sounded like an argument. Harry moved closer, curiosity overcoming his mission focus, and caught the edge of the conversation. Absolute outrage. The goblins refused to explain what happened in Vault 713, heard the Philosopher's Stone was involved, Dumbledore himself has been asking questions. Harry filed away the information automatically. The Philosopher's Stone was legendary, its supposed abilities well documented in department archives. If something had happened involving it in Gringotts, Croaker would want to know. But right now, he had murders to solve. The Ministry of Magic rose from London's heart, invisible to Muggle eyes but impossible to miss once you knew where to look. Harry entered through the visitor's entrance, a telephone booth that was considerably more sophisticated than it appeared, and descended into a world of marble and magic. The atrium was busier than the alley, filled with witches and wizards in official robes hurrying between departments. Harry moved through them with the confident anonymity of someone who belonged, following signs toward the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. He was intercepted before he got there. Marcus Webb. A woman's voice, sharp with authority. Harry turned to find a witch with vibrant pink hair regarding him with undisguised suspicion. Behind her, a tall black wizard watched with calmer but equally assessing eyes. Auror Tonks, I presume. Harry offered his hand, keeping his expression professionally neutral. And Senior Auror Shacklebolt. I was told you'd be my liaison for this investigation. Tonks ignored the handshake. You're younger than I expected. The DMC tends to recruit young. Fresh perspectives, they say. They also say your department is a front for international confiscation of magical artifacts. Shacklebolt's voice was deep and measured. Among other things. People say a lot of things. Harry withdrew his hand casually, not offended. I'm just here to help with your unusual murders. 3 victims, exotic magical signatures, no clear connection. That's my specialty. And what exactly is your specialty, Mr. Webb? Harry smiled blandly. Problem solving. The tension stretched for a moment longer, then Shacklebolt nodded fractionally. Very well. Director Bones has authorized your involvement, despite certain reservations. We'll cooperate fully, within reason. That's all I ask. The DMLE offices were a maze of cubicles and conference rooms, the walls covered with wanted posters and case files. Tonks led the way through the chaos, her pink hair drawing attention wherever they went. Harry noted the reactions, some affectionate, some dismissive, all familiar with her in a way that suggested long tenure despite her young appearance. She's probably a metamorphmagus, he realized. That would explain the hair. And the way her features seemed to shift slightly when she wasn't concentrating. The conference room they'd been assigned was small, crowded with evidence boards and stacked documents. Harry took it in with a single sweep, the photographs of crime scenes, the victim profiles, the frustrated notes scrawled in different handwriting. "Everything we have," Shacklebolt said. 3 deaths over 3 months. The magical signature is consistent but unidentifiable. We've consulted experts from 3 countries. No one recognizes the technique. Harry moved to examine the photographs more closely. Up close, without the filter of department recording devices, the horror was more immediate. These had been people, with lives and families and dreams. Now they were just, incomplete. Parts of them simply missing, erased from existence. "Has anyone contacted the Department of Mysteries?" he asked casually. Tonks snorted. "The Unspeakables. Good luck getting a response from them. We sent formal inquiries after the second death. They returned our forms with a note saying it didn't meet their threshold for investigation." Interesting, Harry thought. Croker hadn't mentioned that. Had the director deliberately avoided entanglement, or had some other faction within the department made that decision? "Tell me about the victims. Everything you know, not just what's in the files." Shacklebolt raised an eyebrow. "You think we're holding back?" "I think every investigator develops hunches that don't make it into official reports. I'm interested in yours." A long pause. Then Shacklebolt settled into a chair, his massive frame making it creak, and began to talk. Fenton was a recluse. Hadn't left his house in 15 years except for monthly trips to Gringotts. His wealth was considerable but inherited. We can't find evidence he worked after 1930, though some records suggest ministry employment before that. Department employment, Harry translated. Croker's files had confirmed it. Fenton had been a junior researcher in the death chamber until he'd been quietly retired after what the records called an incident. Details had been redacted, but Harry suspected he'd seen something he wasn't supposed to see. Hornby was the opposite, Tonks picked up. Workaholic. Spent more time in Gringotts vaults than in her own home. She specialized in really old stuff, curses and protections that predated the Roman occupation. Brilliant, by all accounts, but not well liked. Too aggressive about her research. Also department connected, Harry knew. Hornby had consulted on several projects involving ancient Mesopotamian artifacts. She'd had provisional clearance, never full unspeakable status, but enough access to know that certain things existed. And Vance? He kept his voice neutral despite the personal connection. Aurora had been devastated by her uncle's death, though she'd hidden it well. Political animal. Wisengamot member for 40 years, fingers in every major decision since the First War ended. Wealthy, influential, and thoroughly disliked by half the magical world. Shacklebolt's voice was carefully neutral. His death has been complicated. Too many people with motive. But no one with the ability to kill him like that. No one we can identify. Which is why you're here, supposedly. Harry studied the evidence board, connections forming in his mind. 3 victims, seemingly unrelated. But all 3 had one thing in common, access to information about the department's deepest secrets. Fenton had worked in the death chamber. Hornby had researched artifacts old enough to predate the Veil. And Theodore Vance. Did Vance have any connection to the Department of Mysteries? Harry asked. Silence. Both Aurors exchanged looks, the kind that suggested Harry had touched on something sensitive. Why do you ask? Tonks's voice was too casual. Just following a thread. All 3 victims have similar magical signatures. Someone with the ability to perform that kind of magic would need specialized knowledge. The department is the obvious source. The official position is that Vance had no connection to the Unspeakables. Shacklebolt's words were careful, measured. Unofficially. He was on the oversight committee, Tonks finished. The one that supposedly doesn't exist. He had clearance to enter the department itself, though I don't know how deep. Harry filed this information away. If Vance had been on the oversight committee, an organ so secret that even most unspeakables didn't know it existed, then he'd known things about the department that were dangerous. Things about the Veil. Things about the architect. Maybe things about Harry himself. "I need to see the crime scenes," he said. "All three. Not photographs, the actual locations." Fenton's house has been sealed by the ministry. Hornby's office is still active Gringotts property. And Vance's home. Shacklebolt trailed off. Is currently the subject of an estate dispute involving 17 different family members, 3 law firms, and what appears to be a very territorial ghost. Tonks's voice was dry. "Getting access won't be quick. Then we start with Fenton's house." Harry turned from the evidence board, projecting confidence he didn't entirely feel. "I want to see exactly where he died." Fenton's house sat at the end of a winding country lane, hidden from Muggle view by wards that predated the ministry itself. The building was old and sprawling, a testament to a family that had accumulated wealth over centuries without ever quite knowing what to do with it. Harry approached alone, having convinced Tonks and Shacklebolt to wait at the perimeter. His cover story involved specialized detection techniques that required solitude. The truth was simpler. He needed to use abilities they couldn't know he possessed. The wards resisted him briefly, then parted. Whatever protections Fenton had erected, they recognized department clearance, another sign of the man's past connection to Harry's world. Inside, the house smelled of dust and neglect and something else. Something that made Harry's dimensional senses prickle with warning. He moved through silent corridors, following that wrongness like a trail. The house was frozen in time, furniture draped in white sheets, portraits that watched his passage without speaking. Fenton had been alone here for 15 years, aging and deteriorating alongside his ancestral home. The study where Fenton died was at the heart of the house. Harry stopped in the doorway, letting his senses expand. The room looked ordinary enough: desk, chairs, bookshelves stuffed with volumes that would have made the department's archivists weep with envy. But beneath the surface. He shifted his perception, looking at the room the way he'd learned to look at the Veil. And there it was. A scar in reality. Invisible to normal sight but unmistakable to Harry's enhanced awareness. Someone had performed dimensional displacement here, and the fabric of existence itself remembered the trauma. He stepped into the room, moving slowly, careful not to disturb whatever evidence remained. The scar led to the chair behind the desk, where Fenton had been sitting when he died, according to the reports. Here, the damage was worst. Harry could see the edges of the wound in reality, the places where something had been torn away and sent elsewhere. But there was more. Beneath the scar, barely visible, was a signature. Not the killer's, something older. Something that had been here before the murder, woven into the house's foundations. Harry focused, trying to read it, and felt his heart rate spike. He recognized this magic. It was the same signature he'd sensed in the Veil. The same impossible, ancient, wrong magic that the architect had used to create the barrier between dimensions. Fenton hadn't just worked in the death chamber. He'd been part of something much older. Much deeper. And someone had killed him to keep that secret. A sound behind him. Harry spun, wand already in his hand, and found himself face to face with a ghost. Not a normal ghost, those were pale, translucent, almost comforting in their familiarity. This was something else. A shade, barely visible, flickering at the edge of perception. It had been human once, Harry thought. But something had happened to it. Something had twisted it. "You can see me." The voice was barely a whisper, surprise and hope and terrible exhaustion woven together. No one else, no one ever. Harry lowered his wand slowly. "Who are you?" "I was Alaric Stone." The shade flickered violently, struggling to maintain coherence. I am, the architect's first victim. The first one they used. The first one they made." The name hit Harry like a physical blow. Alaric Stone, the researcher Croker had mentioned. The level 10 Unspeakable from the 1400s, supposedly killed in the Goblin Rebellion. "You're not dead," Harry said. "Not really. Not dead. Not alive. Trapped between." The Shade's face, what Harry could see of it, twisted in something like grief. "The architect did this to me. Made me their instrument. I've been bound to their will for 600 years, forced to do their bidding, to prepare their return. The murders. You killed them. I killed them. I had no choice." The Shade's voice cracked. "They knew too much. They could have stopped what's coming. The architect couldn't let that happen." "What's coming? What are they planning?" "The barriers. The walls between worlds." Stone's shade flickered, dimming. "They're weakening them. Preparing for emergence. Soon, very soon, they'll be able to cross fully. And when they do..." "When they do what?" But Stone was fading, his coherence failing. The effort of manifestation was more than his damaged existence could sustain. "Find the third seal." His voice was barely audible now, words slipping away like water through fingers. "Godric's hollow. Underneath, where it all began." He was gone. Harry stood alone in Fenton's study, surrounded by dust and silence and the weight of 6 centuries of suffering. His mind raced, processing what he'd learned. The architect had created the veil. They'd been imprisoned within it. Now they were manipulating events from beyond, using a tortured soul as their weapon, preparing for some kind of emergence. And somehow, it all connected to Harry. To what had been done to him as a baby. To the power that had let him tear reality at age 4. He needed to find Godric's hollow. Needed to understand what the third seal meant. But first, his department communication crystal vibrated against his chest. Harry pulled it out and activated it, already knowing the message wouldn't be good. Aurora's voice, tight with controlled panic, "Harry. You need to come back. Now." "What happened?" "There's been another death. Someone inside the department." Harry's blood went cold. "Who?" "Talbot." And Harry, before he died, he said something. A name. She didn't need to tell him which name. "The architect," Harry said. "Yes. The director has called a full council. Whatever you found out there, bring it back. The game just changed." Harry closed the connection and stood for a long moment in the silence of a dead man's house. Outside, Tonks and Shacklebolt waited for his report. Beyond them, a world full of ordinary people went about their ordinary lives. None of them knew what was coming. But Harry did. And somehow, impossibly, he was going to stop it. He turned from the study, from the scar in reality and the ghost of a man tortured for 6 centuries, and began the journey back. The boy who lived was dead, buried in a cover story and 7 years of training. But something else had risen in his place. Something the architect hadn't anticipated. Something that could walk between worlds and come back unchanged. Something called the cipher. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, The Murder Artist. The Department of Mysteries was in chaos when Harry arrived. Not the visible kind, the corridors still shifted with their usual languid grace, the doors still opened and closed according to their inscrutable logic, the ambient hum of ancient magic still thrummed through the stone. But Harry had lived here for 7 years, and he could feel the difference the way a sailor feels a storm building on the horizon. Fear. The department was afraid. Unspeakables moved through the halls in tight clusters, conversations dying as Harry passed. He caught fragments, impossible breach, internal security, who else might be compromised, but no one would meet his eyes. They knew he'd been summoned. They knew why. The council chamber was deeper than Harry had ever gone, in a section of the department that most personnel didn't know existed. The corridor leading to it was wrong in ways that made his enhanced senses rebel, perspectives that didn't align, shadows that fell in contradictory directions, a persistent sense of being watched by something vast and patient. 2 guards flanked the entrance, their faces hidden behind masks that predated the ministry itself. They said nothing as Harry approached, but the door opened before he could announce himself. Inside, the full council of Unspeakables had assembled for only the 3rd time in living memory. The chamber was circular, tiered like an amphitheater, with seats carved from a single piece of obsidian that had supposedly fallen from the space between dimensions. 13 figures occupied those seats, the heads of each major research division, plus the director at the apex. Their faces were visible but somehow difficult to focus on, as if the room itself was protecting their identities. Croker sat at the highest point, their presence dominating the space despite their stillness. Aurora was there too, seated in the combat division's position, her expression carefully blank in a way that told Harry she was barely containing her fury. "Harry Potter," Croker's voice echoed strangely in the chamber. "You have been summoned to give testimony regarding your field investigation and any intelligence you have gathered. Speak." No greeting. No acknowledgement of their relationship. Here, in this room, Croker was the director and nothing else. Harry stepped into the center of the chamber, feeling the weight of 13 gazes. He began to talk. He told them about Fenton's house, about the scar in reality, about the signature he'd recognized. He described the shade of Alaric stone, the gasps that rippled through the council at that name told him he'd struck a nerve, and relayed the tortured spirit's warning. The 3rd seal. Godric's Hollow. The architect's emergence. When he finished, silence hung over the chamber like a shroud. "You're certain it was stone?" The speaker was Researcher Vex, head of the Death Chamber Division, their voice trembling slightly. "Alaric Stone has been confirmed dead for 4 centuries. He's not dead. He's trapped between states of existence, bound to the architect's will, forced to act as their instrument." Harry kept his voice level. "The murders aren't random violence. They're targeted eliminations. Everyone who died knew something dangerous about the architect or the Veil. Including Talbot," Aurora said grimly. "He was researching pre-Veil dimensional theory. Specifically, the original construction." Another council member leaned forward, Researcher Chen, Harry recognized, from the Prophecy Division. "You said the shade mentioned Godric's Hollow. The 3rd seal. What do you think that means?" "I don't know yet. But I intend to find out." "Absolutely not." The interruption came from Researcher Blackwood, a severe woman who headed the Time Division and had never approved of Harry's clearance level. "This child has already exceeded his operational authority. The information he's gathered should be analyzed by qualified researchers, not Researcher Blackwood." Croker's voice cut through like a blade. "Harry Potter has level 10 clearance. His operational authority is exceeded only by this council. You will address him accordingly." Blackwood's face twisted, but she fell silent. "The question before us," Croker continued, "is not whether to proceed, but how. The architect, if that is indeed what we're facing, represents a threat beyond anything in our contingency planning. We believed them permanently imprisoned. We were wrong. We should seal the Veil entirely." This from Researcher Vex, predictably. "Collapse the dimensional interface. Whatever is on the other side, cannot be contained that way." Harry spoke before he could stop himself, drawing surprised looks from around the chamber. "The architect didn't create just the Veil. According to what Stone told me, there are seals, multiple points where the barriers between dimensions were reinforced. The Veil is the most visible, but it's not the only weak point. And you know this how, exactly?" Blackwood's voice dripped suspicion. Harry hesitated. He hadn't told anyone about his direct contact with the architect, about the vision in the death chamber, the voice that had spoken inside his mind. Aurora would understand. Croker might. But this council, with its factions and paranoia. "The shade was fragmenting when it delivered the information," he said carefully. But it was clear that Godric's Hollow has significance. Something is there, something connected to whatever the architect is planning. Godric's Hollow is also where you were marked. Croker's voice was soft but penetrating. Where the killing curse failed to kill you. Where your power first manifested. Yes. An interesting coincidence. I don't believe in coincidences. Not anymore. The council deliberated for another hour, voices rising and falling in arguments that Harry followed with growing impatience. Factions formed and dissolved, those who wanted to lock down the department and study the problem, those who wanted to launch immediate strikes against potential architect infrastructure, those who wanted to pretend nothing had happened and hope the problem resolved itself. In the end, Croker made the decision. Harry Potter will continue his investigation with expanded parameters. He is authorized to pursue any leads related to the architect, the seals, or the dimensional breach. Resources will be made available as requested. A pause. Additionally, I am invoking Protocol 17. Shocked silence. Even Harry didn't know what Protocol 17 was, it was apparently classified above his clearance. Director, Researcher Chen said carefully, Protocol 17 hasn't been activated since, I'm aware of the history. The protocol stands. This council is bound by it. Chen subsided, though their expression suggested deep unease. This session is concluded. Croker rose, and the other council members rose with them. Harry, remain. We have matters to discuss privately. The council filed out in silence, leaving Harry alone with Croker and Aurora. The chamber felt different without the weight of 13 suspicious gazes, smaller, somehow, and more honest. Croker's formal demeanor cracked slightly, revealing the person Harry had known for 7 years. You didn't tell them everything. It wasn't a question. No. Harry met their gaze steadily. The architect contacted me directly. Through the veil. They spoke to me. Aurora swore softly. Croker simply nodded, as if confirming a suspicion. What did they say? They claimed responsibility for my creation. Said I was designed, prepared, that everything from my parents' death to my rescue was part of their plan. Harry's voice remained steady through sheer force of will. They want me to join them. To help tear down the barriers between dimensions. And will you? The question hung in the air. Harry looked at Croker, at the person who had saved him, raised him, shaped him into something capable of surviving, and felt a surge of emotion he rarely allowed himself. You know the answer to that. I need to hear you say it. No. I will not join them. I will not help them. Harry's hands clenched at his sides. Whatever they made me to be, I am not their weapon. I belong to myself. Something shifted in Croker's hidden features. Relief, perhaps. Or pride. Good. Because what I'm about to tell you will test that conviction. They gestured, and the air before them shimmered, revealing an image that made Harry's breath catch. A prophecy sphere. Familiar in design, he'd seen thousands in the Hall of Prophecies, but this one was different. Darker. The mist inside swirled with colors that shouldn't exist, patterns that made his dimensional senses sing with recognition. This prophecy was made before the department's founding, Croker said. Before the ministry. Before Hogwarts itself. It's been in our keeping since we first organized, passed down through generations of directors, never shared with the full council. What does it say? Croker touched the sphere, and a voice emerged, ancient, genderless, terrible in its certainty. When the walker between worlds is born of death's touch, when the prisoner stirs in their cage of light, then shall the choice be made, to seal forever, or to shatter eternal. The child of two deaths shall hold the key, and in their choosing, all fates shall turn. The voice faded. Harry stood frozen, the words reverberating through his consciousness. The walker between worlds, he said finally. That's me. We believe so. The prophecy predates you by 3,000 years, but its conditions match your situation precisely. Croker's voice was gentle. You are the child of two deaths, the death of your parents and the death you should have suffered. You walk between dimensions. And the prisoner, the architect. Yes. Harry absorbed this. Another prophecy. Another destiny laid out before his birth, demanding he follow a path someone else had chosen. You said there was a choice. To seal or to shatter. The prophecy doesn't say which is correct. Only that you will choose. Croker reached out, touching Harry's shoulder, a rare gesture of physical contact. I wanted you to know this before you continued your investigation. The weight you carry is greater than I've let you believe. You deserve the truth. The truth. Harry laughed, but there was no humor in it. I'm beginning to wonder if I'll ever know what that actually means. The Auror offices were subdued when Harry returned the next morning, still wearing his Marcus Webb identity like an ill-fitting coat. Word of Talbot's death hadn't reached the DMLE, officially, anyway, but Tonks and Shacklebolt both seemed warier than before. Something had changed overnight, and they'd felt the ripples even if they couldn't identify the source. You disappeared, Tonks said flatly when he entered the conference room. For 16 hours. No contact, no check-in. That's not how cooperation works. I apologize. The information I gathered required consultation with specialists. Harry took his seat, projecting calm he didn't feel. I have new leads. The investigation needs to expand. Expand how? Shacklebolt's voice was cautious. Godric's Hollow. I need to examine the site where the Potters died. Both Aurors went still. The name carried weight in the wizarding world, site of Voldemort's first defeat, memorial to the boy who lived, symbol of hope and tragedy intertwined. That's not a crime scene, Tonks said slowly. It's a historical monument. Protected site, restricted access. The wards alone, the wards are precisely what I need to examine. Harry leaned forward, projecting the kind of earnest intensity that made people want to help him. I believe the Potter deaths are connected to our current murders. The magical signature I identified at Fenton's house, it has resonances that predate the modern era. Godric's Hollow is the key. Connected how? Shacklebolt asked. The Potters died fighting you-know-who. That's documented. Witnessed. The Dark Lord himself, Voldemort, was a puppet. The words escaped before Harry could stop them. Too much truth, too directly stated. He backtracked quickly. I mean, there's evidence suggesting he was influenced by forces he didn't understand. His actions that night may have served purposes beyond his own agenda. The Aurors exchanged looks. Harry could see the calculation in their eyes, the recognition that he knew things they didn't, the wariness of someone operating from a position of hidden authority. We'll need approval from Director Bones, Shacklebolt said finally. Access to Godric's Hollow isn't within our operational scope. Then get the approval. I'll wait. He didn't have to wait long. Whatever strings Croker had pulled overnight, Director Amelia Bones apparently owed favors to people who could call them in without explanation. Within 2 hours, Harry had authorization to enter the protected site, along with explicit instructions to report anything he found directly to the DMLE. Instructions he had no intention of following, but that was a problem for later. The journey to Godric's Hollow was longer than it needed to be. Tonks and Shacklebolt insisted on apparition in stages, checking for surveillance at each point, paranoid in ways that suggested they'd learned caution the hard way. Harry didn't argue. Their caution bought him time to think. Godric's Hollow. He'd never been there, though Aurora had offered to take him several times over the years. The place where his parents died, where his life changed forever, where the architect's plan had crystallized into action. He'd avoided it not out of fear but from a sense that the timing wasn't right. That when he finally visited, it should mean something. Now, it seemed, the time had come. The village emerged from the winter landscape like something out of a painting. Stone cottages with thatched roofs, a church spire rising against gray skies, cobblestone streets that wound between buildings old enough to remember when magic and mundane life were one and the same. It was beautiful. It was ordinary. It made something in Harry's chest ache for reasons he couldn't name. "The Potter cottage is at the edge of the village," Shacklebolt said quietly. "The damage was never repaired, the site was preserved as a memorial. There are wards preventing Muggles from approaching." "I know." Harry had studied the schematics, the ward analysis, the detailed reports compiled over a decade of maintenance. "I need to enter the property alone." "Absolutely not." Tonks's voice was sharp. "Our authorization is conditional on supervision. Your authorization covers the village. Mine covers the site itself." Harry produced a document that Croker had provided, official-looking, bearing seals that the Aurors couldn't possibly verify. "I'll be inside for approximately 1 hour. You can monitor from the perimeter." Shacklebolt studied the document, his expression unreadable. Finally, he nodded. 1 hour. "If you're not out by then, we're coming in." "Fair enough." The walk to the cottage was longer than the map suggested. Harry felt the wards as he approached, layers of protection, some ministry standard, some older and stranger. They pressed against his senses, probing, questioning. He let them feel his department clearance. The pressure eased. The cottage itself was a ruin, walls collapsed inward, roof long gone to weather and time. Snow dusted the exposed beams, softening the devastation, making it look almost peaceful. A sign had been erected at the gate, covered in messages from visitors, condolences, thanks, declarations of love for people who had died before Harry could remember their faces. He passed through the gate and felt something shift. The memorial wards were surface level, designed to preserve the ruin and prevent interference. But beneath them, buried deep, was something else. Something that resonated with the signature he'd found at Fenton's house, with the wrongness he'd sensed in the death chamber. The third seal. It was here. Harry moved through the ruins carefully, following the resonance deeper into the wreckage. The cottage had been larger than it appeared from outside, rooms that extended into spaces that shouldn't exist, passages that bent in directions his ordinary senses couldn't track. He found the entrance in what had been the nursery. The room where he'd nearly died. Where his mother had sacrificed herself. Where the killing curse had rebounded and changed everything. The floor here was different, stone instead of wood, covered in dust and debris but unmistakably intentional. Symbols had been carved into the surface, worn by time but still visible. Harry recognized some of them from department archives. Others were older, predating any magical tradition he knew. He knelt, brushing away the dust, and felt the seal beneath his fingers. It was similar to the veil but inverted, where the veil was a door, designed to be opened, this was a lock, designed to hold something shut. Power thrummed through the stone, ancient and vast, struggling against, what? Harry closed his eyes and let his perception expand. The seal appeared before him as a lattice of light, intricate beyond human design. It had been created to reinforce the barriers between dimensions, to prevent the kind of emergence the architect was planning. And it was failing. Cracks ran through the structure, some old and stable, others fresh and growing. Someone was deliberately weakening it, the same someone who had killed Fenton and the others, whose work served the architect's will. Stone. Alaric stone, the trapped shade, still following orders even after 600 years. But there was something else here too. Something the shade hadn't mentioned. The seal wasn't just defensive, it was anchored to something physical. Something hidden beneath the ruins. Harry pressed deeper, following the anchor, and found a vault. Carved into bedrock beneath the cottage, sealed with protections that made the surface wards look like children's toys. Inside, he could sense objects. Artifacts. Knowledge, crystallized into physical form. The architect's research. Their original work, from before their imprisonment. Hidden here by whoever had stopped them, kept safe as insurance against their return. Harry needed to get inside that vault. He was so focused on the seal that he almost didn't sense the approach until it was too late. Magic. Hostile. Familiar in a way that made his stomach drop. He threw himself sideways just as the curse struck the place he'd been kneeling. Stone exploded, fragments tearing through the air, and Harry rolled into a crouch with his wand already firing. His counter-curse met a shield that absorbed the impact without effort. Through the dust and debris, a figure emerged, hooded, robed, moving with the liquid grace of someone who had trained for combat longer than Harry had been alive. Impressive reflexes. The voice was feminine, cultured, carrying an accent Harry couldn't place. Most targets never see me coming. You're not Stone. Harry kept his wand raised, circling slowly. Who are you? Someone who was sent to finish what the Shade could not. The woman didn't attack, she was studying him, measuring. The architect was very specific. The seal must fall. And you, young walker, you must choose your side. I've already chosen. Have you? She tilted her head, and Harry caught a glimpse of features beneath the hood, beautiful, sharp, ageless in a way that suggested centuries of experience. You've barely begun to understand what you are. The architect offers knowledge beyond anything your precious department possesses. The secrets of creation itself. I've heard the pitch. Harry's voice was flat. Not interested. Pity. She raised her hand, and the air between them rippled. Then you'll simply have to die. The battle that followed was unlike anything Harry had experienced. The woman, assassin, agent, whatever she was, fought with magic that operated on principles he didn't recognize. Dimensional displacement, the technique that had killed the others, but refined to a combat application. She could shift parts of herself between realities, making her nearly impossible to hit. She could push parts of him out of existence, forcing Harry to counter with his own dimensional abilities. They traded attacks through the ruins of the cottage, reality tearing and healing around them as their powers clashed. Harry was faster, younger, operating on instinct developed through years of training. But she was experienced, precise, utterly ruthless. You have such potential, she said during a momentary lull, neither of them willing to commit to a final exchange. The architect sees it. Why do you resist? Because I've seen what serving them does to people. Harry thought of Stone, of the tortured Shade bound by 6 centuries of compelled obedience. You're a slave, whether you know it or not. I am chosen. Anger flickered in her voice, the first genuine emotion she'd shown. I was dying when they found me. Trapped in a dimensional fold for 300 years. They freed me. Gave me purpose. They gave you orders. That's not the same thing. Her response was a curse that would have torn his existence apart if it had connected. Harry barely dodged, feeling the edge of the attack graze his consciousness, threatening to scatter his sense of self across a dozen realities. He retaliated with everything he had. The power that lived inside him, the gift or curse that let him walk between worlds, surged up in response to his need. He didn't just throw magic at his opponent, he shifted, stepping sideways into the space between dimensions, seeing the world from an angle that no human was supposed to perceive. From here, the assassin was visible in a different way. He could see the threads that connected her to the architect, chains of obligation and power that bound her as surely as Stone was bound. He could see the cracks in her existence where her 3 centuries in the fold had damaged her. He could see how to win. Harry reached out and pulled. The chains connecting her to the architect resisted, but Harry was stronger here, in this between space that was his natural element. He didn't break the connection, that would require power he didn't have, but he twisted it, feeding back the compulsion, turning her own binding against her. The assassin screamed. It was a terrible sound, full of rage and betrayal and something that might have been relief. She collapsed to the ground, the fight draining out of her as the twisted binding paralyzed her limbs. Harry stepped back into normal reality, gasping from the effort, and found her staring up at him with eyes that held something new. Fear. And underneath it, hope. You could free me. Her voice was barely a whisper. If you're strong enough to do that, you could break the binding entirely. Maybe. Harry knelt beside her, keeping his wand ready. But first you're going to tell me everything you know about the architect's plan. If I do that, they'll punish me. The pain, you can't imagine. I can help you. But not if you're hiding things from me. The assassin, this woman who had been ready to kill him moments ago, closed her eyes. When she opened them, her expression had changed. Resigned. Desperate. Human in a way she hadn't been during their fight. My name is Elena Voss. I was an unspeakable once, long ago, before the current ministry, before the world changed. I studied under the architect before their imprisonment. I believed in their vision. What changed? I realized what their vision would cost. Elena's voice cracked. They don't want to merge realities because they care about magic or progress. They want to merge realities because they're dying in the between space. 3,000 years of isolation has damaged them in ways nothing can repair. They need to escape or cease to exist. Harry absorbed this. It changed the picture. The architect wasn't just a cosmic force pursuing some abstract goal. They were desperate. Cornered. Willing to destroy everything because the alternative was their own obliteration. The seals, he said. How many are there? 7 originally. 3 have already fallen. This one, the Godric's hollow seal, was the 4th. If they can break it, they'll have enough weakness in the barriers to begin forcing through. And the murders? Each victim was a guardian. Not officially, they didn't know their role, but their bloodlines were connected to the seals. Killing them weakens the anchor points. Elena's eyes were wet now, tears tracking down her face. I've killed 17 people in the last century. All of them innocent. All of them necessary. For the architect's freedom. For my own survival. The binding, if I disobey, I die. Worse than die. I cease to have ever existed. She reached out, grasping Harry's arm with desperate strength. But you changed something. When you twisted the connection, I felt a gap. A possibility. Harry looked at her and made a decision that would have horrified the council. I'm going to take you somewhere safe. People who might be able to help. He helped her to her feet, feeling how weak she'd become, the twisted binding draining her reserves. But you need to understand, if this is a trick, if you're leading me into a trap, it's not. Elena met his eyes steadily. I've been the architect's weapon for 300 years. I want to be something else. Harry nodded slowly. Then let's get you out of here. We have a lot to talk about. The safe house was one of the department's most secure facilities, a pocket dimension accessible only to those with the highest clearance. Harry brought Elena there directly, bypassing the council, bypassing even Croker. He knew he was taking a risk. Elena could be lying, could be exactly the trap she'd denied being. But something in her eyes, that desperate hope, that relief at the possibility of freedom, rang true. Besides, she had information he needed. Information worth the risk. Aurora met them at the safe house entrance, her expression cycling through surprise, suspicion, and something that might have been grudging respect. You brought a hostile combatant to a secure facility without authorization. Her voice was flat. She's not hostile. Not anymore. Harry guided Elena to a chair, watching as the former assassin collapsed into it with obvious exhaustion. She's been bound to the architect for 3 centuries. I managed to disrupt the connection, temporarily. We need to make it permanent. And you trust her because she gave me information she could have withheld. Because I saw the binding, Aurora. It's not loyalty, it's slavery. Harry met his mentor's eyes. I know what that feels like. Being trapped. having no choices. If there's any chance she's genuine, Aurora's expression softened slightly. She looked at Elena, really looked, and something shifted in her assessment. Tell me about the architect, she said, pulling up a chair. Everything. Starting from the beginning. Elena talked. She described the early days, when the architect had been a brilliant researcher pushing the boundaries of magical knowledge. The discoveries they'd made, the realization that magic itself was dying, that the barriers between dimensions were strangling it. The desperate plan to tear down those barriers and restore magic to its primal, unlimited state. She described the war that followed, other unspeakables, horrified by the implications, banding together to stop the architect. The creation of the seals, reinforcing natural barrier points to prevent emergence. The final battle, where the architect was forced through their own creation into the space between worlds. And she described what had happened since. The architect didn't accept imprisonment, Elena said. They've spent 3,000 years pushing against the barriers, manipulating events in our world, preparing for their return. Every major magical conflict, the Goblin rebellions, the international secrecy crisis, the rise of dark lords like Grindelwald and Voldemort, they've had a hand in all of it. To what end? Aurora asked. Chaos weakens the seals. Strong negative emotions, mass death, magical warfare, these things create resonance that damages the barriers. Elena's voice was hollow. The Dark Lord who killed Harry's parents, he was a tool. The architect guided his development, fed his obsession with immortality, pointed him toward the Potter specifically. Harry felt cold spread through his chest. He'd known the architect claimed responsibility, but hearing it confirmed, hearing the scope of manipulation laid out so starkly, was something else entirely. Why the Potters? He asked, keeping his voice steady. What made them significant? Your mother was a guardian. She didn't know it, but her bloodline was connected to the Godric's hollow seal. Killing her would have weakened the anchor. Elena looked at Harry with something like pity. But the curse rebounded. Instead of dying, you absorbed something, power from between dimensions. The architect didn't plan for that. So I'm an accident. You're an opportunity. What you became, your ability to walk between worlds naturally, it makes you uniquely suited to breach the barriers entirely. If the architect can convince you to help them or compel you the way they compelled me, they'd have their key. Harry finished the thought. Someone who can open doors they've been trying to break for 3 millennia. Yes. Silence fell over the safe house. Aurora was processing, Harry could see, fitting pieces together, re-evaluating everything she knew. The remaining seals, she said finally. Where are they? I only know some locations. The Godric's hollow seal, the one Harry interrupted me from destroying. There's one beneath Hogwarts, connected to the chamber Slytherin built. Another in the depths of the department itself, woven into the Veil's foundation. The others. Elena shook her head. The architect keeps secrets even from their servants. We need to protect them. All of them. Aurora stood, already planning. I'll coordinate with the director. Harry, I need to go back to Godric's Hollow. There's a vault beneath the ruins. Something the architect's enemies hid there after the original war. Harry rose as well. If we're going to stop this, we need their research. We need to understand what we're actually fighting. And the assassin? Elena stays here. Under guard, but comfortable. If she's genuine, she's an asset we can't afford to lose. If she's not. Harry looked at Elena, who met his gaze without flinching. Then she's in the one place where she can't do any damage. Aurora nodded reluctantly. You're taking a lot on faith here. Faith isn't the right word. Harry moved toward the exit. Call it calculated risk. Call it necessity. We're running out of time, and conventional approaches aren't going to cut it. He left before Aurora could argue further. The return to Godric's Hollow was quiet. Harry approached the ruins alone this time. He'd left Tonks and Shacklebolt at the village, citing ongoing danger and need for perimeter security. They hadn't been happy, but his authorization still held weight. The seal was where he'd left it, still weakened but intact. Harry knelt beside it, studying the cracks, looking for patterns. There. A flaw in the design, not original, but created by centuries of subtle attacks. The architect had been patient, applying pressure at key points, gradually undermining the structure. But they hadn't found the vault. Harry pressed his palms against the stone, extended his senses into the seal, and pushed. Not to weaken it, to understand it. He traced the lattice of power, followed the anchor points, mapped the architecture until he found what he was looking for. A keyhole. Hidden in the seal itself. The vault had been designed to open only when the seal recognized its guardian's bloodline. His mother's bloodline. His bloodline. Harry reached for the key with something that wasn't quite magic, the dimensional sense that let him perceive the spaces between reality. He shaped it, compressed it, formed it into something that would fit the lock he'd found. The seal recognized him. Not just his bloodline, his nature. The thing that had been created when the killing curse mixed with his infant magic, when he'd walked between worlds at age 4, when he'd become something unprecedented. The vault opened. The space beneath the ruins was larger than it had any right to be. Stone walls stretched into darkness, lit by phosphorescent crystals that had been waiting 3,000 years for someone to return. Shelves lined the chamber, filled with artifacts and documents and devices that Harry's trained eye recognized as impossibly ancient. But it was the center of the room that drew his attention. A pedestal. A sphere of light. A presence that felt almost alive. Harry approached carefully, every sense alert for traps. The sphere pulsed as he drew near, patterns swirling within it like thoughts too fast to follow. You came. The voice was in his head, not the architect, something different. Older. Sadder. We hoped you would, but so many years have passed. We feared you'd been lost entirely. Who are you? We were the ones who stopped the architect. We sealed ourselves here, along with everything we knew, waiting for the walker to come. The sphere brightened, and Harry caught glimpses of faces within it, dozens of them, hundreds, ancient unspeakables who had sacrificed everything to imprison a madman. We are the memory of what was done. The record of how to do it again. You've been here for 3,000 years. Time moves differently in this space. For us, it has been only moments. The sphere pulsed again, and Harry felt information pressing against his consciousness, vast amounts of knowledge, waiting to be absorbed. We can give you what you need. The techniques to reinforce the seals. The methods to counter the architect's dimensional magic. The truth about what you are and what you might become. Why me? Because you are the prophecy's child. Because you walk between worlds as easily as others walk between rooms. Because the architect made you to be their key, but keys can lock as well as open. Harry considered the offer. Accept what these ancient spirits offered, and he might gain the power to stop the architect permanently. Refuse, and he'd be facing a 3,000-year-old enemy with nothing but instinct and improvisation. It wasn't really a choice. Do it, he said. The sphere exploded. Not violently, it expanded, enveloping Harry in light and knowledge and the accumulated wisdom of 100 unspeakables who had given their existences to preserve this moment. He felt them flowing into him, their memories and skills and understanding becoming part of his consciousness. He saw the original war. The architect's brilliance and madness. The desperate measures taken to stop them. He saw the seals being constructed, not just physical anchors, but metaphysical locks that drew power from the Guardian's bloodlines. He understood why his mother's death had mattered, why his survival had been both catastrophe and opportunity. He saw the truth about himself. The killing curse hadn't just failed, it had been redirected. His mother's protection, combined with the architect's dimensional engineering, had channeled the curse's power into reshaping Harry's magical core. He'd become a bridge between realities, capable of existing in the between space without losing himself. The architect needed him to open the final barrier. But he could also use that same power to close it forever. When the light faded, Harry stood alone in the vault, changed in ways he was only beginning to understand. The ancient spirits were gone, dissipated, their purpose fulfilled. But their knowledge remained, integrated into his consciousness, waiting to be used. He knew how to reinforce the seals. He knew how to counter the architect's techniques. And he knew, finally, exactly what was coming, and what it would cost to stop it. Daphne Greengrass was not having a good evening. The family's solicitor had arrived with news that Gringotts wanted to review certain vault contents, something to do with a murdered cursebreaker and an ongoing investigation. Her father had been furious, her mother withdrawn, her little sister Astoria sent to bed early so she wouldn't witness the argument that followed. And now a stranger was standing in their drawing room, claiming to be from the ministry and asking questions that cut far too close to family secrets. "I don't care what your documentation says." Daphne kept her voice steady despite her fury. "The Greengrass family does not discuss private matters with government representatives. If you have official questions, direct them to our solicitor. Miss Greengrass." The stranger, young, dark-haired, moving with a controlled precision that set off every warning instinct she possessed, met her gaze with infuriating calm. "I'm not here to investigate your family. I'm here because your family may be in danger." "From what?" "The ministry's ongoing harassment of pure-blood houses." "From something far older." The stranger stepped closer, and Daphne fought the urge to retreat. There was something about him, an intensity, a presence, that made the room feel smaller. "Your family carries a bloodline curse. Surely you're aware of this." Daphne's composure cracked slightly. The curse was the Greengrass family's deepest shame, hidden from all but their closest allies. How did this stranger know? "I don't know what you're talking about." "You do. And I know you've been researching solutions, consulting with the murdered cursebreaker, reaching out to sources your parents wouldn't approve of." The stranger's voice softened slightly. "I'm not here to judge that. I'm here because the person responsible for creating your family's curse is trying to break free of a very old prison. And your family's bloodline is part of what's keeping them contained. That's insane. That's reality. The difference between the two is less clear than you'd like to believe." Daphne studied him, really studied, looking past the bland ministry facade to the person underneath. Young, but not in a way that suggested inexperience. Confident, but not arrogant. And his eyes. His eyes were strange. Deep in ways they shouldn't be for someone his age. "Who are you?" she asked. "Really? Not the cover identity." He hesitated. A calculation happening behind those two deep eyes. "Someone who was supposed to die when he was very young," he said finally. "Someone who was saved and trained to deal with exactly this kind of threat. Someone who needs allies, and who thinks you might be one of them." "Based on what?" "We've just met. Based on the fact that you're still talking to me instead of calling for your father. Based on the fact that you're more worried about your sister's curse than your family's reputation. Based on," he paused, something flickering in his expression, "based on the fact that I know what it's like to be trapped by circumstances you didn't choose. And I can see that same awareness in you." Daphne felt something shift inside her. Not trust, she wasn't naive enough for that. But, recognition. This stranger understood something about her that most people missed. "My sister is dying," she said quietly. "The curse takes someone every generation. Astoria has maybe 10 years. I've been trying to find a cure since I was old enough to understand what was happening. The curse was designed to harvest specific magical qualities. Your bloodline was connected to one of the seals, the ones keeping a very dangerous entity imprisoned." The stranger sat without waiting for invitation, as if the formal rules of pure blood interaction simply didn't apply to him. Breaking the curse might be possible, but it would require understanding the underlying dimensional mechanics. That's my specialty. Your specialty. Daphne remained standing, maintaining whatever advantage height gave her. And what would you want in return? Information. Your family has records going back centuries. Some of them might contain details about the seals, about the entity that created your curse. I need that knowledge to stop what's coming. And if I help you, you'll help Astoria. I'll try. No guarantees, the magic involved is incredibly complex. But I have resources and knowledge that no one else can offer. Daphne weighed her options. This stranger was clearly operating outside normal ministry channels. His knowledge of the curse suggested connections to information sources that should be impossible to access. And his offer. Her family had tried everything. Healers, curse breakers, dark rituals her parents thought she didn't know about. Nothing had worked. Nothing had even come close. If this stranger could save Astoria. What's your name? She asked. Your real name. If we're going to work together, I need something true. He hesitated again. Longer this time. I have a lot of names. The one I was born with is Harry. Harry Potter. Daphne's world tilted. Harry Potter. The boy who lived. The symbol of hope for an entire generation, mourned for 10 years, believed dead. Sitting in her drawing room, asking for her help. You're supposed to be dead, she heard herself say. A lot of people believe a lot of things. Harry Potter smiled, and it transformed his face, not warmth exactly, but something real underneath the controlled exterior. The truth is usually more complicated. Daphne sat down. Her legs weren't entirely reliable anymore. Tell me everything, she said. And don't leave anything out. The next 3 hours were the strangest of Daphne's life. Harry Potter talked, and she listened, and the world she thought she knew crumbled around her. The Department of Mysteries. The architect. The seals, the murders, the dimensional barriers that were slowly failing. Her family's curse, not random misfortune but deliberate engineering, part of a 3,000-year plan to free a cosmic entity from its prison. It was insane. It was impossible. It explained everything. My mother's cousin was one of the victims, Daphne said when he finally paused. Margaret Hornby. We weren't close, but she consulted on Astoria's condition several times. She believed the curse had dimensional components, magic that didn't belong in normal reality. She was right. The curse essentially pushes part of the victim's existence into the between space, feeding the architect's prison. Harry's voice was clinical, but his eyes held something like sympathy. Breaking it would require severing that connection without killing the victim in the process. Is that possible? I don't know yet. I've gained some knowledge that might help, but theory and practice are different things. Daphne processed this. Hope and fear warred in her chest, hope that finally, after years of searching, someone might have answers, and fear that those answers would prove just as useless as everything else. What do you need from my family's records? Anything related to the seal beneath Hogwarts. Your family has connections to Slytherin's line. The chamber he built was constructed around one of the original anchor points. If I can understand how that seal works, I might be able to reinforce it before the architect's servants can destroy it. The Chamber of Secrets. Daphne's voice went flat. That's a myth. It's not. And neither is the basilisk that guards it. Basilisk. Of course there was a basilisk. I'll need time to search the archives, Daphne said. My parents keep certain records locked away, things they don't think I should see. But I can access them. How? Because I've been sneaking into those archives since I was 8 years old. Daphne allowed herself a small smile. My parents underestimate me. Most people do. Harry studied her with that too deep gaze, and something in his expression shifted. Respect, perhaps. Or recognition of a kindred spirit. I'll be in touch, he said, rising. The investigation is ongoing. I'm supposed to be cooperating with orders from the DMLE. Maintaining cover is essential for now. And when the cover isn't enough anymore, then we'll do whatever is necessary. Harry moved toward the window, pausing at the frame. Miss Greengrass, Daphne. If we're going to be allies, use my name. Daphne. He tested the word like it was foreign territory. Thank you. For listening. For being willing to help. I'm helping because you might save my sister. Don't read more into it than that. I wouldn't dream of it. He was gone before she could respond, slipping through the window with an ease that suggested long practice at unconventional exits. Daphne stood in the empty drawing room, processing everything she'd learned. Harry Potter was alive. An ancient entity was trying to break free from dimensional prison. Her family's curse might be connected to forces she couldn't begin to understand. And somehow, impossibly, she had become part of a conflict that would decide the fate of reality itself. Wonderful, she muttered to herself. Just wonderful. She went to find the family archives. The Aurors were not happy with Harry's disappearance. He found them at the village perimeter, Tonks pacing furiously while Shacklebolt maintained his characteristic calm with visible effort. 3 hours, Tonks snapped as soon as he emerged from the darkness. 3 hours with no contact, no updates, nothing. We were about to call in a full response team. I apologize. The investigation revealed complications. Harry kept his voice calm, projecting the confidence of someone who knew exactly what they were doing. The site at Godric's Hollow contained more than expected. I needed time to process what I found. And what did you find? Harry considered how much to share. The truth was too vast, too dangerous for casual revelation. But Tonks and Shacklebolt had earned some measure of trust, they'd backed his play even when they didn't understand it. Evidence that the murders are connected to a threat far larger than we realized, he said. I've identified the organization responsible. They're pursuing an agenda that goes back centuries. What organization? Shacklebolt's voice was sharp. I can't give you details yet. Not because I don't trust you, because the information itself is dangerous. Knowing too much makes you a target. Tonks's expression cycled through frustration to resignation. You're pulling rank. I'm protecting you. There's a difference. Is there? Harry met her gaze steadily. My assignment is to solve these murders. That requires me to pursue leads that lead into classified territory. I'm not trying to cut you out, I'm trying to keep the investigation moving without getting people killed. Including us. Especially you. You've been fair with me. That matters. The tension stretched for a long moment. Then Shacklebolt nodded slowly. We'll give you rope. For now. But if this starts to look like you're running your own operation without regard for DMLE protocols, you'll do what you have to do. I understand. They operate back to London in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Harry's mind raced through possibilities and plans, the vault's knowledge still integrating into his consciousness, Elena's information reshaping his understanding, Daphne's potential as an ally opening new strategic options. The architect was preparing to emerge. The seals were failing. And Harry was running out of time to figure out how to stop it. The department was quiet when Harry finally returned. Late night quiet, the corridors dimmed, the usual bustle of research and activity reduced to skeleton crews monitoring essential functions. Harry moved through familiar halls, feeling the building's awareness brush against his consciousness like a greeting. Croker was waiting in the briefing room. You've been busy. The director's voice carried no judgment, only curiosity. I felt it when you accessed the vault. The ancient spirits, they've been waiting for someone worthy. You must have impressed them. They gave me their knowledge. All of it. Harry sat heavily, suddenly exhausted. I understand the seals now. How they work, how to reinforce them, how the architect has been weakening them for millennia. That's valuable intelligence. It's more than that. The spirits told me the truth about what I am. About what the architect created when they engineered my survival. Harry met Croker's hidden gaze. I'm not just a walker between worlds. I'm a potential key to the barriers themselves. If the architect can control me, truly control me, they don't need to destroy the seals. They can use me to open the barriers from this side. Silence. Croker absorbed this information with characteristic stillness. And what happens if you refuse to be used? Then I become the opposite. A lock instead of a key. Someone who can reinforce the barriers permanently, seal the architect away forever. At what cost? Harry hesitated. This was the part he hadn't wanted to face, the knowledge the ancient spirits had given him alongside everything else. To seal the barriers permanently, I would have to merge with them. Become part of the dimensional structure itself. His voice was steady, but inside he felt cold. I would cease to exist as Harry Potter. I would become something else. Something that exists only to maintain the separation between realities. Croker was quiet for a long time. That's not an acceptable outcome. It may be the only outcome. Harry's hands clenched on the table. The spirits showed me the original war. The architect was too powerful to destroy, that's why they were imprisoned instead of killed. If I can't find another way, then we find another way. Croker's voice carried an edge Harry had rarely heard. I didn't raise you for 7 years to watch you sacrifice yourself at 11. There are always alternatives. The question is whether we have enough time to discover them. Harry nodded slowly. He wanted to believe that, wanted to trust that Croker's confidence was more than wishful thinking. But the spirit's knowledge weighed heavily on him. They had tried everything, 3,000 years ago. In the end, sacrifice had been the only option. I need to reinforce the remaining seals, he said. Starting with the one beneath Hogwarts. If we can stabilize the barrier structure, we buy time to find alternatives. The Hogwarts seal will be difficult. Dumbledore controls access to most of the castle. Then we need to bring him in. Partially, at least. He has resources and knowledge we lack. Croker considered this. You're suggesting we trust Albus Dumbledore with information about an entity that predates the Ministry, threatens the fabric of reality, and has been manipulating magical history for millennia. I'm suggesting we need allies. Dumbledore made mistakes with me, I know that better than anyone. But he's powerful, brilliant, and genuinely wants to protect the wizarding world. Harry leaned forward. Right now, we can't afford to operate alone. The architect has been building their network for 3,000 years. We need to build ours in weeks. And if Dumbledore decides that your unique capabilities are too dangerous to leave uncontrolled, then I'll deal with that when it happens. Harry's voice was flat. But I don't think he will. Whatever his faults, Dumbledore believes in redemption and second chances. He'll want to help me find another way. Croker studied him for a long moment. Then they nodded slowly. Very well. I'll arrange a meeting. But Harry, the director's voice softened, be careful. Albus Dumbledore has his own agendas, his own plans. Don't let your desire for allies blind you to the possibility of manipulation. I won't. Harry rose, exhaustion settling into his bones. I've been manipulated enough for one lifetime. I'm not interested in adding to the count. He left Croker in the briefing room and made his way back to his quarters. The clock greeted him with an announcement in what might have been Proto-Celtic. Harry was too tired to translate. He collapsed onto his bed without changing clothes, staring up at the ceiling display of distant galaxies. Tomorrow, he would continue the investigation. Tomorrow, he would reach out to Dumbledore. Tomorrow, he would work on reinforcing the seals and stopping the architect's emergence. But tonight, in the quiet of his room, Harry Potter allowed himself to feel the weight of what was coming. He was 11 years old. He had been designed by a cosmic entity to serve as a key to dimensional apocalypse. And somehow, he had to find a way to become something else entirely. The ceiling showed stars that had died before Earth existed, light traveling so far that its source had vanished millennia ago. Harry watched them flicker and thought about endings. About sacrifices. About the choice that might be coming, no matter how hard he fought to avoid it. Eventually, he slept. His dreams were full of colors that shouldn't exist, voices that whispered promises, and the echo of an ancient entity laughing in the space between worlds. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, The Name Behind the Veil. The council chamber felt different the second time. Harry stood at its center, but now he carried knowledge that changed everything, the ancient spirit's wisdom integrated into his consciousness, Elena's confessions reshaping his understanding, and the growing certainty that time was running out faster than anyone wanted to admit. 13 figures watched from their obsidian seats. Croaker presided at the apex, their hidden features betraying nothing of the private conversations they'd shared. Aurora sat rigid in her position, tension visible in the set of her shoulders. The rest were masks and shadows, factions and agendas that Harry was only beginning to understand. The situation has evolved, Croaker began, their voice carrying that strange echo the chamber produced. Operative Potter has obtained intelligence that requires immediate council attention. I have authorized him to share classified material beyond his standard clearance. What you hear does not leave this room. Harry felt the weight of 13 gazes sharpen. The entity we've been tracking, the one connected to the murders, is not a rogue operative or dark wizard. Harry kept his voice level, professional. It is an unspeakable from our own history. The founder of our organization. The being we know as the architect. Silence. Then chaos. Impossible, researcher Blackwood's voice cut through the sudden murmur. The architect is a myth. A story we tell new recruits to, the architect is real. Harry didn't raise his voice, but something in his tone silenced her. They created the Death Veil 3,000 years ago as a door between dimensions. When their colleagues realized what they intended, the complete dissolution of barriers between realities, they imprisoned the architect within their own creation. You have evidence of this? Researcher Chen leaned forward, professional curiosity overriding skepticism. I have more than evidence. I have their research, their methodology, and the direct testimony of spirits who fought them. Harry gestured, and the air before him shimmered, a projection technique he'd learned from the vault's memories. Images formed, the seals, the barriers, the intricate lattice that separated dimensions. This is the structure that keeps our reality stable. 7 seals, created by the architect's enemies, reinforcing natural barrier points. 3 have already been compromised. The attacks continue. The murders, Aurora said quietly. The victims were connected to the seals. Their bloodlines were. Each seal is anchored to specific magical lineages, families who carry fragments of the original power used in their creation. Kill the anchor, weaken the seal. Harry's projection shifted, showing the web of connections. Margaret Hornby. Archibald Fenton. Theodore Vance. 3 of perhaps 24 guardians who don't even know what they're protecting. Researcher Vex spoke for the first time, their voice trembling slightly. The death chamber. The fluctuations we've been detecting, the architect pushing against their prison. They're partially emerged already, manifesting through dreams and dimensional rifts. Harry met Vex's hidden gaze. The veil is the most visible weak point, but it's not the only one. If they can destroy 4 seals, they'll have enough leverage to force complete emergence. And then? Blackwood's voice had lost its dismissive edge. Then they tear down every barrier between dimensions. Magic floods back in unlimited quantities, along with everything else that exists in the spaces between. Our reality doesn't survive the process. The council absorbed this in heavy silence. What do you propose? Croker asked, and Harry understood that this was the moment, the point where he either convinced them or lost any chance of coordinated response. 3 priorities. First, identify and protect remaining guardians. We need to get ahead of the architect's assassin before more anchors are eliminated. Second, reinforce the intact seals. I've obtained knowledge of the original construction techniques. With resources, I can strengthen what remains. Third, find a way to permanently contain or destroy the architect before they can emerge fully. You make it sound simple, Blackwood observed. It's not. But it's necessary. Another council member spoke, Researcher Graves, who headed the prophecy division. Their voice was measured, careful. You mentioned obtaining knowledge. How, precisely? Harry hesitated. This was where things got complicated. There was a vault beneath Godric's Hollow. Created by the original resistors, hidden for 3,000 years. When I accessed it, the spirits within, the preserved consciousnesses of ancient unspeakables, transferred their knowledge to me. Shocked silence. Then Blackwood laughed, a harsh, disbelieving sound. You expect us to believe that you, an 11-year-old with barely 7 years of training, somehow absorbed the collected knowledge of our founders. I expect you to verify it. Harry's voice remained steady. Test me. Ask me questions about dimensional theory, seal construction, the architect's methodology. I'll answer them. This could be contamination, another council member suggested. False memories implanted by hostile entities, the spirits weren't hostile. They were waiting. For someone with the right bloodline, the right abilities. Harry paused. For someone who could walk between dimensions without losing themselves. Someone like you, Croker said quietly. Someone exactly like me. The council debated for 2 more hours. Factions formed and dissolved with dizzying speed. Blackwood led the skeptics, arguing that Harry's knowledge was either fabricated or dangerous. Chen and Graves pushed for cautious acceptance, intrigued by the strategic possibilities. Aurora fought for immediate action, her personal investment in Harry's well-being barely contained beneath professional restraint. Through it all, Croker watched in silence. When the director finally spoke, their voice carried the weight of absolute authority. The council will implement Operative Potter's recommendations with modifications. Guardian protection will be coordinated through the External Operations Division. SEAL reinforcement will proceed under Operative Potter's direction, with oversight from Researcher Vex. The question of permanent containment will be studied by a special committee. Director, Blackwood began. This is not a debate, Researcher Blackwood. The threat is real. The timeline is accelerating. We adapt or we fail. Croker rose, and the other council members rose with them. This session is concluded. Individual briefings will follow. Operative Potter, remain. The council filed out in tense silence. Harry stayed where he was, watching their departure, reading the body language of allies and enemies. Aurora caught his eye briefly, offering a fractional nod of support before the doors sealed behind her. Alone with Croker, the formal atmosphere dissolved slightly. That went about as well as could be expected, the director said, settling back into their seat. Blackwood will cause problems, but she doesn't have the votes to obstruct effectively. She doesn't trust me. She doesn't trust anyone under the age of 50. It's not personal. Croker studied him with that hidden gaze. You performed well. The council needed to see confidence, competence, command. You provided all 3. I told them the truth. Truth delivered well. That's what matters in rooms like this. Croker's voice softened slightly. How are you holding up? The vault's knowledge, integrating that much information that quickly, it can't have been easy. Harry considered the question honestly. The ancient spirit's memories sat in his consciousness like a library he was still learning to navigate. Sometimes information surfaced unbidden, triggered by association or need. Other times, he had to search deliberately, following connections through centuries of accumulated wisdom. It's a lot. But I can handle it. Can you? Or do you believe you must? Both. They're not mutually exclusive. Croaker nodded slowly. The meeting with Dumbledore is arranged. Tomorrow morning, neutral ground, the Hog's Head in Hogsmeade. Aberforth will ensure privacy. Dumbledore's brother. Estranged, largely. But loyal when it matters. Croaker rose, moving toward the chamber's exit. Be careful, Harry. Albus Dumbledore is brilliant, powerful, and genuinely good-intentioned. He's also manipulative, secretive, and accustomed to being the most intelligent person in any room. Don't let his warmth blind you to his agenda. What is his agenda? The same as always. The greater good. The problem is that his definition of greater good isn't always the same as ours. Croaker paused at the door. Or yours. They left Harry alone in the council chamber, surrounded by obsidian and shadows and the weight of what was coming. The Hog's Head was exactly as disreputable as its reputation suggested. Harry arrived early, taking a corner table that offered clear sightlines to both exits. The pub was nearly empty, a few day drinkers nursing their sorrows, a hooded figure who might have been sleeping or dead, and the bartender who watched everything with goat-slitted eyes that suggested he wasn't entirely human. Aberforth Dumbledore. The resemblance to his brother was there if you looked, but where Albus projected scholarly warmth, Aberforth radiated gruff suspicion and simmering resentment. You're the one my brother wants to meet. It wasn't a question. I am. Humph. Aberforth set down a glass of something amber and unidentifiable. He'll be here in 10 minutes. Don't expect me to play host. I wouldn't dream of it. The old man returned to his bar, muttering about fools and errands and the general decline of wizarding society. Harry sipped his drink, butterbeer, the one safe option he'd identified on the menu, and reviewed what he knew about Albus Dumbledore. The public image was straightforward enough: greatest wizard of the age, defeater of Grindelwald, headmaster of Hogwarts, chief warlock of the Wisengamot. A figure of legendary power and wisdom, beloved by most of magical Britain. The department's files painted a more complex picture. Dumbledore had connections to dozens of organizations, official and otherwise. He'd been involved in shaping magical policy for nearly a century. And he'd made decisions, about Harry's placement with the Dursleys, about the prophecy, about the war against Voldemort, that suggested a willingness to sacrifice individuals for larger goals. The man who entered the Hog's Head matched neither image precisely. Albus Dumbledore was tall and thin, with silver hair and beard that reached his waist, dressed in robes of deep purple that should have looked ridiculous but somehow conveyed quiet authority. His eyes behind half-moon spectacles were sharp and clear, none of the doddering grandfather the public persona suggested. He spotted Harry immediately and crossed the pub with a stride that belied his apparent age. Mr. Webb, I presume. Dumbledore's voice was warm, pleasant, utterly controlled. Or should I use a different name? Harry will do. For this conversation. Something flickered in those sharp eyes, recognition, perhaps, or confirmation of a suspicion. Dumbledore seated himself across from Harry, accepting a glass of mead from Aberforth without looking away. You requested this meeting through rather unusual channels. I'll confess to considerable curiosity. I'm sure you will. Harry studied the old man, searching for tells, advantages, weaknesses. Before we begin, I need your word that nothing discussed here will be shared without mutual consent. Not with your staff, not with the ministry, not with anyone. You have my word. I need more than that. I need a magical oath. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly. You don't trust my word? I don't trust anyone's word. The stakes are too high for trust alone. For a long moment, the two of them simply looked at each other. Then Dumbledore smiled, not the twinkling grandfather smile, but something sharper, more genuine. Very well. He drew his wand, a peculiar thing that seemed to be made of elder wood. I, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, do hereby swear that I will not share information from this conversation without the mutual consent of all parties present. So mote it be. Magic flickered, binding the oath. Harry nodded, satisfied. My name is Harry Potter. I've been alive and in hiding for the past 7 years, raised by the Department of Mysteries after they removed me from my relatives' care. Whatever Dumbledore had expected, it wasn't that. His composure cracked, grief, guilt, and desperate hope cycling across his features before he could control them. Harry. The word came out rough, broken. I searched for you. For years after you vanished, I searched, I know. The department made sure you wouldn't find me. The Dursleys, the Blood Wards, I believed they would keep you safe, they nearly killed me. Harry's voice was flat, empty of accusation but laden with truth. By the time the department found me, I had 3 broken ribs, a broken nose, and years of abuse written into my bones. Your Blood Wards didn't protect me from the people inside them. Dumbledore closed his eyes. When he opened them, they were wet. I'm sorry. Those words are inadequate, I know. But I am sorry, Harry. I failed you in ways I'll never be able to repair. I don't need your apologies. Harry leaned forward slightly. I need your help. The threat we're facing, the one that's been killing people with impossible magic, it's bigger than either of us can handle alone. I'm here because we need allies, and despite everything, you're the most capable wizard I know of. What threat? Harry told him. Not everything, some details were too dangerous, too connected to department secrets that weren't his to share. But the broad strokes, the architect, the seals, the dimensional barriers. The murders that were weakening magical Britain's defenses against emergence. The timeline that was accelerating faster than anyone wanted to admit. Dumbledore listened in silence, his expression growing more troubled with each revelation. An entity that predates the Ministry, he said when Harry finished. One that created the Death Veil itself. And you believe this entity is responsible for engineering Voldemort's rise. For pointing him at my parents. For creating the circumstances that turned me into something unusual. Harry held Dumbledore's gaze. Everything you've done for the past 50 years, fighting Grindelwald, defeating Voldemort, trying to protect me, it was all part of a plan laid down 3,000 years ago. That's a difficult thing to accept. It's the truth. Whether you accept it or not doesn't change reality. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment, ancient eyes seeing things Harry couldn't guess at. You're not the boy I expected, he said finally. The child I failed, I imagined him growing up confused, perhaps angry, struggling to understand his place in a world that had used him. Instead, I find someone controlled, capable, operating at a level that most adult wizards never achieve. The department raised me well. They raised you to be a weapon. They raised me to survive. Harry's voice hardened slightly. The weapons came later, by necessity. The world isn't safe, Headmaster. It never has been. The department taught me to face that truth. And what do you face now? What truth drives you to seek my help despite everything? The architect is going to emerge. Maybe not today, maybe not this month, but soon. When they do, they'll tear down the barriers between dimensions, and everything we know will be destroyed in the process. Harry paused. There might be a way to stop them permanently. But it would require sacrifice, possibly my sacrifice. I'm looking for alternatives. Your sacrifice. I have abilities that make me uniquely suited to interact with the dimensional barriers. The architect created me to be a key, someone who could open the barriers from this side. But keys can also lock. Harry's voice remained steady through sheer force of will. If I merge with the barrier structure, become part of it, I can seal the architect away forever. But I would cease to exist as Harry Potter in the process. Dumbledore's face went pale. That's not acceptable. That's my fallback option. I'm hoping we can find something better. That's why I need you. What can I do? The seal beneath Hogwarts. It's one of the original anchor points, hidden in the chamber Slytherin built. I need access to reinforce it before the architect's servants can destroy it. The Chamber of Secrets. Dumbledore's voice was thoughtful. I've suspected its existence for decades, but never found proof. It exists. And so does the basilisk guarding it. A basilisk. Dumbledore closed his eyes briefly. Of course there's a basilisk. The seal itself is deeper than the chamber, woven into Hogwarts' foundations. I need to reach it without triggering whatever defenses Slytherin left behind. That will be challenging. The castle has its own protections, many of which I don't fully understand despite 50 years as headmaster. Dumbledore met Harry's gaze directly. But I'll help. Not as penance for my failures, though that certainly plays a role. Because what you've described, the scale of the threat, the stakes involved, demands response. I appreciate that. There's one condition. Dumbledore's voice shifted, becoming something harder than his usual warmth. Whatever happens, whatever we face, you don't sacrifice yourself without exploring every possible alternative. Promise me that, Harry. Promise me you won't throw your life away until every other option has been exhausted. Harry considered the request. It was manipulative, in its way, Dumbledore using their fragile connection to extract commitments. But it was also genuine concern, genuine care for a boy he had failed and was trying to help. I promise to try, Harry said finally. That's the best I can offer. Then it will have to be enough. Dumbledore extended his hand. Allies, then. For however long this fight requires. Harry took his hand. Allies. The department archives were a maze within a maze. Harry navigated their shifting corridors with practiced ease, following paths that changed configuration based on the researcher's clearance and intent. He was searching for historical records, anything that might reveal more about the architect's original operation, the war that imprisoned them, the seal's precise construction. The ancient spirit's knowledge was vast, but it was also 3,000 years out of date. Things had changed. The magical world had evolved. He needed contemporary intelligence to complement ancient wisdom. What he found made his blood run cold. Tucked in a corner of the restricted historical section, behind wards that recognized his elevated clearance, was a file that shouldn't have existed. It detailed research conducted over centuries, tracking the architect's influence on magical history. Research conducted by department operatives. Harry read with growing horror. The department hadn't just observed the architect's manipulations, they had occasionally facilitated them. Researchers who believed they could learn from the entity's dimensional expertise. Directors who thought they could bargain for knowledge. Unspeakables who had been corrupted, turned, made into assets for the very threat they should have been fighting. The file contained names. Dates. Connections that stretched back centuries. One name appeared more frequently than any other. Researcher Blackwood. Not the current Blackwood, her predecessor. But the family connection was clear. The Blackwood line had been involved with architect research for generations, oscillating between opposition and collaboration based on factors the file didn't fully explain. Harry closed the folder and sat in the archive's silence, thinking. The current Blackwood had been hostile during the council meeting. Suspicious of Harry's claims. Resistant to action. At the time, he'd attributed it to institutional conservatism and personal prejudice. Now he wondered if it was something more. He needed to investigate without tipping his hand. If Blackwood was compromised, if she was actively working against the effort to stop the architect, revealing his suspicions could be catastrophic. First, though, he needed to verify. The file was old, potentially incomplete, possibly even planted as disinformation. He needed someone who could investigate quietly. Someone with resources outside the department. He needed Daphne Greengrass. The message reached Daphne through channels that shouldn't have existed, a scrap of parchment that appeared in her private study, bearing words that vanished once read. Information obtained. Need your help. Same location, midnight. She considered ignoring it. The smart move would be to distance herself from whatever insanity Harry Potter had dragged her into. Focus on finding a cure for Astoria through conventional means. Pretend the world wasn't ending. But conventional means had failed for years. And if Harry was right, if her family's curse was connected to dimensional forces beyond normal magic, then he might be her only hope. She went. The safe house materialized around her as she touched the portkey Harry had provided, an impossible space hidden between moments of time. Harry was waiting, along with the woman Daphne had heard about, Elena Voss, the former assassin, looking considerably healthier than reports suggested. Thank you for coming. Harry gestured to a chair. We have a problem. Don't we always? Harry smiled slightly, the first genuine expression Daphne had seen from him. I've discovered that the Department of Mysteries has been partially compromised. Elements within the organization have been working with the architect for centuries. That seems like a significant problem. It is. I need independent investigation, someone who can trace connections outside official channels. Harry leaned forward. Your family has maintained intelligence networks since the Founder's era. I need access to those networks. Daphne considered. What Harry was asking was dangerous, exposing family assets to an outsider, even one as useful as the boy who lived. Her father would be furious if he found out. But her father wasn't the one fighting to save Astoria. What specifically do you need? Information on the Blackwood family. Particularly any connections to unusual magical research over the past few centuries. Anything that suggests collaboration with forces outside normal wizarding society. The Blackwoods. Daphne's voice was thoughtful. Old family. Traditionally isolationist, they've stayed out of most political conflicts. My grandmother used to say they were keeping their own counsel. Which could mean anything. Or nothing. They're genuinely strange, obsessed with temporal magic, largely uninterested in the power games most pureblood families play. If they've been collaborating with something, it wasn't for political advantage. Then what would they want? Daphne thought about it. The Greengrass intelligence networks were extensive, built over generations by paranoid ancestors who believed knowledge was the only true power. She had access to files her parents didn't know existed, information gathered by great-grandparents and carefully preserved. Knowledge, she said finally. The Blackwoods have always pursued knowledge for its own sake. If they collaborated with something like your architect, it was because that entity offered understanding they couldn't obtain elsewhere. That matches what I found in the department archives. Harry's expression was grim. The question is whether the current Blackwood is still part of that arrangement. I can investigate. But I'll need time, and resources. This isn't something I can do through normal channels. Whatever you need. Money, contacts, protection. I can provide it. Daphne studied him, this strange boy who spoke of cosmic threats and dimensional barriers like others discussed Quidditch scores. There was something appealing about his certainty, his competence, his refusal to pretend the world was simpler than it was. Something dangerous, too. There's a condition, she said. Whatever I find, whatever connections I uncover, you share all relevant information with me. Complete transparency. I won't be treated like an asset you're managing. Fair enough. And when this is over, assuming we survive, you help me cure Astoria. Not try, not do your best. You commit to finding a solution, whatever it takes. Harry met her gaze steadily. I already committed to that. You committed to trying. I want more. Then you'll have it. I'll find a way to save your sister. I promise. The words hung in the air between them, binding not through magic but through something more fundamental. Understanding. Trust. The recognition of kindred spirits navigating impossible circumstances. Then we have an agreement. Daphne rose, smoothing her robes. I'll need 2 weeks to gather preliminary intelligence. Can you manage that long without the situation exploding? I'll try. Good. I'll be in touch. She departed through the port key, leaving Harry and Elena alone in the safe house. You trust her, Elena observed quietly. I trust that she wants to save her sister more than anything else. That makes her predictable. And predictable makes her useful. Predictable makes her reliable. Harry moved to the window, or what passed for a window in this pocket dimension, and stared out at impossible colors. In this situation, reliable is the most valuable quality anyone can have. Elena joined him at the window, her presence a reminder of how quickly enemies could become allies when circumstances demanded. The architect will know you're building a network. They have ways of watching, even from their prison. I'm counting on it. The more attention they focus on me, the less they have for other fronts. That's a dangerous strategy. If they decide to eliminate you directly, then I'll deal with that when it happens. Harry's voice was calm, certain. I've spent my whole life being underestimated. First by my relatives, then by people who saw a child instead of a threat. The architect is making the same mistake. Are they? Harry turned from the window, and something in his expression made Elena step back involuntarily. They created me to be their key. They engineered my survival, shaped my development, planned for everything I might become. His voice dropped. But they didn't plan for me to be raised by people who love me. They didn't plan for me to have friends, allies, reasons to fight beyond mere survival. They created a weapon, but weapons don't choose their targets. I do. Elena studied him for a long moment. Then she nodded slowly. The old spirits chose well. Whatever else you are, Harry Potter, you're not what the architect expected. No. I'm what I chose to become. Hogwarts rose from the Scottish Highlands like a dream made manifest. Harry approached through the morning mist, feeling the castle's ancient wards brush against his consciousness. They recognized him, not as a threat, but as something complicated. A student who had never attended. A wizard who had never been sorted. A power that existed outside the normal categories the castle's magic understood. Interesting, the ward seemed to say. Come in, come in. Let us see what you are. He entered through the main gates, where Dumbledore waited with 2 others. Harry recognized them from department files: Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress and Transfiguration Professor, and Phileas Flitwick, Charms Professor and rumored dueling champion. Mr. Potter. McGonagall's voice was sharp but not unkind. When Albus told me you were alive, I confess I didn't believe him. Most people don't. It's often convenient. Humph. Something that might have been approval flickered in her stern expression. You speak like someone who's seen more than 11 years would suggest. I've had an unusual upbringing. So Albus explained. Partially, at least. She exchanged a glance with Dumbledore. I won't pretend to understand what you're involved in. But if Albus believes it's worth risking the student's safety, I trust his judgment. The students won't be at risk. I'm here to strengthen the castle's defenses, not weaken them. We'll see. Flitwick hadn't spoken, but his small eyes were sharp with assessment. Harry felt the professor's magic reach out, testing, probing, professional curiosity from someone who'd survived centuries of magical politics. You carry old power, Flitwick said finally. Something that doesn't belong in this era. A gift from people who died a long time ago. I'm using it to protect what they sacrificed themselves for. Noble. If true. Truth is complicated. But my intentions are genuine. Flitwick nodded once, apparently satisfied. Then let's proceed. The castle doesn't like secrets, she'll reveal hers if she judges you worthy. They entered Hogwarts proper, and Harry felt the full weight of the castle's awareness settle over him. She was alive in ways that defied easy categorization, not sentient exactly, but possessed of something like personality. Curious. Ancient. Protective of her children even when they'd long since grown old and died. "You're strange," she seemed to whisper. "Different. But not dangerous. Not to me." Harry let her examine him, opening his consciousness to her inspection. He had nothing to hide from a building that had witnessed 1,000 years of magical history. "Ah," she said after a moment. "You carry my builder's legacy. The old ones who shaped my foundations. I remember them." "They're waiting for you," Harry murmured. "In the between spaces. They want to see what becomes of their work. Then let's not disappoint them." The passage to the Chamber of Secrets was hidden in a second-floor bathroom, precisely where the department's record suggested. Harry spoke the password in Parseltongue, a language he'd learned through sheer practice rather than magical inheritance, and watched the sync mechanism spiral open. "Remarkable," Dumbledore breathed. "I've searched for this entrance for 50 years. It was designed to stay hidden." Salazar Slytherin was paranoid about security. With good reason, apparently. They descended through stone pipes that had been designed for something considerably larger than human travelers. The passage was dark and damp, ancient beyond the castle's own age. Harry felt the seal before they reached it, a pressure against his dimensional senses, something vast and powerful holding back forces that would tear reality apart. The chamber itself was a cathedral of stone, vast and silent and utterly empty. "The basilisk should be here," Harry said quietly. "Watch your eyes." "Should be." McGonagall's voice was tight. "The records are 1,000 years old. Things change." But the basilisk was there. Harry felt its presence before he saw it. Coiled in the shadows at the chamber's far end, enormous and ancient and patient beyond human understanding. "Speaker," the great serpent hissed. "You are not my master's heir." "No. I serve different masters." "Then why do you come?" "To protect what lies beneath. The seal your master built this chamber to guard, it's failing. I can strengthen it." Silence. The basilisk's massive head emerged from the shadows, eyes hooded against the possibility of accidental killing. "My master told me to protect the chamber from mudbloods and traitors. You are neither. I'm something new. Something your master couldn't have anticipated." "He anticipated much." The serpent's voice carried ancient amusement. "But not, perhaps, everything." "Very well, Speaker. Do what you came to do. I will watch." Harry moved deeper into the chamber, leaving the others behind. The seal was buried beneath the stone floor, woven into foundations that predated Hogwarts itself. He knelt, pressed his palms against the cold rock, and let his consciousness expand. The seal appeared before him as a structure of light, similar to the one at Godric's Hollow, but older, more complex. This was one of the original 7, created by the architect's enemies in the first desperate moments after their imprisonment. It had been reinforced countless times over the millennia, layer upon layer of protection added by guardians who understood their duty. But it was also damaged. Cracks ran through the structure, some recent, others ancient. The architect had been pushing against this point for centuries, gradually weakening what their enemies had built. Harry drew on the ancient spirit's knowledge and began to work. Reinforcing a seal was delicate business, not a matter of adding power, but of restructuring existing protections to shore up weak points. He traced the cracks, understanding how they'd formed, predicting how they'd spread. Then he wove new patterns into the lattice, drawing on his own dimensional affinity to create connections that would hold. Hours passed. Days, perhaps. Time moved strangely in the seal's presence. Harry lost himself in the work, becoming something more than human, something that existed partially in the between space where the barriers lived. When he finally emerged, the chamber was silent around him. The basilisk watched with ancient eyes. Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Flitwick had conjured chairs and were waiting with varying degrees of patience. "It's done," Harry said, his voice rough from disuse. "The Hogwarts seal is reinforced. It should hold for another 1,000 years at least." "How long were you?" McGonagall trailed off. 3 days. Dumbledore's voice was quiet. "We were about to intervene, but the castle told us you were safe." 3 days. Harry processed this. The work had felt like hours, but dimensional magic didn't respect normal time. "I should have warned you." "You should have. But the result appears worth the concern." Dumbledore rose, approaching Harry with assessment in his eyes. "How do you feel?" "Tired. Hungry." Harry considered. "Different, somehow. The seal. I'm connected to it now. I can feel it, even from here. If anything tries to damage it, I'll know. A useful ability. A necessary one." Harry turned toward the chamber's exit. "There are other seals to reinforce. Other fronts to protect. You should eat something and sleep." Dumbledore's voice was firm. "Whatever you've been through, your body still has limits. Push too hard and you'll break before this fight is over." Harry wanted to argue. Time was precious, and every hour he rested was an hour the architect's servants could use to continue their work. But Dumbledore was right. Exhaustion clouded his thinking, made him slow, made mistakes more likely. He needed to recover before the next stage. "Fine. But tomorrow, we move on." "Tomorrow." Dumbledore nodded. "For now, let me show you to guest quarters. The house elves will be thrilled, they haven't had a student to fuss over in weeks." They ascended from the chamber, leaving the basilisk to its eternal vigil. The castle wrapped around them as they climbed, warm and welcoming in a way that made Harry's chest ache for reasons he couldn't name. This could have been his life. Years of classes and friendships and the simple joy of learning magic among peers. Normal childhood experiences, stolen by circumstance, replaced by training and secrets and the weight of cosmic responsibility. He didn't regret the path his life had taken. The department had given him tools to face what was coming, prepared him in ways a Hogwarts education never could have. But sometimes, in quiet moments, he wondered what might have been. The next 2 weeks passed in a blur of activity. Harry traveled between seal locations, reinforcing what could be strengthened, documenting what required more resources. The seals beneath Stonehenge and at the bottom of Loch Ness were his next priorities. Both showed significant damage, both required days of careful work to repair. Daphne's intelligence network produced results faster than expected. The Blackwood connection to the architect was real, stretching back centuries, but the current researcher Blackwood's involvement was ambiguous. She had access to family records that might contain dangerous information, but there was no direct evidence of active collaboration. She might be a sleeper, Daphne suggested during their latest meeting. Conditioned to serve the architect's interests without conscious awareness. The family methodology seems to involve gradual preparation over generations. Or she might just be a paranoid traditionalist who doesn't trust young operatives. Harry sighed, rubbing his eyes. "We need more information before I can act. I'm working on it. But some of these records are hidden behind protections that will take time to bypass. Time we may not have. Time we have to make. Rushing this kind of investigation gets people killed." She was right, and Harry knew it. But patience had never been his strength, and the constant awareness of the weakening barriers made calm assessment difficult. Elena proved invaluable during this period. Her 3 centuries of service to the architect had given her detailed knowledge of their methods, their network, their vulnerabilities. She identified 3 more potential assassins operating in Britain, sleeper agents like herself, bound by compulsion, waiting for activation orders. Harry developed countermeasures for each, laying traps that would contain rather than kill. If he could free them the way he'd freed Elena, they might become allies. If not, he would do what was necessary. Aurora coordinated department resources with her usual efficiency, channeling support to Harry's operations while managing the political fallout from the council's divided response. Blackwood continued to obstruct where she could, but Croker's authority kept the worst interference contained. Through it all, the veil continued to pulse and ripple with increasing agitation. Whatever was on the other side was growing impatient. Soon, the architect whispered through Harry's dreams. Soon, child. The barriers grow thin. Can you feel them trembling? Can you feel me pressing against the walls of my prison? Harry learned to block the voice, but the effort drained him. The architect was growing stronger as their emergence approached, their influence seeping through cracks in reality that even the reinforced seals couldn't entirely contain. It was Daphne who finally broke through. The message arrived in the early hours of the morning, urgent and brief, found something. Come immediately. Harry portkeyed to the safe house to find Daphne surrounded by documents, her usually composed features showing signs of exhaustion and excitement. The Blackwood family archives contained a secondary vault, she said without preamble. Hidden from the main collection, protected by wards that took 3 days to bypass. Look at this. She handed him a sheaf of parchment, ancient and yellowed, covered in handwriting that shifted between languages. This is a record of communication between the Blackwoods and the architect. Direct communication, spanning centuries. They've been receiving instructions, reporting on department activities, preparing for, she hesitated, for something called the emergence protocol. Harry scanned the documents, his enhanced memory absorbing their contents rapidly. The picture that emerged was worse than he'd feared. The Blackwoods hadn't just been collaborating with the architect, they'd been the primary coordinators of the entity's influence in the magical world. Every major conflict, every war, every catastrophe that had weakened the seals, the Blackwoods had helped engineer it. And according to the most recent entries, the emergence protocol was entering its final phase. The current Blackwood, Harry said. Is she part of this? The record suggests she's the designated, final executor. When the architect gives the signal, she's supposed to perform some kind of ritual that will catastrophically weaken the remaining seals. From inside the department. From inside the council itself. Harry closed his eyes, processing implications. If Blackwood activated the emergence protocol while sitting in the council chamber, surrounded by the department's most powerful protectors, with access to its most dangerous resources, the result could be catastrophic. I need to warn Croker. You need to do more than that. Daphne's voice was grim. According to these records, the signal for activation will come soon. Days, maybe hours. We're out of time for careful investigation. Harry looked at the documents, then at Daphne, then at the impossible colors swirling beyond the safe house window. Then we move now. Gather everything you've found. I need to contact the director. And Blackwood? If she's what these records suggest, if she's about to betray everything the department stands for, then I'll stop her myself. Daphne nodded, already organizing documents for transport. I'm coming with you. This could be dangerous. Everything about this situation is dangerous. And you need someone watching your back who isn't already compromised. Harry considered arguing, then decided against it. She was right, and more importantly, she had skills and resources he couldn't replicate. Fine. But stay behind me when the fighting starts. I'll stay wherever I'm most useful. Daphne's smile was sharp. Don't confuse protection with limitation, Harry. I'm not a damsel in distress. I know. He gathered the documents, preparing for emergency departure. That's why I'm bringing you. The Department of Mysteries was silent when they arrived. Too silent. The usual background hum of research and activity was absent, replaced by a stillness that set Harry's nerves on edge. The corridors seemed darker than normal, their usual gentle shifting replaced by something that felt almost watchful. Something's wrong, Daphne whispered. Stay close. They moved through familiar halls that felt suddenly alien. Harry's enhanced senses reached out, searching for threats, finding only absence where presence should have been. The council chamber doors stood open. Inside, chaos. The obsidian seats were scattered, some shattered entirely. Magical residue hung in the air, the aftermath of combat, violent and recent. Bodies lay among the debris, council members Harry recognized, their faces frozen in expressions of shock and betrayal. Blackwood stood at the chamber's center, surrounded by symbols that glowed with sickly green light. She wasn't alone. 3 figures flanked her, the sleeper assassins Elena had identified, now fully activated, their faces blank with compelled obedience. And rising from the ritual circle, something that made Harry's dimensional senses scream with recognition. The architect. Not fully manifested, not yet. But present in a way they hadn't been before, a figure of impossible geometry and terrible beauty suspended between realities. "You're too late, child." The voice was everywhere and nowhere, pressing against Harry's mind with overwhelming force. "My executor has done her work well. The barriers are falling. Soon, I will walk your world freely. The seals I reinforced, holding, for now. But not for long." The architect smiled, and the expression was wrong in ways Harry couldn't articulate. "You've been so busy strengthening the barriers that you forgot to watch the people who guard them. Your precious department, half of them served me all along." Harry looked at Blackwood, seeing her clearly for the first time. The woman who had argued against action, who had obstructed every effort to respond to the threat, who had positioned herself perfectly for this moment. "How long?" "My family has served the architect since the beginning." Blackwood's voice was calm, even peaceful. "We understood what others couldn't, that the barriers were a mistake. Magic is dying, Potter. Has been dying for millennia. The architect offers salvation. The architect offers destruction. Rebirth." Blackwood raised her hands, the ritual symbols pulsing brighter. "The old world must die so the new can be born. It's a small price for unlimited magic, don't you think?" Harry moved before she could complete the gesture. His dimensional abilities flared, the power that let him walk between worlds turned to combat application. He shifted partially out of phase, becoming something that existed between realities, and struck at the ritual circle with everything he had. The symbols shattered. Blackwood screamed, pain, rage, disbelief, as her carefully prepared ritual collapsed around her. The sleeper assassins moved to intercept Harry, but Daphne was faster, ancient greengrass curse magic slowing them, binding them, giving Harry the seconds he needed to press his advantage. The architect's presence flickered, their partial manifestation destabilizing as the ritual's power dissipated. "Clever," they said, and there was something new in their voice, not anger, exactly, but respect. "You're stronger than I anticipated. But this is only a delay. Other rituals wait. Other executors serve me. You cannot watch them all. Watch me." Harry gathered his power, reaching for the dimensional signature that connected the architect to reality. If he could sever that connection, force them back through the veil entirely, pain exploded through his consciousness. Not physical pain, something deeper. The architect was pushing against the bonds that held them, using Harry's own connection to dimensional magic against him. He felt himself being pulled toward the between space, toward the prison that had held them for 3 millennia. "You wanted to be a lock instead of a key," the architect whispered. "Then let me show you what that means. Let me show you eternity." Harry resisted with everything he had, but the architect was ancient, powerful, desperate. Their grip on his consciousness tightened, dragging him toward an existence between worlds from which there would be no return. Daphne's voice cut through the chaos, shouting something Harry couldn't understand. Then other voices joined. Aurora arrived with department reinforcements, her combat magic blazing against the remaining threats. Croaker, freed from whatever containment Blackwood had placed them under, their ancient power adding to the resistance. And deeper still, the voices of the original spirits, the consciousness Harry had absorbed in the Godric's hollow vault, rising up to defend the heir they had chosen. "You are not alone," they whispered. "You carry us with you. Let us help." Harry opened himself to their support, feeling their strength flow through him, feeling his isolated resistance become something larger. The architect's grip faltered as they faced not one consciousness but dozens, not one walker between worlds but the accumulated wisdom of everyone who had ever held the line. "This isn't over," the architect hissed as their presence began to fade. "The barriers will fall. I will emerge. And when I do, when you do," Harry said, his voice steady despite the exhaustion flooding through him, "I'll be waiting." The architect vanished, forced back through the veil by the combined resistance of living and dead. Harry collapsed to his knees, spent beyond measure. Around him, the battle's aftermath settled into silence. Blackwood was captured, bound by Croker's personal magic. The sleeper assassins were subdued, their compulsions broken by the ritual's collapse. The surviving council members were shaken but alive, their understanding of the situation fundamentally altered by what they'd witnessed. Aurora reached him first, helping him to his feet with gentle hands. "That was either the bravest or the stupidest thing I've ever seen. Can't it be both?" "Apparently." She studied his face, seeing the exhaustion in something else, a change, subtle but significant. "What happened to you?" "At the end, when the architect was pulling you toward the veil, the spirits helped. The ones from the vault. They're still here, somehow. Part of me now." Harry looked at his hands, feeling the ancient presences that had saved him. "I'm not alone anymore." "You never were." "I know. But now it's different. More real." Daphne approached, her own exhaustion visible but her expression holding something that might have been admiration. "That was quite a display, Potter. You weren't exactly idle yourself. Someone had to handle the assassins while you were having a philosophical debate with a cosmic entity." She smiled slightly. "Partners, remember?" "I remember." Croker joined them, their hidden features carrying something that might have been pride. "The immediate crisis is contained. Blackwood will be interrogated, the sleeper network dismantled, the damage assessed. But this was only a battle. The war continues." "I know." Harry straightened, pushing down his exhaustion. "The architect will try again. They have other resources, other servants, other plans. We've bought time, not victory. Time is valuable. Use it well." Harry looked around the council chamber, at the destruction and the survival, the betrayal and the loyalty, the evidence of how close they'd come to catastrophe. "We need to expand the alliance. Dumbledore, the Greengrasses, whoever else we can trust. The department alone can't handle this." "Agreed. I'll authorize outreach to appropriate contacts." Croker paused. "You've proven yourself today, Harry. Whatever doubts the council had, those should be resolved now. The council that just got ambushed because half of them were traitors. The council that survived because you were here." Croker's voice carried quiet certainty. "Rebuild will be necessary. New members, new protocols, new security measures. But the department endures. It always has." Harry nodded slowly. The future stretched before him, weeks and months of preparation, of strengthening defenses, of hunting the architect's remaining servants. Not the immediate resolution he'd hoped for, but progress nonetheless. And somewhere in the spaces between worlds, the architect waited. "Soon," they whispered through the damaged barriers. "Soon, child. The game continues." Harry felt their attention and didn't flinch. "Yes," he whispered back. "It does." Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, The truth about October. The graveyard was empty when Harry arrived. Little Hangleton lay shrouded in pre-dawn mist, the Riddle family plot rising from the hillside like a monument to forgotten tragedy. Harry moved through the headstones in silence, his enhanced senses reaching out, searching for traces of what had happened here 3 nights ago. The Triwizard Tournament had ended in catastrophe. Cedric Diggory was dead. And according to every intelligence source the department possessed, Lord Voldemort had returned. Harry had watched the aftermath through surveillance charms, seen the chaos at Hogwarts, observed Dumbledore's grim confirmation and the Ministry's desperate denial. He'd wanted to intervene, every instinct screaming that he should be there, should help, but Croaker had been firm. Your identity remains hidden. Your capabilities remain secret. We cannot reveal our hand until we understand what we're facing. Sound strategy. Cold comfort. Now, with the immediate crisis past and the wizarding world reeling from news it didn't want to believe, Harry had come to examine the site himself. To understand what had really happened during Voldemort's resurrection. What he found made his blood freeze. The ritual circle was still visible, scorched into the earth despite days of exposure. Harry knelt at its edge, extending his dimensional senses into the magical residue, and felt the signature he'd learned to recognize over months of investigation. The Architect. Their influence was woven through the resurrection magic like threads in a tapestry. Not controlling, too subtle for that, but guiding. Shaping. The ritual Voldemort had used was fundamentally unstable, designed to fail in specific ways that would leave the Dark Lord diminished, dependent, vulnerable to manipulation. Someone had wanted Voldemort back. But not at full power. Harry sat back on his heels, processing implications. The Architect had engineered Voldemort's original rise, pointed him at the Potters, created the circumstances that had transformed Harry into something unprecedented. Now they were resurrecting their old puppet, but deliberately weakened. Why? Because they need chaos, a voice said from the mist. Harry was on his feet, wand drawn, before the words finished echoing. Elena Voss emerged from the shadows between headstones, her hands raised in a gesture of peace. Easy. I come with information, not violence. How did you find me? The Architect's network. Even freed, I still hear echoes of their communications. Elena moved closer, her expression troubled. They're celebrating, Harry. What happened here, it was planned. Every detail. I gathered that much. But you don't know why. Elena stopped a few feet away, close enough for quiet conversation. The Architect doesn't just want to emerge. They want to emerge into a world that's already burning. Voldemort's return is designed to destabilize magical Britain, create the kind of chaos and conflict that weakens dimensional barriers. Mass death. Strong negative emotions. Exactly. Every war, every massacre, every act of collective horror, it damages the seals. The Architect has been farming such events for millennia. Elena's voice dropped. Your parents' deaths weakened the Godric's hollow seal. The first war against Voldemort damaged 3 others. Now a second war is coming, and the Architect will harvest every death, every fear, every moment of suffering. Harry absorbed this, feeling cold spread through his chest. He'd understood the Architect's methodology intellectually, but hearing it laid out so starkly, knowing that every victim of the coming conflict would serve his enemy's purposes, made it viscerally real. We have to stop the war before it starts. You can't. Voldemort won't negotiate, won't retreat, won't stop until he's achieved his goals or been destroyed. And the destruction itself serves the Architect either way. Then we destroy him quickly. Before the death toll rises. With what resources? The Ministry denies he's returned. Dumbledore's credibility is being systematically destroyed. And your department is still rebuilding from Blackwood's betrayal. Elena shook her head. The Architect has positioned things perfectly. Any action you take, any resistance you mount, it plays into their hands. Harry stared at the ritual circle, at the evidence of careful manipulation spanning decades. His parents' deaths. His aunt's abuse. His rescue by the department. His training, his abilities, his very existence, all of it orchestrated by an entity that had been planning this moment for 3,000 years. The anger that rose in him was cold, controlled, and absolutely murderous. There has to be something they didn't anticipate. Some factor they couldn't control. You, Elena said quietly. They didn't expect you to resist. Didn't expect the department to raise you as something other than a weapon. Didn't expect, she hesitated, didn't expect you to care about anything beyond survival. Everyone cares about something. Not the architect. They've been alone so long they've forgotten what connection means. That's their weakness, they assume everyone is as isolated as they are. Elena met his gaze. You have allies. Friends. People who would fight beside you not because they're bound or compelled, but because they choose to. The architect can't predict that. Can't understand it. Harry thought about Aurora, who had saved him when he was broken and bleeding. About Croaker, who had given him purpose and belonging. About Daphne, who challenged him and supported him in equal measure. About Dumbledore, flawed but genuine, still trying to help despite decades of mistakes. About the ancient spirits who lived inside him now, their wisdom and strength available when he needed them most. I'm not alone. No. And that terrifies them more than any weapon you could wield. The sun was rising, burning away the mist, revealing the graveyard in harsh morning light. Harry took one last look at the ritual circle, memorizing its configuration, cataloging its flaws. We need to find Voldemort's weaknesses. The ritual was designed to leave him diminished, that means there are vulnerabilities we can exploit. The Horcruxes, Elena said. That's what the resurrection was for. Voldemort split his soul to achieve immortality, but the process is inherently unstable. The resurrection ritual was supposed to stabilize the connection, instead, the architect sabotaged it. His soul anchors are degraded, damaged. Destroy them, and he'll be mortal again. Do you know where they are? Some. The architect monitored their creation, used them to track Voldemort's activities. I can give you locations for at least 3. Harry felt something like hope kindle in his chest. A path forward. A way to undermine Voldemort quickly, efficiently, before the war could escalate into the kind of mass slaughter the architect needed. Then let's get started. The locket was hidden in a cave by the sea. Harry approached through driving rain, Elena and Aurora flanking him, all 3 shielded by concealment charms powerful enough to fool anything less than a god. The cave's entrance was hidden behind glamours that would have fooled most wizards, but Harry's dimensional senses pierced them easily. Inside, the air was thick with dark magic. Voldemort was creative, I'll give him that. Aurora's voice was quiet, professional. These protections are layered. We trigger one, we trigger them all. I can see the structure. Harry extended his perception, mapping the defenses. Blood wards. Fear enchantments. A lake full of inferi. And at the center, on an island that shouldn't exist, a basin filled with poison and containing a Horcrux that held a fragment of Tom Riddle's soul. The basin is the key. The poison has to be drunk, there's no other way to access what's inside. Then we drink it. The poison causes agony and hallucinations. Drinking enough to empty the basin would leave you incapacitated for hours, vulnerable to the inferi. Harry considered the problem. Conventional approaches wouldn't work, Voldemort had designed these defenses to counter conventional magic. But Harry wasn't conventional. I can phase through the basin's structure. Access the locket without triggering the poison. That's theory, Aurora said sharply. You've never tried dimensional phasing on an object this heavily warded. Then this is a good time to learn. Before she could argue, Harry moved forward. The inferi stirred beneath the lake's surface, sensing his approach, but he was already shifting, stepping sideways into the space between realities. From this angle, the basin was a different thing, not a physical object but a construct of magical intention, its protections visible as barriers rather than forces. The locket sat at the construct's center, pulsing with sickly green light. Harry reached through the dimensional barrier, his hand passing through the basin's physical structure as if it were smoke. His fingers closed around the locket, feeling the fragment of soul within react to his touch, rage, hunger, the desperate clawing of something that wanted to survive at any cost. "You cannot destroy me," it whispered. "I am eternal." "I am." Harry pulled the locket free and stepped back into normal reality. The basin exploded. Magic erupted in all directions, protections designed to punish thieves activating in cascade. The inferi surged from the lake, dozens of corpses animated by dark magic, converging on the island with mindless hunger. Aurora's fire spells held them back, creating barriers of flame that the dead couldn't cross. Elena's dimensional attacks collapsed the nearest inferi entirely, pushing their existence into between spaces from which there was no return. Harry stood at the center of the chaos, the locket clutched in his fist, and felt completely calm. "Fall back," he said. "I'll handle this." He didn't wait for acknowledgement. Instead, he reached into the ancient spirit's knowledge, found the technique he needed, and unleashed it. The fire that erupted from his hands wasn't normal flame. It was something older, something that burned on a level beyond physical combustion. Fiend fire, but controlled, directed, shaped by understanding that most wizards could never achieve. The inferi burned. The cave's dark enchantments burned. The very air seemed to burn, purified by flames that consumed everything tainted by Voldemort's magic. When it was over, Harry stood on scorched rock, surrounded by ash and silence. Aurora and Elena stared at him with expressions that mixed awe and fear. "What the hell was that?" Aurora demanded. "Something I learned from people who knew how to fight dark wizards 3,000 years ago." Harry looked down at the locket, still intact in his hand. The container's gone. The Horcrux survived. Horcruxes require specific destruction methods. Basilisk venom, fiend fire, or dimensional displacement. Harry's smile was thin. "My specialty." He shifted his grip on the locket, extending his dimensional senses into its structure. The soul fragment inside screamed as he began to pull, separating it from the physical container, dragging it toward the between spaces where nothing could survive for long. The locket shattered. A wisp of shadow emerged, twisting, shrieking, trying desperately to find purchase in reality. Harry pushed harder, and the shadow fragmented, scattered, ceased to exist in any meaningful way. "One down," he said quietly. "How many more?" "At least 5, according to the architect's records." Elena's voice was steady despite what she'd just witnessed. "The diary was destroyed years ago. The ring is hidden in the Gaunt family shack. The cup is in Gringotts. The diadem is at Hogwarts. And the snake, Nagini, is with Voldemort himself. Then we have our work cut out for us." The next 3 weeks were a blur of violence and victory. Harry led his small team through obstacle after obstacle, systematically destroying the anchors of Voldemort's immortality. The ring required confronting a curse that nearly killed Aurora. Harry had to use his dimensional abilities to separate the dark magic from her flesh, a delicate operation that left him drained for days. The cup required infiltrating Gringotts itself, a heist so audacious that Harry was fairly certain the goblins would never forgive him. The diadem was both easier and harder. Easier because Hogwarts welcomed him, the castle's ancient awareness recognizing his purpose. Harder because finding the room of requirement meant navigating a maze of accumulated junk that had been piling up for centuries. "This is where students hide things they don't want found," Dumbledore explained as they searched. The old wizard had insisted on accompanying Harry for this particular hunt, his knowledge of Hogwarts proving invaluable. Love letters. Forbidden books. Objects that might get them expelled. And apparently, a Horcrux. Tom always did have an inflated sense of his own importance. Hiding a piece of his soul among abandoned love letters would have seemed appropriate to him. They found the diadem on a bust near the room's center, beautiful and terrible, radiating dark magic that made Harry's skin crawl. This time, he didn't hesitate, he pushed the soul fragment into the between spaces before it could even react, watching it dissolve into nothing with grim satisfaction. "That's 4, Harry said. "The diary, the ring, the locket, the cup, the diadem. Only the snake remains. And the snake is with Voldemort." Dumbledore's voice was thoughtful. "Which means confronting him directly. Eventually. But first, I need to understand something." Harry turned to face the old man, his expression serious. "The prophecy. The one that pointed Voldemort at my family. I need to know exactly what it says." Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Then he sighed. "I had hoped to spare you this burden until you were older. But I suppose." He trailed off, reaching into his robes, producing a small crystal sphere. "I've kept a copy. Perhaps it's time you heard it for yourself." The prophecy's voice filled the room of requirement, cold and inexorable. "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives." The words hung in the air, heavy with implication. "Either must die at the hand of the other," Harry repeated quietly. "That's how it's typically interpreted. But prophecies are tricky things, they describe possibilities, not certainties." Dumbledore's eyes were sad. "I've spent years trying to find alternative readings. Perhaps 'die' is metaphorical. Perhaps 'hand' refers to influence rather than direct action. Perhaps it doesn't matter." Dumbledore stopped, surprised. "The prophecy was made before I was born. Before the architect's plans crystallized around me. Whatever it originally meant, the situation has changed." Harry's voice was calm, certain. "I'm not just the boy who lived anymore. I'm something new, something the prophecy couldn't have anticipated." "You believe you can transcend fate?" "I believe fate is a story we tell ourselves about patterns we're too scared to break." Harry met Dumbledore's gaze directly. "The architect has been manipulating events for 3,000 years, trying to create specific outcomes. They've failed repeatedly because people, individual people with their own choices, keep doing unexpected things. My mother's sacrifice. The department's decision to raise me. Your decision to seek me out despite years of believing I was dead. Free will. Choice. Connection. The things the architect can't understand because they've been alone so long they've forgotten what they mean." Harry smiled slightly. "The prophecy says one of us has to die. Maybe that's true. But it doesn't say when, or how, or what happens after. Those parts are still being written." Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. Then something shifted in his expression, a weight lifting, a burden releasing. "You're a remarkable young man, Harry. I wish I could take credit for how you've turned out. You can't. But you can help me finish what we've started. The snake. Voldemort himself. And after that, the architect. The real threat. The one that's been pulling strings since before either of us was born." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "What do you need from me?" "Information. The architect has been influencing magical history for millennia. That means they've touched everything, including things you might know about. Grindelwald. The First War. The Department of Mysteries itself." Harry's eyes were intent. "I need to understand the full scope of their manipulation. Every thread, every connection. Only then can I start cutting them free. That's a vast undertaking. We have to start somewhere." The research took weeks. Harry split his time between investigating the architect's historical influence and monitoring the escalating conflict with Voldemort. The Dark Lord was moving carefully, rebuilding his forces, testing the Ministry's weaknesses. Bodies were starting to appear, Muggleborns, blood traitors, anyone who opposed Voldemort's ideology. Each death fed the architect's designs. Harry felt it in his connection to the seals, a constant low pressure as the barriers between dimensions continued to weaken. Not catastrophically, not yet, but steadily, inexorably. Every murdered family, every terrified community, every act of war created resonance that the architect could harvest. "We need to end this quickly," he told Croker during one of their late-night briefings. "Every day the war continues is another day they grow stronger. Ending a war quickly requires overwhelming force or negotiated surrender. Voldemort won't negotiate, and we lack the force to destroy him without destroying half of magical Britain in the process. There has to be another way." "There is." Croker's voice was careful, measured. "But you won't like it. Tell me anyway." "The architect's influence over Voldemort works through their manipulation of his soul. The Horcruxes, particularly the damaged connections between them, create vulnerabilities that the architect exploits." Croker paused. "If you could sever those connections entirely, if you could free Voldemort from the architect's influence, he might become predictable. Manageable. You want me to help Voldemort? I want you to consider whether destroying him is actually the best outcome. A Dark Lord who can be predicted, contained, eventually neutralized, that might serve our purposes better than a power vacuum that lets the architect find new puppets." Harry's immediate reaction was revulsion. The idea of allowing Voldemort to live, of treating him as a tool rather than a threat, went against everything he'd been trained for. But Croker wasn't wrong about the logic. The architect has been manipulating magical Britain's conflicts for millennia. If we remove Voldemort, they'll just find someone else. Another Dark Lord, another war, another harvest of suffering. Harry spoke slowly, thinking it through. But if we could turn Voldemort against them, if we could make him realize he's been a puppet all along, then we'd have a powerful ally against the real enemy. That's insane. Most good strategies are, from certain angles. Harry was silent for a long moment, wrestling with the implications. Voldemort had killed his parents. Had spent years trying to kill him. Had caused immeasurable suffering to countless innocent people. But the architect had created Voldemort. Had engineered his obsessions, directed his violence, used him as a weapon in a war that stretched back to before human civilization. Who was the real enemy? I need to think about this. Take whatever time you need. But don't take too long. Croker's voice was soft. The barriers continue to weaken. Eventually, we'll run out of time to prepare. The dream started 3 nights later. Harry had grown accustomed to the architect's attempts to contact him, had learned to block their whispers and resist their pull. But these dreams were different, more vivid, more insistent, more difficult to dismiss. He stood in a space that existed between realities, surrounded by impossible colors and geometries that made his eyes hurt. The architect waited at the space's center, their form more solid than Harry had ever seen it. "You've been busy," they observed, something like admiration in their voice. The Horcruxes were well hidden. Most would have taken years to find them all. I had help. From the shade I bound to my service. From the Unspeakables who raised you. From the old man who failed you. The architect's smile was knowing. You build alliances, child. You gather weapons. You think you're preparing to fight me. I am preparing to fight you. Are you? Or are you preparing to replace me? The question caught Harry off guard. You carry the knowledge of my original enemies, their techniques, their understanding, their purpose. You've absorbed their consciousness into your own. You walk between dimensions as easily as I once did. You could become the new guardian of the barriers, couldn't you? The permanent lock I've been trying to break. That's exactly what you've been considering. The sacrifice option. Merge with the barriers, cease to exist as Harry Potter, become something eternal and unchanging. The architect's voice dropped, becoming almost gentle. I've been watching you struggle with that choice. Watching you search for alternatives. Watching you hope that there's another way. There is another way. Is there? My enemies spent centuries searching for alternatives to sacrifice. They found none. In the end, they chose to become part of the barriers themselves, and that's why I've been trapped for 3,000 years. The architect moved closer, their impossible form shifting, becoming almost human-shaped. But they couldn't maintain the sacrifice. Over time, their consciousness faded, their purpose weakened, and the barriers began to fail. That's why I'm almost free now, because the Guardians couldn't sustain their vigil forever. Then I'll find a better way. A permanent solution that doesn't require eternal sacrifice. There is no such solution. I've had 3 millennia to think about it. The barriers exist because something maintains them. Remove the maintainer, and the barriers fall. The architect's smile was almost kind. That's why I'm offering you a choice, Harry. Not between fighting me and joining me, between 2 types of sacrifice. Harry felt cold spread through his consciousness. Option 1, you become the new barrier guardian. You merge with the dimensional structure, cease to exist as a person, and spend eternity holding the walls in place. Eventually, you'll fade too, and someone else will have to make the same choice. An endless cycle of sacrifice. Option 2, you help me tear down the barriers entirely. Yes, this world will be destroyed. But what rises in its place will be unlimited, eternal, free of the slow death that has been consuming magic for millennia. You won't die, you'll be transformed, becoming part of something vast and beautiful. Both options end the same way. The barriers fall. Yes. The only question is whether they fall slowly, through endless sacrifice, or quickly, through deliberate action. The architect's form flickered, showing something vast behind their human guise, the accumulated power of 3,000 years of existence between dimensions. I'm not asking you to choose now. I'm asking you to think about it. To understand that the noble sacrifice your mentors prepared you for isn't actually an ending, it's just a delay. And if I refuse both options, then events will proceed as they have been. The barriers will continue to weaken. I will continue to push. Eventually, years from now, decades, centuries, I will break through anyway. The architect shrugged. You can delay the inevitable. You cannot prevent it. Harry stood in the between space, surrounded by impossible colors, facing an entity that had been planning this moment for longer than human civilization had existed. And he felt something unexpected, certainty. You're lying. The architect's expression flickered, surprise, quickly masked. You've been alone for 3,000 years. You've had nothing to do but think, plan, manipulate. You're brilliant, ancient, powerful beyond anything I can imagine. Harry's voice was calm. But you're also desperate. You're dying in that prison, and you'll say anything, do anything, to escape. I'm not lying. The barriers will fall eventually, regardless of, maybe. But you don't actually know that. You believe it because you have to believe it. Because the alternative, that you'll be trapped forever, slowly fading into nothing, is too terrible to contemplate. Silence. The between space seemed to contract slightly, the architect's presence intensifying. You think you understand me? I think I understand desperation. I spent 4 years in a cupboard, being told I was worthless, that I would die alone and unmourned. I know what it feels like to believe there's no way out. Harry met the architect's impossible gaze. The difference is that I escaped. I found people who cared about me. I built something worth protecting. Sentiment. Weakness. Connection. Strength. Harry felt the ancient spirits stir within him, their support flowing through his consciousness. You've been alone so long you've forgotten what it means to have allies. You can't predict what people will do when they're fighting for something beyond themselves. I've predicted human behavior for 3 millennia. I engineered the rise and fall of Dark Lords. I shaped the course of magical history. Your connections are variables I've already accounted for. Then account for this, I'm not going to fight you alone. I'm not going to sacrifice myself in some grand gesture. I'm going to build an army, not of weapons, but of people who believe in something. And when you finally emerge from your prison, you're going to face not one guardian, but thousands. The architect stared at him. Then they laughed, a sound that seemed to echo across dimensions, terrible and genuine and somehow, impossibly, delighted. Oh, you are magnificent. My finest creation, and you don't even realize it. Their form began to fade, the between-space collapsing as Harry's consciousness returned to normal reality. Very well, child. Build your army. Gather your allies. Make your preparations. I'll be watching with great interest. Because in the end, you'll face the same choice my enemies faced. Sacrifice or destruction. And when that moment comes, when you finally understand that there's no third option, I'll be waiting. Harry woke in his quarters at the department, gasping, covered in cold sweat. The ancient spirits churned within him, disturbed by the contact, offering comfort he couldn't quite accept. The architect was right about one thing, the choice was coming. Harry could feel it in his connection to the barriers, in the steady weakening that continued despite all his reinforcement efforts. But the architect was wrong about something else. They assumed Harry would face that choice alone, as they had faced their original imprisonment. They assumed connection was weakness, that allies were variables to be manipulated. Harry was going to prove them wrong. The meeting with Voldemort was Daphne's idea. He's not stupid, she said during their strategy session. He's insane, evil, and obsessed with power, but he's not stupid. If you can show him evidence that he's being manipulated, proof that his entire existence has been engineered by something older and more dangerous, he might actually listen. He might also try to kill me on sight. You've destroyed his Horcruxes. If he could kill you, he would have tried already. She had a point. Since the destruction of the diadem, Voldemort had been unusually quiet, no attacks, no public appearances, no signs of the escalating violence Harry had expected. It was almost as if the Dark Lord was waiting for something. Or preparing for something. I'll need guarantees of safe conduct, Harry said. Magical oaths, binding contracts, something that will prevent immediate violence. The Malfoys might be useful there. Daphne's voice was thoughtful. Lucius is Voldemort's most prominent supporter, but he's also the most practical. If you offer something he wants, information, resources, political advantage, he might broker a meeting. What would Lucius Malfoy want that I could offer? His son's future. Daphne smiled slightly. Draco Malfoy is the same age as us, heir to the family fortune, and utterly terrified of what serving Voldemort actually means. The Malfoys backed the Dark Lord because they thought it was the winning side. If you can show them a different winning side, they'll switch loyalties. They'll follow their self-interest. Which is more reliable than loyalty anyway? Harry considered the approach. It was risky, dealing with Death Eaters, trusting people whose defining characteristic was treachery. But it was also exactly the kind of unconventional thinking that the architect couldn't predict. Arrange the contact. But Daphne, if this goes wrong, it won't. The Malfoys are predictable precisely because they're selfish. And selfish people always have a price. She rose, gathering her documents. I'll be in touch. She departed, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts. The coming days would be dangerous. Meeting Voldemort, attempting to turn an enemy into an ally, navigating the treacherous waters of Death Eater politics, any number of things could go wrong. But Harry had spent his whole life navigating danger. The cupboard at the Dursleys. The department's lethal training regimens. The architect's constant attempts to manipulate him. This was just the next challenge. And he was ready. The meeting took place at Malfoy Manor, in a room that practically dripped with old money and older magic. Harry arrived under multiple concealment charms, accompanied by protections so thorough that even Voldemort's most paranoid servants couldn't penetrate them. Lucius Malfoy met him at the entrance, silver eyes assessing, calculating. "Mr. Potter. My son speaks highly of your associate. Miss Greengrass has many admirable qualities. Practicality chief among them." "Indeed." Lucius gestured toward the manor's depths. "The Dark Lord is waiting. I should warn you, he is not in a forgiving mood." "I'm not asking for forgiveness." The walk through Malfoy Manor felt endless. Harry catalogued defenses automatically, ward structures, magical traps, the locations of potential enemies. The manor was ancient and powerful, but it was also designed for living, not warfare. In a genuine fight, Harry could tear through its protections in minutes. He hoped it wouldn't come to that. Voldemort waited in what had probably been a ballroom, now converted into something resembling a throne room. The Dark Lord sat at its center, surrounded by his most trusted servants, red eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that made the air feel heavy. "Harry Potter." The voice was cold, alien, entirely empty of humanity. "The boy who lived. The child who destroyed my Horcruxes. I did destroy them. All except the snake." Harry stood at the room's entrance, making no move to approach. "That's not why I'm here." "Why are you here?" "To die. To beg for mercy. To offer some pathetic attempt at negotiation. To offer you the truth. Something you've never had." Voldemort's expression flickered, not quite curiosity, but close. "Explain." Harry took a breath, organized his thoughts, and began. He told Voldemort about the architect. About the manipulation that had shaped the Dark Lord's entire existence, from the orphanage where he'd been raised, to his time at Hogwarts, to his transformation into something less than human. He described the architect's plans, their methods, their ultimate goals. And he watched Voldemort's expression slowly change. "You expect me to believe that my entire life has been engineered? I expect you to consider the evidence." Harry produced documents, copies of Elena's intelligence, records from the department archives, historical analyses that showed the architect's fingerprints across magical history. "Your resurrection ritual was sabotaged. The architect wanted you back, but weakened, dependent, easier to control. Everything you've accomplished, everything you believe you achieved through your own brilliance, was shaped by an entity that views you as a tool. You're lying. I'm offering you information you can verify yourself. The ritual site in the graveyard, examine it with competent analysis, and you'll find the signatures I've described. Your Horcruxes, the ones I destroyed, were connected to something beyond your soul. Someone has been using you, my lord. I'm simply telling you who." The room was silent. Voldemort's servants watched in frozen horror as their master processed information that threatened to upend everything he believed about himself. "Assuming any of this is true," Voldemort said finally, "what do you propose?" "An alliance. Temporary, limited, focused on a common enemy." Harry's voice was steady. "The architect is the real threat to both of us. They've manipulated me as surely as they've manipulated you. If we continue fighting each other, we're just dancing to their design. And after the architect is dealt with? After that, we can discuss our differences. But right now, the barriers between dimensions are failing. If the architect emerges, they'll destroy everything, your ambitions, my resistance, the entire magical world. We can fight each other later, or we can survive together now." Voldemort's red eyes bore into Harry's, searching for deception, for weakness, for any sign that this was a trap. Then, incredibly, he laughed. It was not a pleasant sound. But it was genuine, the laugh of someone who had just received information that changed their entire perspective. "You are either the bravest wizard I have ever met, or the most foolish." Voldemort rose from his throne, approaching Harry with slow, deliberate steps. "You've destroyed my anchors to immortality. You've invaded my stronghold. And now you stand before me, offering alliance, as if I wouldn't simply kill you where you stand. You could try. Could I?" Voldemort stopped, close enough that Harry could feel the unnatural cold radiating from his form. You're confident in your abilities. That's either wisdom or arrogance. It's assessment. I know what I can do. I know what you can do. A fight between us would be devastating, but it wouldn't serve either of our interests. My interest is in power. In immortality. In reshaping the magical world according to my vision. And the architect threatens all of that. They don't want you to succeed, they want you to create enough chaos to weaken the barriers, then die so they can take your place. You're a tool to them. A weapon to be discarded when no longer useful. Voldemort's expression shifted, something that might have been fury, quickly controlled. You claim to understand the architect's plans. How? They've been trying to recruit me. They believe I'm destined to either join them or be destroyed. They've been communicating. Harry kept his voice level. I know their goals, their methods, their weaknesses. Information you don't have. And you'd share this information with me. In exchange for a ceasefire. A mutual defense pact against the real threat. After that. Harry shrugged. We'll see. The silence stretched. Harry felt the ancient spirits stir within him, their accumulated wisdom offering tactical assessments, possible responses, contingency plans. Then Voldemort turned away, returning to his throne with that unsettling grace. I will consider your proposal. In the meantime, he raised a hand, and Harry felt the manor's wards shift. You are my guest. Protected by ancient laws of hospitality. When I have reached a decision, you will be informed. And the war. A pause. Temporary. My forces will cease active operations while I verify your claims. Voldemort's red eyes gleamed. If you have lied to me, Potter, there is no force in existence that will protect you from my wrath. I haven't lied. The truth is terrible enough without embellishment. We shall see. Harry departed Malfoy Manor with the feeling of having walked through fire and emerged, somehow, unburned. The ceasefire wouldn't last, Voldemort's ambitions were too vast, his hatred too deep, but it bought time. Time to prepare. Time to strengthen the barriers. Time to build the army of allies Harry had promised the architect he would create. The game wasn't over. But for the first time, Harry felt like he might be winning. The attack on the department came 3 days later. Not from Voldemort, he was honoring the ceasefire, his forces withdrawn, his attention focused on verifying Harry's claims about the architect. The attack came from something else entirely. The barriers between dimensions cracked open. It started in the death chamber, the veil screaming, reality tearing, things that should not exist in this world forcing their way through. Harry felt it through his connection to the seals, felt the structure he'd so carefully reinforced buckling under unprecedented pressure. The architect wasn't waiting anymore. Harry ran through the department's shifting corridors, dimensional magic flaring around him as he prepared for combat. Aurora fell in beside him, then Croaker, then others, Unspeakables rallying to defend their home against an invasion from beyond reality. The death chamber was chaos. The veil had expanded, becoming a portal rather than a doorway. Through it poured things that defied description, entities from the spaces between dimensions, drawn by the architect's will, attacking anything that moved. You thought you had more time, the architect's voice echoed through the chamber. You thought you could build armies, form alliances, prepare at leisure. But I'm done waiting, Harry. The barriers are weak enough. The moment is now. Harry unleashed everything he had. His dimensional abilities, refined through months of practice and combat. The ancient spirit's knowledge, providing techniques that hadn't been used in millennia. The raw power that came from being what he was, a walker between worlds, designed to reshape reality itself. He fought alongside his allies, each supporting the others, each covering weaknesses. Aurora's combat magic tore through the lesser entities. Croaker's ancient power stabilized the dimensional structure, preventing further expansion. Elena, freed from her bonds, used her centuries of experience to coordinate their defense. But it wasn't enough. The portal kept growing. More entities poured through. And behind them, Harry could feel the architect's presence, no longer whispers and dreams, but something approaching physical manifestation. "You cannot stop me," the architect said, almost gently. "You've delayed, you've fought, you've done everything your mentors prepared you for. But in the end, you faced the same choice they faced. Sacrifice or destruction. There is no third option." Harry looked at the portal, at the tear in reality that threatened to consume everything he loved. He felt the barriers straining, felt the seals he'd reinforced beginning to crack. And he made a decision. Not the sacrifice the architect expected. Not the desperate merger with the barriers that would cost him his existence. Something else entirely. He reached out to the ancient spirits within him, not for their knowledge, but for their essence. Their consciousness. The accumulated strength of everyone who had fought the architect before. "We are with you," they whispered. "Whatever you need. I need you to help me show them something." Harry opened himself completely, letting the spirits flow through his consciousness, letting their perspective merge with his own. He turned that expanded awareness toward the portal, toward the entities pouring through, toward the architect's presence looming beyond. And he showed them the truth. Not the architect's truth, not the story of inevitable decay and necessary destruction. He showed them connection. Community. The bonds that held people together across centuries and dimensions. The ancient spirits showed the entities why the barriers existed, not as prisons, but as protections. The entities beyond the barriers were not enemies, they were simply different, existing in spaces that followed different rules. The barriers kept both sides safe, preventing the chaos that came from incompatible realities overlapping. The architect had told them the barriers were dying. But the spirits showed a different perspective. The barriers were struggling because they'd been attacked, weakened by deliberate sabotage, not natural decay. The entities hesitated. Their assault slowed, then stopped. Harry felt confusion rippling through them, awareness that they'd been manipulated, that their incursion was causing harm they hadn't intended. "No," the architect hissed, their presence intensifying. "Do not listen to," but it was too late. The entities were withdrawing, pulling back through the portal, returning to the spaces between dimensions. Not allies of Harry's, they were too alien for that, but no longer enemies. The portal began to close. "You think this changes anything?" The architect's voice was rage and desperation and something that might have been fear. "The barriers are still weakening. I am still emerging. You've bought time, nothing more. Time is all I need." Harry's voice was steady, backed by the strength of the spirits who fought with him. "Every day you don't emerge is another day I get stronger. Another day I build alliances. Another day I prepare for what's coming. And when I finally break through. When you break through, you'll face something you've never encountered. Not a single guardian, dying slowly in eternal vigil. Not a handful of resistors, easily manipulated. You'll face a world united against you. Every wizard who believes in connection over isolation. Every creature who values existence over chaos. Every spirit who remembers what you were before you became this." The architect was silent. "You still don't understand what I am," they said finally. "What I've become. 3,000 years of evolution, of growth, of transcending every limitation that once constrained me. You think your alliances can stand against that? I think we'll find out. When you finally emerge, and you will, eventually, I know that, you'll face the consequences of everything you've done. Every life you've destroyed. Every manipulation you've engineered. Every soul you've broken to serve your purposes." Harry stepped toward the closing portal, his presence driving the architect back. "And I'll be waiting for you. Not alone. Never alone." The portal sealed shut with a sound like reality sighing in relief. The death chamber went still, its usual whispers resuming, the veil settling back into its normal configuration. Harry collapsed. Aurora caught him before he hit the ground, her arms strong and familiar, her voice cutting through the exhaustion that threatened to swallow him. "Stay with me, Harry. Stay with me. I'm okay." His voice was barely a whisper. "Just, tired. You just held off a dimensional invasion through sheer force of will. Tired doesn't begin to cover it. Did we win? We survived." Croaker appeared in his field of vision, their hidden features carrying something that might have been pride. "The barriers are holding. The portal is sealed. And the Architect's forces have withdrawn. For now. For now." Croaker's voice softened. "Rest, Harry. We have time to prepare for what comes next." Harry let himself sink into the exhaustion, let his consciousness drift toward the healing sleep he desperately needed. The ancient spirits settled into quiet watchfulness within him, their presence a comfort rather than a burden. The Architect was still out there. Still planning. Still pushing against the barriers that kept reality intact. But Harry had proven something today. He'd shown that connection was stronger than isolation. That alliance was stronger than manipulation. That the Architect's certainty about the inevitability of destruction was, perhaps, not quite as certain as they believed. The war wasn't over. But for the first time, Harry felt like victory might actually be possible. "Rest," the spirits whispered. "Recover. The next battle will come soon enough." Harry closed his eyes and slept. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5, Between Worlds. The Department of Mysteries burned. Not with ordinary fire, the flames that consumed the ancient corridors were dimensional in nature, erupting from tears and reality that spread faster than any containment spell could manage. Harry ran through halls he'd called home for 7 years, watching them collapse into impossibility, feeling each destruction like a wound in his own flesh. The attack had come without warning. 3 weeks had passed since Harry's confrontation with the Architect's forces in the Death Chamber. 3 weeks of recovery, preparation, alliance building. He'd met with Dumbledore to coordinate Hogwarts' defenses. He'd continued his uneasy ceasefire with Voldemort, exchanging information about the Architect's methods. He'd worked with Daphne to identify and protect remaining Seal Guardians. It hadn't been enough. The Architect had found another way in. Not through the veil this time, through the people Harry trusted most. Aurora's scream cut through the chaos ahead. Harry pushed harder, dimensional magic flaring around him as he forced his way through a corridor that was trying to fold into itself. He found her in what had been the time room, surrounded by shattered hourglasses and temporal anomalies that made his head spin. She wasn't alone. 3 figures flanked her, Unspeakables Harry recognized, researchers he'd worked with, people he'd considered allies. Their eyes were wrong. Empty. Possessed by something that had crawled in through cracks in reality Harry hadn't even known existed. "Aurora," they came through the temporal equipment. Her voice was strained, wand raised against attackers she couldn't bring herself to kill. The Architect found a way to manifest through time itself. "These people, they're not enemies, Harry. They're victims." The possessed Unspeakables advanced, their movements jerky and unnatural. Harry could see the threads connecting them to the Architect, chains of dimensional energy that puppet their bodies while their true selves screamed silently inside. "I can free them." Harry stepped forward, reaching for the power that had worked on Elena. "But I need time. Time is something we don't have." Aurora's fire spell drove the nearest attacker back, but she pulled her punch, unwilling to truly harm someone who was a colleague, a friend. "The director's missing. Half the department is compromised." And the barriers, Harry felt it then. The massive, catastrophic weakening of every seal he'd so carefully reinforced. The Architect wasn't just attacking the department, they were using the attack to damage the dimensional structure itself. Every death in these halls fed their power. Every moment of chaos weakened the barriers further. "We need to evacuate." Harry made the decision instantly, cold tactical calculation overriding emotional attachment. Get everyone out who isn't compromised. Seal the department behind us. That's our home, it's a building. The people inside are what matters. Harry caught her arm, pulling her toward the emergency exit he'd memorized years ago. Croker prepared for this. There are protocols. Protocols for the destruction of the Department of Mysteries. Protocols for the end of the world. Close enough. They ran. The corridors shifted around them, sometimes helping, sometimes hindering. The department's semi-sentient awareness was damaged, confused, lashing out at everything and everyone. Harry guided them through spaces that shouldn't exist, using his dimensional abilities to find paths that the attackers couldn't follow. They emerged in the prophecy hall to find Elena waiting. The former assassin had gathered a group of survivors, maybe 24 unspeakables, some wounded, all terrified. Among them, Harry spotted Daphne, her aristocratic composure cracked but holding. She'd been visiting the department when the attack began. The exit's blocked, Elena reported. They've collapsed the primary access corridors. We're trapped. Not trapped. Contained. Harry looked around the hall, at the thousands of prophecy spheres glowing softly in the darkness, at the knowledge preserved here since before written history. They want us concentrated. Easier to destroy. Then what do we do? Harry closed his eyes, reaching for the ancient spirits within him. Their consciousness stirred, offering wisdom accumulated over millennia. The prophecy hall connects to the veil, they whispered. A secondary pathway, hidden from normal perception. You can escape through the spaces between. The spaces between are where the architect lives. Yes. But they're also where your power is strongest. The architect chose to face you on their ground, but you can turn that against them. Harry opened his eyes. I can get us out. But it requires going through dimensional space, the area between realities. It's dangerous, and some of you might not survive. What's the alternative? One of the unspeakables asked. We die here. The department falls. The architect wins. Silence. Then Aurora stepped forward, her expression resolute. Show us the way. Harry led them deeper into the hall, toward a point where the prophecy spheres grew denser, older, radiating energies that predated human magic. Here, the barriers between dimensions were naturally thin, a convergence point that the department's founders had recognized and built around. Everyone link hands. Form a chain, physical contact helps maintain cohesion during transit. Harry took Aurora's hand on one side, Daphne's on the other. Whatever you see, whatever you hear, don't let go. The between spaces will try to separate us, but as long as we're connected, we'll survive. As long as we're connected, Daphne repeated quietly. That's become something of a theme, hasn't it? It's the only thing that works. Harry reached into the dimensional structure of the room and pulled. The space between realities was beautiful and terrible. Colors that shouldn't exist painted impossible geometries across an infinite expanse. Time moved strangely here, sometimes faster, sometimes slower, sometimes sideways in ways that human minds couldn't process. Harry held his awareness together through sheer force of will, guiding the chain of survivors through chaos that would have torn them apart if they'd faced it alone. The architect was waiting. Their presence filled the between space like water filling a glass, everywhere, inescapable, intimately aware of every movement Harry and his companions made. You came to me, the architect said, and their voice was different here, clearer, stronger, more real. I expected more resistance. You attacked my home. Killed my people. Did you think I would hide? I thought you would fight. Rage against the dying of the light. Instead, you bring survivors into my domain, where I am strongest. Something that might have been curiosity colored their voice. Unless this is some kind of strategy. Everything is strategy. Harry pulled the chain forward, guiding them through the dimensional currents. You taught me that. Every action serves multiple purposes. And what purposes does this serve? You'll find out. The architect laughed, a sound that rippled through the between space, briefly distorting reality itself. They materialized ahead of Harry's group, their form more solid than Harry had ever seen it. 3,000 years of evolution had transformed the architect into something barely recognizable as human. Their body was a mathematical abstraction made flesh, dimensions folding and unfolding in patterns that hurt to observe. Their face, when they had one, was beautiful in a way that made Harry's heart ache. This was what he might become, if he merged with the barriers. This was the cost of eternal guardianship. You're thinking about the sacrifice, the architect observed. Wondering if you could become what I am. Wondering if the eternity I've experienced is something you could endure. I'm thinking that you've been alone for 3,000 years. That you've forgotten what it means to be connected to others. Harry kept the chain moving, skirting the architect's presence. That's your weakness. You can't understand what drives me because you can't remember what it felt like to care about anyone but yourself. Sentiment. You keep returning to it, as if emotional bonds could substitute for actual power. They're not a substitute. They're the source. Harry felt the survivors behind him, their fear and determination flowing through the linked hands. Everyone I'm connected to, everyone who's connected to me, they make me stronger. Not through magic or dimensional energy. Through purpose. Through meaning. And when they die? When your connections fade and break and leave you alone? What then? Then I mourn them. Remember them. Find new connections. Harry stopped, turning to face the architect directly. That's what you've forgotten. Relationships aren't static. They grow, change, end, and new ones begin. The pain of loss is the price of connection, but it's a price worth paying. Pretty words. Let's see if they sustain you when I tear your companions apart. The architect attacked. Their power crashed against Harry's defenses like a wave against a cliff, enormous, overwhelming, designed to shatter everything in its path. Harry felt the chain behind him strain as the survivors were pushed toward dissolution, their existences threatening to scatter across infinite dimensional space. He held. Not alone, never alone. The ancient spirits rose within him, adding their strength to his. Aurora's combat training manifested as magical support, her will reinforcing his barriers. Daphne's analytical mind helped him find weaknesses in the architect's assault. Elena's centuries of experience offered insights into their techniques. Impressive, the architect said, pressing harder. You've learned to draw on others' strength. But they're mortal, limited, finite. Their power will exhaust eventually. Mine will not. Your power is vast. But it's also cold. Empty. Harry pushed back, his own dimensional abilities flaring. You've spent 3 millennia accumulating force without understanding why force matters. You can destroy, but you can't create. You can dominate, but you can't inspire. Inspiration is irrelevant. Results are what matter. Results built on fear and manipulation collapse eventually. That's why your original plans failed. That's why my mother's sacrifice worked when your scheme said it shouldn't. Harry's voice rose. Love isn't a variable in your calculations because you can't quantify it. But it's real, and it's powerful, and it's everything you've lost. The architect's assault faltered, just for a moment, but Harry felt it. Something in his words had touched them, had reached past the 3 millennia of isolation to whatever remained of their original humanity. I was not always like this, they said quietly. Once, I had connections. Colleagues. Perhaps even something like friends. But I saw further than they did. I understood that magic was dying, that without intervention, everything we valued would fade. So you decided to tear down reality rather than accept limitations. I decided to save magic at any cost. The barriers between dimensions, they were strangling everything beautiful about existence. Every generation, less power, less wonder, less possibility. The architect's form flickered, briefly showing something more human underneath. I would have sacrificed anything to prevent that. Including myself. But your colleagues stopped you. They stopped me from saving everything. Then they imprisoned me in a space where I could watch magic continue to die, century after century, powerless to prevent it. The architect's voice hardened again. 3,000 years of watching your world slowly suffocate. Can you imagine what that feels like? Harry considered. He thought about his years in the cupboard, about the desperation and isolation, about the way pain and loneliness had shaped him. I can imagine, he said finally. But I found another way. You could have too. There was no other way. The barriers must fall or magic dies entirely. That truth hasn't changed in 3 millennia. Then maybe you're wrong about the truth. Silence. The between space seemed to hold its breath. Wrong. You've been watching from outside. Analyzing, calculating, theorizing. But you haven't been living in the magical world. You haven't seen how magic adapts, evolves, finds new expressions. Harry stepped closer to the architect, the chain of survivors following. Magic isn't dying. It's changing. And the barriers aren't the problem, you are. Explain. The barriers don't strangle magic. They protect it. They keep incompatible energies from destroying each other. The reason magic seems weaker in our world isn't because we're cut off from other dimensions, it's because entities like you keep damaging the structure, creating chaos that disrupts the natural flow. Harry drew on the ancient spirits' knowledge, letting their understanding flow through his words. The original Unspeakables didn't build the barriers to contain you. They reinforced natural structures that had existed for millions of years. The barriers are part of how magic works, not obstacles to it. Your attempt to tear them down isn't salvation. It's suicide. For everyone. That's impossible. The research I conducted was flawed. You were brilliant, ambitious, so certain of your conclusions that you never questioned your fundamental assumptions. Harry's voice was almost gentle. The barriers aren't killing magic. You just couldn't accept that some limitations are necessary. The architect stared at him, really stared, for the first time treating him as something more than a tool or an obstacle. If what you're saying is true, then you've spent 3,000 years pursuing something that would have destroyed everything you wanted to save. Harry nodded slowly. The magic you thought was dying, it was damaged by your original experiments. The weakness you've observed across millennia, it's the result of your constant attacks on the barriers. You're not the solution to the problem. You're the cause of it. No. The word was a whisper. A denial. A prayer. No, I've given everything for this. Sacrificed everything. Endured 3,000 years of isolation for the chance to save something that wasn't dying. To fix something that wasn't broken. Harry reached out, and incredibly, the architect didn't flinch away. You were wrong. From the beginning. And the only person who could have told you that, who could have helped you see the truth, you pushed them away. Betrayed them. Imprisoned them. My colleagues. Your friends. The people who loved you enough to try to stop you from destroying yourself. Harry's voice cracked slightly. They're still here, you know. Fragments of their consciousness, preserved to maintain the barriers. They've been waiting for someone who could reach you. Who could help you understand. The architect's form wavered. For a moment, Harry saw what they might have been, a brilliant researcher, passionate about magic, desperate to protect everything they loved. Someone who had made terrible choices for reasons that, in their own context, had seemed reasonable. Someone who had been alone for far too long. I can't. You can. Harry stepped closer still, close enough to touch if he dared. You can stop fighting. You can accept that you were wrong. You can help repair the damage you've caused instead of causing more. The barriers. I've spent millennia weakening them. The damage can be repaired. With your help. You understand dimensional structure better than anyone. If you worked with us instead of against us, why would you trust me? I don't. Trust is earned. But I'm willing to give you the chance to earn it. The between space trembled. The architect's presence, which had filled every corner of this impossible realm, began to contract, to consolidate, to become something smaller and more human. You're offering redemption, they said, and their voice was younger now, less certain. To someone who has killed millions across millennia. Who engineered wars and disasters and suffering beyond counting. I'm offering a chance. What you do with it is up to you. Behind Harry, the chain of survivors stirred. He could feel their confusion, their fear, their desperate hope that this confrontation might end without more violence. The prophecy, the architect said quietly. The one about the walker between worlds. It spoke of a choice, to seal forever or to shatter eternal. I know it. I always assumed the choice was yours. Which outcome you would create. Something shifted in their impossible features. But perhaps the choice was mine. To continue shattering, or to finally accept that I was wrong. Perhaps it was both. The architect closed their eyes, a strangely human gesture from a being that had transcended humanity millennia ago. I'm tired, they whispered. 3,000 years of fighting, planning, hoping. 3,000 years of being alone. And now you tell me it was all for nothing. Not for nothing. You've learned things about dimensional structure that no one else knows. You've developed techniques that could help protect reality for generations. Harry's voice softened. Your existence doesn't have to be wasted. It just has to change direction. And if I can't change? If 3 millennia of isolation have damaged me beyond repair? Then we'll deal with that when it happens. But I don't think you're beyond repair. I think you're just lost. And I'm offering to help you find your way back. Silence stretched across the between space. The survivors held their breath. The ancient spirits within Harry waited, their accumulated wisdom focused on this single moment. Then the architect opened their eyes. Show me, they said. Show me the truth about the barriers. The evidence that supports your claims. If you can convince me, truly convince me, then perhaps. Perhaps you'll stop trying to destroy everything. Perhaps I'll start trying to rebuild. The journey back to normal reality was different this time. The architect guided them, their knowledge of dimensional space making the transit smooth and safe. The survivors emerged into the ruins of the Department of Mysteries, but the attacks had stopped. The possessed unspeakables had collapsed where they stood, freed from control that no longer existed. What happened? Aurora demanded, her wand still raised, her body still tensed for combat. The architect is reconsidering their position. Harry looked around at the devastation, corridors collapsed, chambers destroyed, lifetimes of research lost. They're not an ally yet. But they're not an enemy anymore either. You talked them out of destroying reality. I showed them they were wrong. About the barriers, about magic, about everything they'd believed for 3,000 years. Harry felt exhaustion settling into his bones. It's not resolution. It's a ceasefire. A chance to prove that cooperation works better than conflict. And if they decide you were lying, that their original beliefs were correct, then we're back where we started, except the architect knows our capabilities. Harry shrugged wearily. It's a risk. But continuing to fight wasn't working. We needed to try something different. Daphne approached, her usual composure fully restored despite the chaos she'd just survived. You convinced an immortal entity to reconsider 3 millennia of certainty through the power of logical argument. An emotional appeal. They'd been alone so long they'd forgotten what connection felt like. I reminded them. You're either the most brilliant strategist in magical history or the luckiest fool who ever lived. Probably both. The cleanup took hours. Survivors were catalogued, wounded were healed, damaged areas were stabilized. Croker emerged from wherever they'd been trapped, wounded but alive, their hidden features carrying something that might have been pride. "You've done something unprecedented," the director said. "No one in 3,000 years has managed to communicate with the architect without being destroyed or corrupted. Let alone convince them to negotiate. I had help." Harry gestured at the survivors, at the ancient spirits within him, at the connections that had given him strength. "I wasn't alone." "You never were." Croker's voice softened. "I knew what you were when I found you in that cupboard, broken, damaged, but possessed of something rare. The capacity to connect. To inspire loyalty. To turn enemies into allies. You raised me to be a weapon. I raised you to survive. Weapons don't negotiate with cosmic entities. Weapons don't convince 3,000-year-old beings to reconsider their fundamental beliefs. Weapons don't," Croker paused, emotion coloring their voice, "weapons don't make me proud." Harry stared at them. In 7 years, Croker had never spoken so directly about their feelings. "Thank you," he said finally. "For everything. Don't thank me yet. The architect's ceasefire doesn't resolve the underlying issues. The barriers are still damaged. Voldemort still threatens Britain. And your role in all of this is far from complete. I know. But for now, rest. Recover. Let your allies handle the immediate crises while you process what you've accomplished." Croker moved toward the exit, pausing at the doorway. "You've bought us time, Harry. Don't waste it." They left. Harry stood in the ruins of his home, surrounded by survivors and destruction, feeling the weight of everything that had happened settling into his bones. Aurora appeared at his side. "You look terrible." "I feel terrible. That's what happens when you carry the fate of reality on your shoulders for a few hours." She offered her hand. "Come on. There's a safe house that wasn't compromised. You need food, sleep, and at least 12 hours without anyone asking you to save the world." Harry took her hand. "What about the department? The rebuilding will still be here tomorrow. And the day after. And the year after that." Aurora's grip was firm, familiar, safe. "Right now, you need to rest. Orders from everyone who cares about you. That's a lot of orders. That's a lot of people who care." She smiled slightly. "Get used to it." The safe house was small, quiet, and blessedly free of cosmic significance. Harry slept for 18 hours straight, his consciousness drifting through dreamless darkness. When he woke, Daphne was sitting by his bedside, reading a book that looked considerably older than both of them combined. "You're awake." She didn't look up from her page. "There's food on the table." The Greengrass house elves outdid themselves. Harry sat up slowly, his body protesting every movement. "How long was I out?" "Long enough for several significant developments." Daphne marked her place and set the book aside. "The department is establishing temporary operations in backup facilities. Voldemort has reached out through back channels, expressing interest in renewed negotiations. And Dumbledore has called an emergency meeting of the Order of the Phoenix, to which you've been invited. Busy day. Busy week, actually. You slept through most of the crisis response." Harry absorbed this. Part of him felt guilty about leaving the work to others, a larger part was simply too exhausted to care. "What's the situation with the architect?" "Quiet, according to the sensors. Their presence in the between spaces has diminished significantly, not gone, but reduced. Researcher Vex believes they're genuinely reconsidering their position." Daphne paused. "Though there's significant debate about whether that's actually possible. People change. Even after 3,000 years. Do they?" Daphne's voice was thoughtful. The architect has been alone for longer than human civilization has existed. Can someone recover from that kind of isolation? I don't know. But I had to give them the chance. Why? Harry considered the question. Because I've seen what isolation does to people. What it almost did to me. And because destroying them wasn't an option, the power required would have damaged the barriers even more. The only path forward was communication. Spoken like a true diplomat. Daphne smiled slightly. Though I'm not sure diplomat is the first word most people would use to describe someone who can tear reality apart with their bare hands. I contain multitudes. You contain something, certainly. She rose, moving toward the table where food waited. Eat. Recover. The world will still need saving in a few hours. Harry joined her at the table, discovering that he was ravenously hungry. The food was excellent, Daphne hadn't been exaggerating about the house elves, and he ate in comfortable silence while she returned to her book. What are you reading? He asked eventually. Research materials. I've been investigating the Greengrass curse while you were asleep. She turned a page. The connection to the seals is clearer now that we understand the architect's methodology. Our bloodline was deliberately engineered to serve as dimensional anchors. The curse isn't just killing my sister. It's using her as a power source. That's... Harry paused, searching for the right word. Horrifying. It's efficient. The architect may be wrong about the barriers, but they're not stupid. Every piece of their plan served multiple purposes. Daphne's voice was clinical, analytical, processing horror through professional distance. The question is whether the cure you promised requires the architect's cooperation. It might. Their understanding of dimensional magic is unparalleled. Then perhaps your diplomacy will have additional benefits. She closed the book. Assuming the ceasefire holds. It'll hold. The architect is genuinely reconsidering, I could feel it. 3,000 years of certainty, shattered in a single conversation. Harry shook his head. They'll need time to process. To decide what they want to become now that their original purpose is invalid. You sound almost sympathetic. I am sympathetic. They made terrible choices, caused immense suffering, but they did it because they genuinely believed they were saving magic. That kind of conviction, misdirected as it was, isn't evil. It's tragic. Daphne was quiet for a long moment. Then she reached across the table, her fingers brushing his hand. You're a strange person, Harry Potter. You see humanity in beings that have transcended it. You find redemption where others see only monsters. Is that a criticism? It's an observation. Whether it's a good trait or a dangerous one remains to be seen. Harry turned his hand over, catching her fingers in his. And what do you see when you look at me? Someone who shouldn't exist. Someone who's been shaped by forces beyond comprehension to serve purposes they've rejected. Someone who's decided to define their own meaning despite everything telling them they don't have that choice. Her eyes met his. Someone I find increasingly difficult to categorize. Is that frustrating? It's interesting. Her lips curved slightly. I'm not accustomed to interesting. My life has been politics and obligation and the slow death of my sister. You've introduced variables I didn't anticipate. Good variables? Ask me again when the world isn't ending. They sat in comfortable silence, hands still touching, the weight of everything they'd been through settling into something almost peaceful. Outside, the magical world continued its chaotic descent toward war and transformation. Inside, for just a moment, there was stillness. Thank you, Harry said eventually. For staying. For helping. For not being frightened away by the cosmic forces trying to destroy reality. Among other things. I'm a greengrass. We don't frighten easily. She withdrew her hand, but gently. Now finish eating. The Order of the Phoenix meeting is in 2 hours, and you'll need to explain to a room full of adults how an 11-year-old convinced an immortal entity to stop trying to end the world. When you put it that way, it does sound implausible. Most true things do. The Order of the Phoenix had expanded since Voldemort's return. Harry entered the meeting room at Grimmauld Place to find dozens of faces turning toward him, some familiar from Hogwarts, others strangers united only by opposition to the Dark Lord. Dumbledore sat at the head of the table, looking older than Harry had ever seen him. Mad-Eye Moody glared from one corner, his magical eye spinning constantly. Severus Snape lurked in shadows near the back, his expression unreadable. Mr. Potter. Dumbledore's voice was warm despite the exhaustion evident in his features. Thank you for joining us. I believe you have news that affects everyone in this room. I do. Harry took a seat that had been clearly left for him, prominent, visible, positioned to command attention. The situation with the architect has changed. We're no longer looking at an inevitable invasion. Murmurs rippled through the room. Harry waited for them to subside before continuing. 3 days ago, I made contact with the architect in their dimensional space. We had a conversation. I presented evidence that challenged their fundamental beliefs about magic and the barriers. They're reconsidering. Reconsidering? Moody's voice was sharp with disbelief. A 3,000-year-old cosmic entity is reconsidering? They were wrong. About almost everything. Their original research was flawed, and 3 millennia of isolation prevented them from seeing the errors. Harry kept his voice level, professional. When I showed them the truth, they experienced what I can only describe as a crisis of faith. They've withdrawn to process the implications. And you believe this withdrawal is genuine? Snape's voice was silky, skeptical. Not a tactical retreat designed to lull us into complacency. I believe it's genuine. But I'm not asking anyone to trust my assessment blindly. The dimensional sensors show reduced architect activity. The attacks on the department have stopped. The possessed individuals have been freed. Harry met Snape's gaze steadily. The evidence supports my conclusion. Even if the architect has genuinely paused their assault, Dumbledore said carefully, Voldemort remains an active threat. The war continues regardless of dimensional complications. Actually, that situation has changed too. Harry produced documents that had arrived during his recovery. Voldemort has reached out. He's verified my claims about the architect's manipulation of his existence and is interested in further discussion. The room exploded. Voices competed, demanding clarification, expressing outrage, questioning Harry's sanity. Moody's magical eye locked onto Harry with undisguised suspicion. Snape's mask of impassivity cracked, showing genuine shock. Silence. Dumbledore's voice cut through the chaos, carrying power that made the air itself vibrate. The room went still. Harry. Explain. When I met with Voldemort several weeks ago, I showed him evidence that the architect had engineered his entire existence. His creation, his obsessions, his methods, all of it shaped by an entity that viewed him as a tool. Harry's voice was calm despite the tension in the room. Voldemort is many things, but he's not stupid. The evidence was irrefutable. And now he wants to negotiate. With you? With the group that possesses the most complete understanding of the architect's plans. That's us. Harry gestured at the assembled order. Voldemort's ambitions haven't changed, he still wants power, still believes in pure-blood supremacy. But his priorities have shifted. The architect represents a threat to everything he wants to achieve. The enemy of my enemy, Moody growled. Is sometimes useful, even if they're not a friend. Harry nodded. I'm not proposing we trust Voldemort. I'm proposing we explore whether temporary cooperation serves our interests. You would work with the monster who murdered your parents? Snape's voice was barely above a whisper. The architect murdered my parents. Voldemort was the weapon they used. Harry kept his voice steady through sheer force of will. I'm not interested in justice or revenge. I'm interested in survival, for all of us. If that means working with someone I despise, I'll do it. And after the architect is dealt with? Then we return to our previous positions. Voldemort pursues his goals, we oppose him. But that conflict happens in a world that still exists, rather than a dimensional collapse that kills everyone. Harry leaned forward. We're not strong enough to fight both threats simultaneously. We need to prioritize. The room was silent. Harry could feel the weight of decades of enmity, the remembered dead, the absolute certainty that Voldemort represented evil incarnate. But he could also feel calculation. Pragmatism. The cold reality that sometimes survival required distasteful alliances. You've thought this through, Dumbledore said finally. I've had time. Floating between dimensions, facing an entity that wanted to destroy reality, it clarifies your thinking. And the prophecy? The one that says one of you must die at the other's hand? Prophecies describe possibilities, not certainties. The situation has changed since that prophecy was made. Maybe its outcome changes too. Harry shrugged. Or maybe Voldemort and I still have to fight eventually. But, eventually, is better than, right now, while the world is ending. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. The Order will consider your proposal. Not a vote, this isn't a democracy, but input from those with relevant experience. He looked around the room. What say you? The discussion lasted 2 hours. Arguments flew back and forth, moral objections, strategic calculations, historical precedents, personal grievances. Harry listened, contributing when appropriate, letting the Order work through their resistance at their own pace. In the end, the consensus was grudging acceptance. We'll explore Voldemort's offer, Dumbledore announced. Limited engagement, strict conditions, extensive verification. If this is a trap, we'll discover it before committing significant resources. And the architect? Someone asked. We continue monitoring their activity while preparing for both possibilities, genuine cessation of hostilities, or resumed assault. Dumbledore's eyes found Harry. You'll serve as our primary liaison for both negotiations. Your unique capabilities make you irreplaceable in this role. I understand. I hope you do. Dumbledore's voice carried warning beneath the warmth. You're walking a path that has destroyed many who attempted it. Playing multiple sides, managing contradictory alliances, maintaining trust with beings who have every reason to betray you. I have help. Harry thought of Aurora, Daphne, Elena, the ancient spirits within him. I'm not walking alone. See that you remember that. The temptation to believe you can handle everything yourself, it's destroyed better people than either of us. I'll remember. The first meeting with Voldemort after the architect revelation was tense and surreal. They met on neutral ground, an abandoned manor in Scotland, warded by both sides, monitored by observers from the Order and the Department. Harry arrived with Aurora and Daphne, Voldemort brought Bellatrix Lestrange and Lucius Malfoy. Potter. Voldemort's voice was cold, but there was something different in his manner, a wariness that hadn't existed before. You've been busy. The architect's assault on the department confirmed my claims. They were trying to eliminate me before I could build alliances against them. And yet you convinced them to stop. I convinced them they were wrong. About everything. Harry kept his voice level, professional. The barriers aren't killing magic. Their attacks on the barriers are killing magic. They've spent 3 millennia pursuing a goal that would have destroyed everything they wanted to save. Voldemort's red eyes studied him with unsettling intensity. You persuaded a being of immense power to abandon 3,000 years of planning through conversation. Through evidence. An emotional appeal. They'd been alone so long they'd forgotten what connection felt like. Sentiment. The word dripped disdain. You believe sentiment can overcome cosmic forces. I believe it already has. Multiple times. Harry met Voldemort's gaze. My mother's love stopped you when you were at the height of your power. The connections I've built stopped the architect when they were on the verge of emergence. Sentiment, as you call it, is more powerful than you've ever understood. Silence stretched between them. Bellatrix shifted restlessly, her madness barely contained. Lucius watched with calculating eyes. You interest me, Potter. Voldemort's voice was thoughtful. You've accomplished things that should be impossible. Negotiated with entities that have destroyed everyone else who attempted contact. Built alliances that span enemies and neutral parties alike. I had good teachers. Teachers who raised you as a weapon, according to my intelligence. Voldemort's smile was thin. Yet you've become something else. Something they didn't intend. We all become things our creators didn't intend. That's called growth. Is it? Voldemort leaned forward slightly. I was created by circumstances beyond my control. An orphanage that taught me to despise weakness. A magical world that valued blood and power. An obsession with immortality that led me to split my soul. And the architect. Who shaped all of those circumstances? Yes. The architect. Voldemort's expression flickered, something that might have been rage, quickly controlled. I've spent my existence believing I was master of my fate. Now I learn I was merely the most elaborate piece on someone else's board. Does that change what you want? It changes everything. Voldemort's voice dropped. I pursued immortality because I feared death. But the immortality I sought, through Horcruxes, through magical achievement, was always vulnerable. Always dependent on circumstances I couldn't fully control. And now? Now I understand there are forces beyond even my conception. Entities that manipulate reality itself. Threats that make mortal concerns seem trivial. Voldemort's red eyes burned. I want power, Potter. But not the kind I pursued before. I want power sufficient to protect myself from things like the architect. Power that transcends the games of mortals. That's not what I expected to hear. I'm capable of adaptation. Of growth, as you call it. Voldemort smiled, and it was almost genuine. The question is whether our interests align sufficiently for cooperation. Harry considered. Voldemort pursuing new forms of power could be catastrophic, or it could be exactly what they needed. A Dark Lord focused on cosmic-scale threats might be less interested in mundane magical supremacy. What kind of cooperation did you have in mind? Information exchange. Mutual defense against the architect, should they resume hostilities. Coordination in managing the remaining dimensional threats. And the war against the magical world. Suspended. Temporarily. Voldemort's voice carried warning. I haven't abandoned my goals, Potter. But I've learned to prioritize. The architect represents a threat that makes our conflict seem small. And after the architect is dealt with? Then we return to our respective positions. But with the understanding that we've seen each other's capabilities. That we know what the other is capable of when properly motivated. It was the best offer Harry could expect. Not friendship, not alliance in any meaningful sense, but ceasefire. Space to address the real threat without fighting a two-front war. I'll need to consult with my allies. But provisionally. I think we can work with this. Excellent. Voldemort rose, his robes flowing like liquid shadow. I'll await your formal response. In the meantime, I'll be pursuing my own research. The dimensional aspects of the architect's power are fascinating. Be careful. The between spaces are dangerous, even for someone as powerful as you. Your concern is noted. And almost touching. Voldemort's smile was mocking, but there was something else beneath it, respect, perhaps, or the recognition of an equal. Until next time, Potter. He departed with his servants, leaving Harry alone with Aurora and Daphne. Well, Aurora said after a long moment. That was surreal. It's not every day you negotiate with the Dark Lord who killed your parents, Harry agreed. And yet you treated it like a business meeting. Professional. Controlled. Almost friendly. We're not friends. We'll never be friends. But right now, we have common enemies and common interests. That's enough for temporary cooperation. You're playing a dangerous game. Daphne's voice was thoughtful. Voldemort is brilliant, powerful, and utterly ruthless. The moment cooperation ceases to serve his interests, he'll betray us. I know. Harry moved toward the exit. But until then, we have time. Time to strengthen the barriers, heal the dimensional damage, prepare for whatever comes next. That's worth the risk. And the architect? Still reconsidering. Still processing. Still deciding what they want to become. Harry paused at the door. I gave them a choice, redemption or continued conflict. They haven't made that choice yet. What if they choose wrong? Then I'll stop them. But I had to give them the chance to choose right. That's what connection means, believing that people can change, even when evidence suggests they can't. Sentiment, Aurora said, echoing Voldemort's disdain. Strength, Harry corrected. The strength to hope. The strength to trust. The strength to keep trying even when everything tells you it's pointless. He smiled slightly. That's what the architect never understood. Why they couldn't predict what I would do. Because you're unpredictable. Because I believe in things that can't be calculated. Love. Connection. The possibility of redemption. Harry looked back at his companions. The architect spent 3,000 years trying to understand human behavior through pure analysis. They failed because the most important parts of humanity can't be analyzed. They can only be felt. He stepped out into the Scottish afternoon, feeling the weight of everything that had happened, and everything that was still to come. The world was changing. The old certainties were crumbling. Powers that had been fixed for millennia were shifting, adapting, preparing for new configurations. Harry didn't know how it would end. But he knew one thing with absolute certainty, he wouldn't face it alone. Chapter 5 and Chapter 6, The Cypher's Choice. 6 months had changed everything. Harry stood at the window of the rebuilt Department of Mysteries, watching dawn break over London through monitoring spells that showed the city in layers of magical and mundane activity. The view was different now, clearer, somehow, as if the dimensional barriers themselves had stabilized in ways that affected perception. They had stabilized. That was the point. The war against Voldemort had ended 3 months ago, not with a climactic battle but with a negotiated surrender that had shocked the magical world. The Dark Lord, faced with the choice between continued conflict and the opportunity to pursue higher purposes, had chosen the latter. His followers were scattered, some imprisoned, some pardoned in exchange for cooperation, some simply vanished into the margins of magical society. Voldemort himself had retreated to parts unknown, pursuing dimensional research that Harry monitored but didn't interfere with. The ceasefire held because both sides had seen what lay beyond mortal conflicts, had understood that the games of wizards were trivial compared to the forces that shaped reality itself. The architect had made their choice too. Harry felt their presence now, a whisper at the edge of his consciousness. Not hostile anymore, curious, uncertain, almost vulnerable. 3,000 years of certainty had shattered, and they were slowly, painfully, learning to rebuild their understanding of existence. You're awake early, they observed, their voice carrying across dimensional barriers with practiced ease. The ceremony isn't for hours yet. Couldn't sleep. Too much to think about. The wedding. Harry smiled slightly. Among other things. The wedding. His wedding, to be precise. To Daphne Greengrass, in a ceremony that would unite two of the magical world's most unusual individuals. The announcement had caused considerable confusion, the boy who lived marrying a Slytherin pureblood, both of them barely 17, neither fitting any of the categories people tried to force them into. They'd decided not to care about the confusion. "You've accomplished remarkable things in 6 months," the architect continued. "The barriers are stronger than they've been in millennia. The dimensional infrastructure is stabilized. Even the ancient seals have been reinforced beyond their original specifications. With your help." Harry turned from the window. "Your understanding of dimensional mechanics made the difference. Redemption, you called it. The opportunity to repair what I spent millennia destroying." The architect's voice carried something like wonder. "I didn't believe it was possible. I thought the damage was too extensive, my crimes too vast for any compensation. The damage is healing. The crimes are." Harry paused, choosing words carefully. "Still there. Still real. But being balanced by new choices, new actions. That's all any of us can do, choose better going forward. Is that enough? Can any amount of future good outweigh millennia of harm? I don't know. I'm not sure anyone can answer that definitively." Harry moved toward his desk, where documents awaited his attention. "But I know that giving up, accepting that you're beyond redemption, doesn't help anyone. It just adds despair to the list of things you're responsible for." The architect was silent for a long moment. Harry could feel them processing, reconsidering, continuing the transformation that had begun in the between spaces 6 months ago. "The spirits you carry," they said finally. "The ones who imprisoned me originally. They've been communicating with me. I know. They asked my permission. They forgive me." The architect's voice cracked on the words. "After everything I did, the war, the imprisonment, the millennia of attacks, they forgive me. They understand you better than anyone else could. They knew who you were before you became this. They remember the brilliant researcher who wanted to save magic, who was so passionate about their work that they couldn't see its flaws. That person died 3,000 years ago. Did they? Or did they just get lost for a very long time?" No response. But Harry felt something shift in the architect's presence, a softening, a release of tension that had been building for longer than human civilization had existed. Progress. Slow, uncertain, but real. The ceremony took place at Hogwarts. Not in the Great Hall or any of the traditional spaces, in the Room of Requirement, which had configured itself into something that defied easy description. The walls were dimensional glass, showing views of realities beyond normal perception. The ceiling displayed the stars of a dozen different universes. The floor was solid magic, responding to the emotions of everyone present. It was, Harry had to admit, a bit much. "The room is showing off," Daphne murmured as she joined him at the altar. "I think it likes you. The feeling is mutual." She was beautiful in her wedding robes, not traditionally beautiful, but striking in ways that matched her personality. Sharp lines, subtle colors, magic woven into the fabric that sparkled with her movements. Her eyes met his with the same analytical intensity that had characterized their relationship from the beginning. "You're nervous," she observed. "Terrified, actually. But in a good way. There's a good way to be terrified. When it's about something you care about. When the fear comes from hoping you're worthy of what you've been given." Daphne's expression softened slightly. "You're worthy, Harry. Of this, of everything. You've earned it. So have you." The guests assembled around them, a strange mix of allies and former enemies, of ancient spirits and mortal wizards. Aurora stood as Harry's witness, her expression carrying something between pride and tears. Croaker attended in their official capacity, somehow managing to look approving despite their hidden features. Dumbledore presided, his voice carrying the weight of centuries of tradition as he guided them through the ceremony. But the words that mattered were their own. "I promise to challenge you," Daphne said, her voice steady despite the emotion visible in her eyes. "To push you, to question you, to never let you settle for less than your best. I promise to stand beside you against whatever comes, dimensional entities, Dark Lords, or the everyday struggles of building a life together. I promise to listen, Harry responded. To value your perspective, to treat you as a partner rather than a protector. I promise to keep trying, keep growing, keep becoming someone worthy of what you've offered me. I promise to help you remember that you're human, Daphne continued. That you need rest, connection, moments of peace. That saving the world doesn't mean sacrificing yourself. I promise to help you save your sister. Harry reached for her hand. To never stop searching for the cure, to use every resource I have to give a story of the life she deserves. The vows continued, personal and specific, a map of the relationship they'd built through crisis and conflict. When they finally kissed, soft, genuine, witnessed by beings that spanned dimensions, the room of requirement erupted in light that seemed to celebrate with them. Well, Aurora said afterward, embracing Harry with fierce affection. You've done it now. Married to a Slytherin pureblood. Your parents would be confused, probably. But I think they'd approve, once they understood. They would. Croaker approached, their presence somehow warmer than usual. Your mother was never one for convention. She'd appreciate that you've chosen someone who challenges you. Did you know her well? Better than most. She was remarkable. Brilliant, fierce, determined to understand magic at its deepest levels. Croaker paused. Like mother, like son. The reception was chaos and joy and impossible connections. Harry found himself discussing dimensional theory with Voldemort via mirror communication, accepting congratulations from the architect through whispered dimensional contact, watching Daphne navigate the complex politics of pureblood society with effortless grace. You've built something remarkable, Dumbledore observed, joining Harry on a balcony overlooking the celebration. Not just the marriage, though that's significant. The alliance network. The cooperation between former enemies. The stabilization of threats that have destabilized magical society for generations. I had help. You always say that. But help only goes so far. The vision, the strategy, the ability to see connections others miss, that's yours. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled slightly. The boy who lived has become something I never imagined when I placed him with the Dursleys. Something better, I hope. Something different. Whether it's better remains to be seen. Dumbledore's expression grew serious. The work isn't finished. The barriers are stabilized but still vulnerable. The architect is transforming but not yet trustworthy. And there are other threats, cosmic forces we haven't even identified yet, waiting in the spaces between dimensions. I know. You've accepted responsibility for monitoring those threats. For maintaining the barriers. For serving as the primary interface between our world and whatever lies beyond. Dumbledore met his eyes. That's a burden that will last your entire life. Perhaps longer. I know that too. And you're willing to bear it? Even knowing what it will cost. Harry looked out at the celebration, at Daphne laughing at something Aurora had said, at the impossible diversity of beings gathered to witness their union, at the evidence of connections built through choice rather than chance. 6 months ago, I was ready to merge with the barriers permanently. To sacrifice my existence to seal the architect away. I thought that was the only option, that someone had to give everything to protect reality. And now? Now I understand that permanent sacrifice isn't the answer. The barriers need guardians, but guardians who are connected to the world they're protecting. Who have reasons to care, people who depend on them, lives that anchor them to reality. Harry turned back to Dumbledore. The architect failed because they were alone. Cut off from everything that gave their existence meaning. I won't make that mistake. I'll bear the burden of guardianship, but I'll bear it with others. As part of a network rather than a solitary sacrifice. That requires trust. In others, in yourself, in the systems you've built. It does. And trust is frightening. It means accepting that I can't control everything, can't protect everyone, can't guarantee outcomes. Harry smiled slightly. But it's the only approach that actually works. The only one that creates lasting change instead of temporary fixes. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. You've grown wise, Harry. Wiser than I was at your age. Perhaps wiser than I am now. He placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. The magical world is fortunate to have you as its guardian. I'm not the guardian. I'm part of a system of guardians. The difference matters. Yes. It does. The first year of marriage was a careful balance of cosmic responsibility and personal connection. Harry and Daphne built a life together, a home that existed partially in normal space and partially in the dimensional margins, a relationship that accommodated both their needs for independence and their commitment to partnership. They argued about politics and research and the proper way to organize a library. They made love with passion and tenderness and occasionally with laughter at the absurdity of their situation. They also continued their work. The barriers required constant monitoring, subtle adjustments, the kind of attention that had been impossible when Harry was managing everything alone. Now he had a network, Unspeakables trained in dimensional magic, researchers who understood the theoretical framework, allies who could share the burden when he needed rest. The architect continued their transformation, slowly becoming something almost recognizable as the person they'd been before their imprisonment. They offered insights and assistance, their vast knowledge now directed toward healing rather than destruction. The ancient spirits accepted them gradually, old wounds healing through interaction and cooperation. Voldemort remained a concern, but a manageable one. His pursuit of dimensional power had led him to discoveries that actually strengthened the barriers, an ironic outcome that Harry monitored without interfering. The Dark Lord would likely become a threat again eventually, but eventually was a problem for the future. And Astoria Greengrass finally received her cure. The treatment required collaboration between Harry's dimensional abilities, the architect's technical knowledge, and the combined research of 3 different magical traditions. The curse that had been slowly killing her, the anchor that had connected her bloodline to dimensional forces for millennia, was severed and sealed. She woke from the final treatment to find her sister crying at her bedside, Harry standing quietly in the corner, and a future that had seemed impossible suddenly stretching before her. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice weak but present, alive in a way she hadn't been for years. "Thank your sister." She never stopped pushing for a solution. Daphne squeezed Harry's hand, her composure finally cracking into genuine tears. "Thank you. For keeping your promise. I always keep my promises." Eventually. The second year brought new challenges. The dimensional stabilization had attracted attention from forces beyond normal reality, curious entities who sensed the changes in the barrier structure, who wanted to understand the new configurations. Most were harmless, simply observing from the spaces between. Some required careful diplomacy, negotiations conducted through dreams and dimensional whispers. A few required more direct intervention. Harry led the response to the first genuine dimensional incursion since the architect's ceasefire, a breach that erupted in the Pacific Ocean, threatening to destabilize an entire hemisphere's worth of barriers. The battle lasted 3 days, conducted partially in normal space and partially in the between dimensions, requiring every technique Harry had learned and several he invented on the spot. He won. But the victory came with costs. "You're pushing too hard," Daphne told him afterward, her voice carrying an edge of fear beneath the frustration. "The barriers are stable. The network is functioning. You don't have to handle every crisis personally. This one required my abilities, this one required abilities. Not specifically yours." She gripped his shoulders, forcing him to meet her eyes. "You've built a system specifically so you wouldn't have to be the sole solution to every problem. Use it. The incursion was too powerful then train more people. Delegate more responsibility. Accept that you can't be everywhere at once." Her voice softened. "You promised me you wouldn't sacrifice yourself. That includes slow sacrifice through exhaustion." Harry was silent for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. You're right. I've been falling into old patterns. Treating myself as the only solution instead of part of a system. Old patterns are hard to break. But you have to break them, Harry. For me. For us. For everyone who depends on you being functional rather than burned out. I'll do better. I know you will. That's why I married you. The third year brought something unexpected, normalcy. The barriers held. The threats were managed. The network functioned with increasing efficiency, requiring less direct intervention from Harry and more coordination between specialized teams. For the first time since his childhood in the cupboard, Harry experienced what most people would call ordinary life. He taught occasionally at Hogwarts, sharing dimensional theory with students who might someday join the network. He served as a consultant for the Department of Mysteries, offering insights without being absorbed into bureaucracy. He spent time with Aurora and Croaker, maintaining the relationships that had formed him. And he watched his family grow. I'm pregnant. Daphne's announcement came during breakfast, delivered with her characteristic directness. Harry stared at her, processing, feeling something vast and terrifying and wonderful bloom in his chest. You're sure? 3 diagnostic spells and a visit to St. Mungo's. I'm sure. I'm going to be a father. That is traditionally what happens when one's wife becomes pregnant. Harry laughed, genuine, joyful, carrying years of tension released in a single breath. He crossed the table, gathered Daphne in his arms, and held her while the magnitude of what was happening settled into his consciousness. I have no idea how to be a father. You'll learn. The same way you learn to be everything else. Her voice was warm, confident. Besides, your models of parenting are either abusive relatives or cosmic entities. The bar is low. Croaker wasn't abusive. Croaker raised you to face threats that would have destroyed most adults. Loving, but hardly conventional. Fair point. Harry pulled back slightly, studying her face. Are you scared? Terrified. But in a good way. She echoed his words from their wedding. When it's about something you care about. I care about this. More than I can express. I know. She kissed him softly. Now let's figure out how to tell everyone else. Starting with Aurora, who will probably cry. She definitely will. The pregnancy progressed normally, which was itself remarkable given everything Harry and Daphne had been through. The dimensional monitoring continued, the network functioned, and life proceeded with something approaching peace. The architect observed the pregnancy with fascination that bordered on obsession. New life, they murmured through their dimensional connection. I had forgotten what that meant. The creation of something that didn't exist before, through love rather than manipulation. It's terrifying, Harry admitted during one of their conversations. The responsibility. The vulnerability. Caring about someone who hasn't even been born yet. That's why I avoided it originally. Connection meant vulnerability. I pursued power instead, the kind that came from isolation and transcendence. The architect's voice carried centuries of regret. Now I understand what I sacrificed. Do you regret it? Everything you became? Yes and no. I regret the harm, the suffering, the millennia of destruction. But I also recognize that my journey led me here, to understanding, to connection, to the possibility of being something better. A pause. You taught me that redemption isn't about erasing the past. It's about choosing a better future. I learned that lesson myself, not long ago. From whom? Harry thought about it. From everyone. Aurora, who never stopped believing in me even when I was too damaged to believe in myself. Croaker, who saw potential where others saw danger. Daphne, who challenges me to be better without letting me hide behind excuses. Even Voldemort, in a twisted way, showing me what ambition without connection becomes. And me? You showed me that even the oldest wounds can heal. That 3,000 years of isolation don't have to define someone forever. That the choice to become better is always available, no matter how far you've fallen. High praise from someone who saved reality by talking rather than fighting. It wasn't just talking. It was believing, truly believing, that you could change. That belief is what made the difference. The architect was silent for a long moment. Then, I believe you will be a good father. Thank you. That means more than you might realize. Their son was born on a winter morning, during a dimensional storm that had formed over the Scottish Highlands. The timing was terrible. Harry had been monitoring the storm's development, preparing intervention teams, coordinating with the network. When Daphne's labor began, he'd been halfway between the department and Hogwarts, racing to reach her before, you missed it. Aurora's voice met him at the St. Mungo's entrance, her expression carrying amusement beneath the mock severity. The baby is perfect. Healthy. Already displaying signs of magical ability that the healers find unprecedented. Aurora's smile broke through. Daphne is exhausted but fine. She asked me to tell you that next time, you should prioritize better. Next time. She's already planning the second child. Something about proper spacing and optimal sibling dynamics. Aurora laughed at his expression. Your wife is a force of nature, Harry. You knew that when you married her. I did. I just didn't realize it would manifest as planning our family like a military campaign. Go see your son. The dimensional storm can wait. Harry went. The hospital room was quiet, lit by soft magical lights that shifted colors based on the occupant's mood. Daphne sat propped against pillows, looking more exhausted than Harry had ever seen her, but also more peaceful. In her arms, wrapped in blankets that seemed to shimmer slightly, was a small form that made Harry's breath catch. Meet your father, Daphne said softly. He's late, but he tries. Harry approached slowly, afraid that any sudden movement might shatter the moment. He looked down at his son's face, tiny, perfect, carrying features that blended both parents in ways that seemed impossible. He's beautiful. He's loud. The healers were impressed by his volume. Daphne shifted slightly, offering the bundle. Want to hold him? Harry's hands trembled as he took his son for the first time. The weight was almost nothing, but it felt like the weight of the world, transformed into something precious rather than burdensome. Hi, he whispered. I'm your dad. I have no idea what I'm doing, but I'm going to try really hard to be good at it. The baby opened his eyes. They were green, Harry's green, and carried something that made Harry's enhanced senses flare with recognition. Daphne. His magical signature, I know. The healers noticed too. Her voice was carefully neutral. He's inherited more than your eye color. Harry looked deeper, using abilities that normal wizards couldn't access. His son's magical core was structured differently than most humans, similar to Harry's own unusual configuration, but distinct. The dimensional affinity that had defined Harry's existence was present, but modified, evolved. He can see the barriers, Harry breathed. Even now, at this age. He perceives them naturally. Like father, like son. Daphne's voice carried a mixture of pride and concern. We knew this was possible. That any children we had might inherit your abilities. I didn't expect, Harry stopped, overwhelmed by implications. He'll need training. Protection. Understanding of what he is. He'll have all of those things. Because we'll provide them. Daphne reached out, touching Harry's arm. This isn't a burden, Harry. It's a gift. Our son will grow up understanding the truths that you had to discover painfully. He'll have parents who can guide him, a network that can support him, a world that's safer because of what you've built. What we've built. What we've built. She smiled. Together. Always together. They named him James Arcturus Potter, James for Harry's father, Arcturus for the star that had guided Daphne's family for generations. The name carried weight and history and hope for the future. The wizarding world celebrated the birth with enthusiasm that bordered on hysteria. The son of the boy who lived, born with unprecedented magical potential, representing the continuation of a family line that had saved reality itself. Harry found the attention exhausting, but Daphne managed the public relations with her usual efficiency. People need symbols, she explained when Harry complained about yet another interview request. You've been their symbol for years. Now James can share that burden, and eventually assume it, when we're ready to step back. He's 2 weeks old. I'm not ready to discuss him assuming any burdens. Then let me handle the immediate concerns while you focus on what matters. She kissed his forehead. Go spend time with your son. I'll deal with the prophet. Harry went. James was asleep in his crib, tiny chest rising and falling with peaceful regularity. Harry watched him breathe, marveling at the simple fact of his existence, feeling his perception of the world fundamentally shift. This was what the barriers protected. This was why the seals mattered. Not abstract concerns about dimensional stability or cosmic threats, but this child, this family, this life that deserved the chance to grow and flourish. You understand now, the architect whispered. What drove your mother to sacrifice herself? What makes mortals willing to die for each other? I always understood. But now I feel it. Harry touched his son's cheek, feeling the warmth of life. He changes everything. He changes you. The everything was already there, you simply see it more clearly now. Semantic distinction. The best kind. Harry smiled despite himself. 6 months of transformation, and the architect had developed something resembling a sense of humor. Will you watch over him? In the ways I can't. From the spaces between. Yes. I will ensure that the barriers near him remain strong, that dimensional threats don't approach him, that he grows up in a world protected by forces he'll eventually understand. The architect paused. I never had children. Never created anything but destruction. Watching your family grow, it's teaching me things I didn't know I needed to learn. Redemption isn't a destination. It's a journey. So you keep saying. I'm beginning to believe you. Years passed. James grew from infant to child to young wizard, displaying abilities that exceeded even Harry's expectations. His perception of dimensional barriers was natural, instinctive, requiring guidance rather than teaching. By age 7, he could sense fluctuations in the barrier structure across entire continents. By 10, he was contributing to network monitoring with insights that surprised experienced researchers. He's going to surpass you, Daphne observed one evening, watching their son explain a dimensional concept to Aurora. Sooner than you expect. Good. That's the point. Harry leaned against the doorframe, feeling contentment settle into his bones. Each generation should surpass the one before. Build on what we've learned, push beyond what we've achieved. You're not concerned about being obsolete. I'm concerned about our legacy surviving. About the work we've done lasting beyond our lifetimes. Harry looked at his wife. We won't live forever. Even with dimensional abilities, mortality is fundamental. But James will continue what we started. And his children, and their children. A line of guardians stretching into the future. You've given considerable thought to the succession. It's important. The architect's mistake was believing they had to bear the burden alone. That isolation was the price of guardianship. Harry shook his head. The real solution is community. Multiple guardians supporting each other, each generation training the next, the weight distributed across many rather than concentrated in one. And if a generation fails? If the training doesn't take, or the commitment falters? Then the network catches them. The system we've built isn't dependent on any single family or bloodline, it just happens to include our family prominently. If the Potter line fails, others will step up. The barriers will be protected regardless. Daphne was quiet for a moment. Then she nodded slowly. You've thought this through. I've had years to consider it. And good advisors. Harry smiled. Including you. Flattery will get you everywhere. She leaned against him, watching their son with obvious pride. He's asked about Hogwarts. Whether he'll attend. What did you tell him? That it's his choice. That will support whatever decision he makes. Good. Harry considered. He should attend, I think. Not for education, his training already exceeds what Hogwarts offers in most areas. But for socialization. For learning to be part of a community rather than apart from it. The architect's lesson. The most important one. James attended Hogwarts, sorted into Ravenclaw to no one's particular surprise. He made friends and enemies, excelled in some subjects and struggled in others, grew into a person distinct from his parents' expectations. He also received training, from Harry, from the network, from the architect themselves, in abilities that most students couldn't imagine. By graduation, he was the most accomplished dimensional theorist of his generation, ready to assume responsibilities that had been prepared for him since birth. But the ceremony that mattered most wasn't graduation. Harry stood in the death chamber, watching the veil flutter in ways it hadn't in years. The ancient artifact was calm now, a doorway that was properly closed rather than a threat constantly pressing against its containment. The architect's transformation had stabilized its energies, their knowledge of its construction finally turned to maintenance rather than destruction. You wanted to see me. James's voice echoed in the chamber's strange acoustics. I wanted to show you something. Harry gestured at the veil. Come closer. James approached, his enhanced senses reading the dimensional structure with practiced ease. It's different. Stronger. The connections are, he stopped, understanding dawning. You've integrated the architect into the barrier structure. Partially. With their consent. Harry touched the edge of the veil, feeling the consciousness within respond to his presence. They've chosen to become a permanent guardian. Not through sacrifice, through commitment. They'll maintain the barriers from within, using their knowledge to strengthen rather than weaken. For how long? As long as they choose to stay. They can withdraw whenever they want, that's part of the agreement. Freedom to change, to grow, to become something new. Harry turned to face his son. I'm telling you this because it represents the culmination of everything I've worked for. A system that doesn't require forced sacrifice. Guardianship through choice rather than compulsion. And you want me to be part of it. I want you to lead it. Eventually. Harry studied his son's face, seeing himself and Daphne in something entirely new combined. Not immediately. You need more experience, more time to develop your own understanding. But the succession should begin now, while I'm still here to guide it. James was quiet for a long moment. Harry could feel him processing, weighing implications, making calculations that would shape the rest of his life. What if I choose differently? What if I want a normal life? Then we'll find another successor. The system doesn't depend on you specifically, it depends on someone willing to bear the responsibility. If that's not you, I'll respect that choice. But you hope it's me. I hope you'll want what I've wanted. To protect, to serve, to be part of something larger than yourself. Harry's voice softened. But I also know that wanting it for you doesn't mean you should want it for yourself. I've spent my whole life rejecting paths others chose for me. I won't impose the same constraint on my son. James turned back to the veil, his expression thoughtful. The architect made their choice. Redemption through service. Commitment through action. Yes. And you? What's your choice? Harry considered the question, really considered it, examining his life with the clarity that came from approaching its turning point. My choice was made years ago. When I decided to fight the architect with connection rather than isolation. When I married your mother, had you built a family alongside a network of guardians. He smiled slightly. I chose to not be alone. Everything else followed from that. That's a good choice. It was the only choice that made sense. Once I understood what the architect had gotten wrong, once I realized that their isolation was the source of their failure, the path forward was obvious. Not obvious, James corrected. Just, right. He turned from the veil, facing his father with an expression that had matured beyond his years. I'll do it. Accept the succession. Train to lead the network. His voice was steady, certain. Not because you want me to, because I understand why it matters. What we're protecting. Why the work is worth doing. Harry felt something release in his chest. Years of hope, of careful preparation, of wondering whether his son would want the life that had been prepared for him, resolved in a single moment of choice. Thank you. Thank you. For giving me the option. James's smile was warm, genuine. For trusting me with something this important. I've always trusted you. Since the day you were born. I know. James stepped forward, embracing his father in a gesture that was both formal and deeply personal. I know. The succession took years, careful training, gradual transfer of responsibilities, the slow process of preparing a new generation for challenges the current one had only begun to understand. Harry watched his son grow into the role with pride that occasionally bordered on awe. James was different from him, more social, more politically adept, better at building coalitions through charm rather than necessity. The network responded to his leadership with enthusiasm that it had never quite shown for Harry's more isolated approach. You're being replaced, Daphne observed during one of their quiet evenings together. And you're enjoying it. I'm being succeeded. There's a difference. Harry poured them both wine from a bottle that had been aging since before their wedding. Replacement implies competition. Succession implies continuity. Semantic distinctions again. The best kind. He smiled. I'm proud of him. Of what he's becoming. Of what he'll achieve after we're gone. We're not going anywhere anytime soon. No. But eventually. Harry trailed off, contemplating mortality in ways that had become increasingly relevant as the years accumulated. I've been thinking about what comes after. For us specifically. The afterlife. The between spaces. The architect's realm. Harry's voice was thoughtful. I've spent my life walking between dimensions. Perceiving things that most people can't imagine. It seems fitting that my death would involve something similar. You want to become like the architect? I want to remain connected. To the barriers, to the network, to everything we've built. Death doesn't have to mean ending, it can mean transformation. Daphne was quiet for a long moment. Then, that's not something you can decide alone. We're partners, Harry. Whatever happens to you affects me too. I know. That's why I'm bringing it up now, before I make any decisions. Harry took her hand. What do you want? When the time comes. I want to be with you. Whatever that means, wherever it takes us. Her eyes met his with the same intensity they'd always carried. I chose you years ago. That choice doesn't change because mortality becomes relevant. So we face it together. Like everything else. She squeezed his hand. Whatever comes next, we face it together. The end, when it came, was peaceful. Not sudden or violent, the dimensional work had been stable for years, the threats manageable, the network functioning without crisis. Harry and Daphne simply grew old, their bodies wearing down in the way all mortal bodies eventually did. They died within hours of each other, surrounded by family and friends, in the home they'd built together over decades of marriage. Their son was there, ready to assume full leadership of the network. Their grandchildren, 3 of them, each inheriting various aspects of their unusual heritage, mourned with the appropriate mixture of grief and acceptance. But death wasn't ending. Harry felt himself transition, consciousness shifting from physical form to something else entirely. The between spaces welcomed him, familiar territory after years of walking their edges. Daphne was there beside him, transformed the same way, their connection persisting beyond mortality. "Welcome," the architect said, their presence warm with genuine pleasure. "I've been waiting. Waiting for us to die. Waiting for you to join me. To become part of the guardianship in a more permanent way." The architect's form manifested, no longer the impossible geometry of their imprisoned years, something more human now, shaped by centuries of transformation. "You showed me that isolation was my weakness. Now you can help me ensure that lesson is never forgotten." Harry looked at Daphne, seeing her consciousness in ways that physical eyes had never quite captured. She was still herself, sharp, analytical, challenging, but also something more. Something that could persist forever, if they chose. "Together?" he asked. "Always together." She smiled, the same smile that had captured him decades ago. "Whatever comes next." They moved deeper into the between spaces, joining the architect in guardianship that would last as long as the barriers themselves existed. Not through sacrifice, through choice. Through connection. Through the understanding that mortality wasn't ending, just transformation. Behind them, the world they protected continued. James led the network with skill and dedication, training the next generation, managing threats, building on the foundation his parents had created. His children grew into their own responsibilities, each finding their place in the vast system of guardianship that now spanned dimensions. And in the spaces between realities, Harry and Daphne watched. Guided. Protected. Forever. The story didn't end, stories never really do. But the chapter that had begun with a 4-year-old boy in a cupboard, reaching desperately for something that might save him, found its completion. The cipher had become something new. Something eternal. Something that had emerged from isolation not alone, but accompanied by everyone he had chosen to love. The barriers held. The world was safe. And in the spaces between dimensions, consciousness that had once been Harry Potter smiled at consciousness that had once been Daphne Greengrass, and knew that the choice to connect had been the only choice that mattered. "This is what immortality should be," the architect whispered. "Not isolation. Not suffering. Just presence. With those we love. For as long as the universe allows. For as long as we choose," Harry corrected gently. "That's the difference you never understood. Eternity isn't something that happens to you. It's something you choose. Together." "Yes," the architect agreed, and their voice carried 3,000 years of regret transformed into 3,000 years of hope. Together. The veil fluttered in the death chamber, calm and quiet and properly sealed. Beyond it, the guardians watched. And the world they protected continued, generation after generation, forever.